Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Monday to you all. And welcome to day 5 of the state of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. So it's just gone 1:30 p.m. here in the UK, which means it's 8:30 a.m. Tennessee time. And unless you're in Central Time, but anyway, East Tennessee time. We're just waiting for the court feed to come on. I've got it on in the background, so as soon as there's any noise, I'll switch the screens over. Let's say a couple of hellos before Judge Goodwin gets the cameras rolling. He's always early, so the jury's due in at 9. They're due to actually start at 9. So we've got half an hour. But Judge Goodwin is always in there early. Unless he's had a heavy weekend. And then, I don't know. Hello, Aussie TV. Does anybody feel that Megan will get off on a technicality? The defence has been asking, did you Mirandize MB? Yeah, they have. Hope this won't let her. No, honestly, I don't think it will. I would be utterly shocked if Judge Goodwin gave Megan an inch. I don't think so. I think they're just trying it on. I think they're just trying to put seeds of doubt in the jury's mind. That's just my opinion, though. Hello, Linda. And then we've got Holly. Did Megan flip the jury off? Did she? I didn't see that. I heard people talking about it. Did she? Well, if anybody's got a clip, then send it over to me and we'll have a look. Hello, Thunderhorse. Osland. Catching up later, something to do. Well, you can catch up on 2 times speed. You can do a me and catch up on 2 times speed. Hello, CW and Crystal. Angie, baby. Good afternoon to you. Then we've got Lisa. We've got Dawn. We've got, let's have a look. We've got Kaz. Broken Golf Doll. Hello. Oh, we got tech issues. Ooh. Replacement laptop ordered. Good stuff. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Alpha. Susan. Smart ass Patriot. Late to the game. Going to start now and catch up at night. That's the kind of crazy thing I do as well. I fall asleep listening to things that I'm listening to on catch up. Hello, ET, everyone from Canada. We got Danielle in the house. We got Lisa. We got, I'm sorry, I still can't pronounce your name. We got Cat Lover. We got Marianne, Tracy, Felicia, Beth. Journey Takes a Trip is in the house. Pincho's in the house as well. We got Liz. We got McKenna, Charlotte. Moira, I think I said Lisa, Auntie Ree, Jamie, Janine. We got a few people in now. We got Laurie, Angela. All right, I'm going to stop before it does everyone's heads in. I was nearly down at the bottom. Anyway, we've still not got court cam. But how's everyone's weekend been? I've started my Lucy Letby series. I was going to do, originally, I was planning just one big video on all the malarkey that's going on in the Lucy Letby case. So it's another potential miscarriage of justice, but this time here in the UK rather than over the other side of the pond. So I have been following along with the events since Lucy's sentencing. But there's so much coming out. And originally I planned to do one big video just to summarize everything. But there's just stuff that keeps continually coming out. So I've decided to make it a series. So I did episode 1 yesterday, and I'm just going to cover, like, bit by bit, the stuff that's coming out. And I genuinely do not know whether Lucy Letby is factually guilty or not. I genuinely do not know. I'm just going to present the information that's coming out and leave the audience to make their own minds up. But I have been looking at the comments from yesterday's video, and there's loads of people who think that Lucy's actually innocent and she's just been made a scapegoat by the hospital. And it wouldn't surprise me, honestly. But I genuinely do not know. Because I can't see any of the evidence that was presented at the trial. We've got everything secondhand. It's exactly like the Delphi case, where Judge Gold would not allow cameras in the court. She wouldn't allow anybody to tweet from the court or anything. So we had secondhand information based on people's notes. And it's exactly the same for trials that happen in the UK. Cameras are not allowed in courts in the UK. So judges are trialing cameras in during sentencing, which in my opinion is at least it's a step forward. I'm hoping that someday we will get cameras in courtrooms in the UK and we'll be able to watch trials. But because Lucy's trial went on for so long, it started in October and ended the following August. It just went on for so long. One of the longest trials in the UK, I think, that's ever been. So to order transcripts, to actually read what was said in court, it would cost upwards of £100,000, which is crazy, absolutely insane. So I haven't seen the evidence. And if I've not seen the evidence, I'm just going off what people have reported went on in the courtroom, it's difficult. It's difficult. So it's like piecing things together. Piecing things together. But I could easily see how she's been made a scapegoat. I really can. Whether she'll get a new trial, though, is it's a big, tall order. She's been denied an appeal twice already. So she's basically, getting to the end of the line, really, unless there's new evidence that can be presented. I mean, I don't know why they can't go down ineffective assistance of counsel. I don't know. Maybe that's not a thing in the UK. I probably know the law better in certain states in the United States than I do in the UK. But the obvious route to go down for Lucy would be ineffective assistance of counsel, because her defence should have been able to cross-examine some of the witnesses and the evidence based on the stuff that's coming out now, which should have been known at the time. But the defence didn't. They didn't do that. So it is ineffective assistance of counsel. That's what it is. But it doesn't appear that they can use that. Yeah, they don't want to admit being wrong. Exactly. Exactly. Loads of mistakes made. Like, mistakes were being made that don't even factor into Lucy's court case. The fact that there were 61 baby collapses or deaths, and the jury only heard about 22. And because there was, they cherry-picked the 22 to be the ones where Lucy Letby was on shift, they were able to show the jury that Lucy was there for all of these deaths and potentially fatal collapses, when actually the jury only heard about a third of them. 2/3 of them were absolutely nothing to do with, Lucy Letby wasn't on shift. There's no way she could have been there. So there's all sorts of jiggery pokery gone on with the data and with, I don't know, people's memories. And that's for a reason. That concerns me, really concerns me. Well, yeah, it happens everywhere. We in the UK hold the NHS up as some big bastion of equality. But at the end of the day, it's run by a few very powerful people. And are they going to believe the word of 4 consultants versus the words of a junior nurse? You've got to look at it like that. It's the same in any organisation where you've got the higher powered people who can protect their own interests at the expense of the junior people in the organisation. Exactly. They didn't have the medical expertise to defend her. Yeah, but lawyers are not trained medics. That's why you have to rely on the experts. And again, they didn't. It was more. It was more than a third. It was more than a third. But, some of the ones that Lucy was implicated in, there's even questions about whether she was there at all, even amongst the ones that she was implicated in. I know. The original autopsy results were changed. It's just so wrong. It's so wrong. It is so wrong. Still waiting for the court cam. I'll put the screen on so you can see what I see. Still waiting. Really? It's very difficult to get experts to testify for the defence. Yeah, well, what about Dr. CHORLEY then? Because he only found out about the case because the prosecution used his research. So why didn't the defence contact him and say, the prosecution are using your research, would you like to give us your account? But then again, I guess because they're not medical experts, they wouldn't have even known there was anything wrong with it, would they? Exactly. And it's terrible for the babies' families because they were originally told one thing and then they were told that the babies were murdered. And now there's this big question mark as to whether actually the original results from autopsies were the correct ones. That these babies died of natural causes or through, medical inefficiency. Because I'm quite sure that everybody on that ward was trying their best. But because they were chronically short-staffed, and the majority of the staff were junior nurses who didn't have expertise, they had some training, but in a high-pressure situation, it's very different than, going through assessments and being supervised. So that's the NHS all over, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, honestly, with Evelyn, there was no evidence that she was abused for her entire life. It seems to be that it's only, shortly before Evelyn was murdered that people noticed that things were wrong, that Evelyn was dirty and, she had this really bad diaper rash. It's only those last maybe, few days or even, a week or so before she was murdered that there was ever a problem. Otherwise, she seemed to have been looked after fine. Now, whether Megan was abusing her and no one knew about it, obviously, that's possible. But the way she was murdered, I mean, that's just clearly not an accident. The way that she was dumped in the trash can with foil over her head, there's no way that's accidental. No way. Or a baby dying accidentally. A baby dying of sudden infant death syndrome or somebody rolling on her. There's no way that you just go, oh, okay, then my baby's dead, and dump them upside down in a trash can. And she had to be alive, when she was, well, let's put it this way. If she was already dead, why they need to put the foil over her head and squash it in so that it was tight? Why? So I'm hoping that this week we're going to get to some forensic evidence. At the end of Saturday's session, yes, court was in session on Saturday, they ended with a good lead-in to the forensic evidence. The last thing they talked about was the foil going to the forensic lab and where that went. So originally, the foil was sent to the lab in Knoxville, and then it was sent to a lab in Nashville. That's the last thing we heard. So it's a good lead-in into the forensic evidence, which I think is going to be, it's going to be very interesting to hear. I mean, I'm always interested in forensic evidence. It's interesting listening to witness accounts. They have to put those on to get that first-hand account of what was going on in Evelyn's life, Megan's life, and the police officers who found Evelyn and interviewed Megan. All of that stuff it's interesting. However, it's the forensic stuff that actually ties Megan to the murder. At the moment, the defense is able to point their fingers at other people. They're able to imply that, oh, maybe it was Hunter, or cross-examine Tommy Boswell and say, oh, you were arrested for a kidnap and aggravated assault in 2014. They can throw shade at people, but the forensic evidence actually tells the real story, doesn't it? The medical examiner's examination and the autopsy results are going to be bad. They're going to be heartbreaking. They really are. They really are. Barristers are highly educated, but they're not medics. They're trained in law, not medicine. Oh, I hope everything's all right now, Casey Marie. Yeah, she was making mistakes. She was making mistakes, but she wasn't doing it intentionally. That's the difference. Perhaps she should have lost her job over certain things. But to be sent down for, life without the possibility of parole, is a bit different than losing your job because you're not a very good nurse. Wow. The law really doesn't work like that. It should, but it won't. It won't work like that. Well, the thing with fingerprints on the foil, the defence can just say, well, those fingerprints were on there before. You know, if this, let's say there's more than one set of fingerprints, it's not helpful to the prosecution if there's more fingerprints. But if there are other fingerprints on there, you know, they can just say, well, they were there before Megan put the foil on Evelyn's face, Evelyn's head. And the defence could say, oh, well, look, you know, these are other fingerprints. It will only be relevant. It will only be, you know, solid evidence if there's only Megan's fingerprints on the foil, or DNA, either or. Absolutely, I think that's what it boils down to. She was bored with her life. She didn't want Evelyn. She didn't want Evelyn. She wanted to be young, free, and single, and ready to mingle. And she got a new boyfriend. She wanted to just change lives. I hope we are. I mean, maybe I think that it's the lead-in. It's definitely the lead-in. Yeah, but it's still second-hand. This is the issue. Like, it's the same with the Delphi case. Like, we had in Delphi, we had Bob and Andrea and Lawyer Lee and a few other people, and then obviously representatives from the mainstream media who were in the courtroom taking notes. But it's not the same as watching it yourself. It's not the same. Because the things that people take notes of, yes, they're all relevant, but I want to listen to it with my own ears. I want to, you know, form my own opinion based on first-hand knowledge. So we could take, you know, notes or information from anybody who was in the courtroom over the, 9 months that the Lucy Letby trial went on. You know, the Daily Mail were doing a podcast and, you know, every day after the trial, but it's not the same. It's not the same. It's good that there are people who were there throughout the trial. That's good, but it's not the same as listening to it yourself. But I think Hunter Wood was just the last straw. I think she was probably putting on a bit of an act. You know, when she was posting stuff on Facebook about Evelyn, I think she was probably fed up with being a mother already. And Hunter Wood was just the final straw. Because she seems very, very immature. I mean, look, she was only 18 anyway, so she is immature. But very shallow, very, I don't know, seems to just lack empathy. And I don't think that was a result of Hunter Wood. It was the final straw. I think she'd already made up her mind that she wanted a new life. Good morning, Britt. Good morning, Lou. New love potential, new job. Clearly wanted her whole life back. Exactly. Exactly. That's right. It was a good place to stop. It was a good place to end on Saturday, because the jury now had, Saturday night, Sunday to process what they'd seen, and to get that horror bedded in, if you will. And it sounds horrible, but they need the jury to be horrified by the way that Evelyn was treated. They need the jury to be horrified. Here we go. Court cams on. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That's so sad. I know. So much loss in the world. And then there's people like Megan who just threw away the thing that should have been the most precious to them. And she just threw it away. And yet there's just so much loss in the world. Take it from one who knows. I honestly, I don't think that the timeline supports Hunter ever met Evelyn. We may never know 100% for sure, but what I can tell you is if Hunter had rolled onto baby Evelyn, why would there ever have been a need to put foil over her head to suffocate her and throw her upside down in a trash can? There would have been no need for that. It would have been an accident. And why would Megan protect Hunter all this time? I know she's kind of implicated him, but why would she have put herself in even more jeopardy? It doesn't sit right with me that happened. Yeah, I mean, look, that jury must have been... They just have to rely, because it was such a long trial, they're relying on the experts to give them that information, and it's just horrible when it's clear that they only saw what the prosecution wanted them to see. Why would you join an iPad to become a member? If you go out of the app and go on YouTube as like on Safari or Google rather than in the app. So if you go on as a website rather than in the app, it should give you the join button. It's just the app that doesn't show the join button. That's my understanding anyway. Yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. And it's like that in any organisation. It's not that the NHS is bad or that the police are bad. It's like that in any organisation where you have, the few at the top with the power who are going to protect each other and going to protect themselves. All right, I'm going down to the bottom of the chat now. Because I was like 10 minutes up the chat. If you Google about foil, it's supposed to cover up the smell of decomp. Yeah, but why just cover her head? Because originally I thought that the foil was all over her body. And I wondered whether it was to do with covering up the smell of decomp or, keeping the body fluids from leaking. But it appears from what we've heard that it was only on her head. Now, if it was wrapped all the way around her body, I can understand that. But if it's only on her head, then that theory doesn't make sense. I wonder if Evelyn was crying and she did that to quiet her. Maybe. 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 Come on, Judy Goodwin. It's 2 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 2 o'clock for me. No, it seemed a very lazy way to get rid of a body. Just a very lazy way. Just dump her in a playhouse and assume that no one was ever going to find her. So would she know? Would she be, clued in enough to cover a baby in foil so that the decomp wouldn't seep out? It's just very lazy. Yeah, she probably was. She was in pain. She was fussing. Megan probably, I don't know. I just don't know. There she is. There she is. Yeah, the sidebars are not the judge's fault. How many sidebars do you think we're going to have today? It's going to be a few. There is no sound pinch, or the sound isn't on yet. My audio's up. They've just not turned on the court cam yet. I mean the court mic. They've got the cam, but not the mic. Didn't brush her hair. No. I'm a fine one to talk. I haven't brushed my hair today, I don't think, so. Then again, I'm not in court. I'm not on trial for murder. So there's that. Do they not have shampoo and brushes in that jail? They probably have to buy them out of the commissary. Shampoo, brushes. Think they tried to look crappy for sympathy? Really? Do you think so? That Sarah Boone didn't want. Sarah Boone didn't want that. Sarah Boone wanted someone to do her makeup. Sarah Boone wanted her hair done and her makeup done every day before trial. They get a free comb. Oh, well, there you go then. She's got no excuse. Come on, we need the sound. Judge Goodwin, we need the sound. Look. It's on my end. Volume's up. Judge Goodwin, wake up.
Through
Here we go.
All the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Yes, we did.
And did you also go through the trash bags and those contents?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And without telling me what it is, did you find items that were considered relevant?
Yes, we did.
Okay. What do you do? What does law enforcement do when they find items that they consider relevant to an investigation?
We go through them systematically. We photograph them, number them, identify them by name, place them into depending on what the item is, some type of evidentiary container, whether it's a bag, a box, something of that sort, seal it up, and then determine what are we going to do with that piece? Are we going to place it in evidence? Are we going to send it to the lab? What are we going to do next?
Okay, and was that done with items in this case?
Yes.
One second. Okay. And before we get into the actual evidence itself, was a determination made to send some of those items to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation lab for analysis?
Yes, we determined to send some things to the lab.
Okay. If I could have item number, 88. Gonna ask of you again, put gloves on.
Put yourself between this and put it on that side.
I've got a knife. Thank you.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, if you could just carefully open that item that's been passed to you.
Would you like me to take it out of the bag?
No, at this point, can you tell me what it is? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize it.
What is it?
It is the trash can that was recovered at Muddy Creek.
Okay, and I'm asking you to just speak a little bit closer into that microphone so we can catch it for the court reporter.
Want me to answer again?
Yeah, if you can answer again.
This is the trash can we found that night at Muddy Creek.
Okay, and is that the actual trash can that was found that night?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 196.
Any objections? No. Before we get it 196.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Agent Gratz, I'm going to let you now take it out and show the jury. And if you can, try to, while you're displaying that to the jury, continue to display it, but try to also speak into the microphone so we can hear. There appears to be black residue on that trash can. Can you tell the jury what that's from?
Thank you. Yes, this trash can has gone under what I would say a significant analysis at this point. This black residue is going to be from the lab in Nashville placing dust on it in order to identify any fingerprints. Further, if I can set it down, if you can take a look around the rim and see how it looks irregular, that's not the way it looked that night.
When you say irregular, are you talking about the notches that are cut out?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and you can see, there's tool marks where the lid of the trash can has been removed.
Okay, and so that is not how it looked when you took it into evidence that night?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of who took that off?
Yes.
Who took that off?
David Hoover at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation lab in Nashville. He's a forensic scientist special agent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're done with that exhibit, and I'm going to pass you.
The lid's down.
Pass to the next exhibit. Same thing, if you could just open it and see if you recognize it. Okay, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay, and what is it?
This was a piece of gum that was removed from the inside of the trash can that I just showed you.
Okay. And was that also taken into evidence?
Yes, this was processed into evidence that night.
Okay, we asked that be made exhibit number 197, please.
197.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I please see exhibit number 18? Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been admitted into evidence as exhibit 18. I'm going to try to zoom in for you. Okay. Do you see, and I know that's not the best zooming in, can you show the jury what you were just referencing for the exhibit we just entered?
This is the trash can that was inside the playhouse,
Okay.
and this is the piece of gum that we removed.
Okay. Pass to the next. Okay. You have that one open?
Yes, I have it
Okay.
open.
And are you able to recognize what that is?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What is it?
This is a black trash bag that was recovered from the trash can that night.
Okay. And was that also taken into custody and sent to the TBI lab for analysis?
Yes, this was.
Okay. If we could ask that be made exhibit number 198, please. Can I have number from 18 one more time? Sorry. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. You could just take it out and you may want to stand up and show it to the jury so everyone can see it. And can you explain to the jury why parts have been removed from the bag that you're holding? I believe you're holding up part of that.
Yes, I am. Again, similar to the trash can, this has gone or undergone significant forensic testing. You can see the powder of the residue that would have been done at the Nashville lab. There is insect debris that we found in or on this trash bag. And this is a cutout that was done at the Nashville lab.
Okay. And where was that trash bag found?
Inside of the trash can at Muddy Creek.
Okay. You can go ahead and try to put it back in, and then I'm going to show you the same exhibit number 18. Okay. Okay. Are you okay? Are you making okay. Your Honor, the defense wants us to make, and we are not opposed to this, making the insect debris its own exhibit. 199, okay. Okay, so back to exhibit number, what's been previously marked as exhibit 18. Can you tell us, is that the black trash bag that you were just referencing?
Yes, that's correct. That's the bag.
Sorry, I think I'll do that again. Okay, sorry. Do you have that open?
Yes, it's open.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a Dasani water bottle.
Okay. Where was that located?
It was with the trash that we located that night at Muddy Creek.
Okay. And did you also take that into evidence?
Yes.
And was that item sent to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation crime lab for analysis?
Yes, it was.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 200.
Any objection? We approve.
First sidebar of the day. That's not too bad. We got 20 minutes in without a sidebar. that's positive. Yeah, congrats to your daughter, Judy.
Okay, to clarify, where was that water bottle found?
I don't remember if this was found in the trash can or in the bags that were with the trash can.
Okay. Just 1 minute. All right, Your Honor, at this time, I think we're going to ask that be made exhibit 200 for ID only. Okay. If you could pass that to the clerk, please. What's the next? 1 minute. Okay. You have that open?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to identify what it is?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What is it?
In this bag here, it has sheets of aluminum foil. It
Okay.
has some sheets that are by themselves, and there's a box where I have placed some sheets inside this box at a later time.
Okay. And where was that aluminum foil recovered?
It was inside the trash can around the victim's head.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that, well, and was that taken into custody by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And was that sent to the TBI crime lab for analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 201.
Before this, now, this bag and box,
Mhm.
are you separating them?
Agent Gratz, can you specify why the foil is in a bag and a box?
So there's the brown paper bag. It's inside this. There are sheets of foil.
In the bag?
Yes.
Is there anything else inside the box?
As far as I know, it's not been opened. I can open it up and look. Would you like me to do that now?
Yes.
Yes, there is something inside this box.
Okay, so that bag, let me clarify, that bag was not inside the box? The bag of aluminum foil? I passed you a box,
Yes,
okay? You opened it, what was inside the box?
there are sheets of aluminum foil in here
Okay.
in addition to this box.
Oh, that's a separate box. I see.
Yes.
Okay. So for now, we just ask that the aluminum foil be made exhibit number 201 that was inside the bigger box. Oh, I'm sorry. The aluminum foil. That. Okay, before we get to the small white box, can we have permission to publish exhibit number 201? Thank you. So you may need to stand. I'd just like the jury to see, for you to show them exhibit number 201, please.
Would you like me to unfold these pieces?
Yes, please. Agent Gratz, was it flat and folded like that when you removed the item from the victim?
No, if you can remember from the photographs, part of this was formed around Evelyn's head, and part of this was sort of still stretched out. At a later day, we pulled it all out to do the measurements and the photographs that you also saw on Saturday. And then I folded it back up for evidentiary processing purposes.
Okay. You're going to be like the record reflect. He's showing a second piece of foil at this time.
All within that same bag.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And we'd ask the record reflect he's showing a third piece of foil.
These are various pieces that are essentially caked together.
We asked the record reflect he's showing the jury smaller pieces of foil.
This is another piece that's wadded up with material.
You'll have to speak up for the microphone. Sorry.
This is another piece that's wadded up that has some material on it.
Material, what do you mean?
This is going to be a combination of human decomposition as well as trash that was in the trash can.
Of course you want to approach. Of course you want to disregard that evidence. What's a file with decomp on?
We'd ask the record to reflect he was holding up another smaller wadded up piece of foil.
This is another small piece of foil. These are boxes that contain hair that was found on the floor.
Agent Gratz, what you just showed the jury, you said that was taken from with the foil.
Yes.
Okay, and that was taken into evidence.
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 202. What is it?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
These are
Don't
Two.
show it to the jury yet, please.
evidentiary containers that have been sealed up. Each individually is labeled hair from full.
Okay. Okay. If I could have exhibit 201 passed back to the clerk. Are you able to grab that white box?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you open it and see if you're, without showing it to the jury, and see if you can identify what is inside.
Yes, I can identify this.
Okay. What is it?
Is another piece of aluminum foil.
Okay. How many pieces of aluminum foil?
This is one piece.
Okay.
If I open it up, it may break apart.
Right.
Because it was sort of fragile or not a solid sheet by the
Okay.
way we recovered it.
Okay.
But it is one sheet.
Okay. And where was that recovered from?
This was around the head of the victim, Evelyn, inside of the trash can recovered at Muddy Creek.
Okay. And are there markings on that foil that were not performed by law enforcement?
There are markings on here that would have been done at the lab.
Okay. So that was sent to the TBI lab for analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 203.
No objection. Full exhibit 203.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to publish? All right, thank you. Have you, if you could open that next box that's been passed to you. Okay.
Okay, I have it open.
Okay. Are you able to identify that?
I'll have to look further inside this bag.
Okay.
Yes, I can
Okay.
identify this.
Okay. You said yes, you can.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
This is the outfit.
Anything else other than the outfit?
I've made one fold over and there's some insect debris inside the bag.
Okay.
That appears to be everything.
Okay. One moment. May I approach the witness briefly? Let me make sure. Is it in a plastic bag? Okay. May we approach?
More sidebars. Why did she use the foil? I don't know. Presumably to suffocate Evelyn. That's what she had to hand. I don't know. Don't know the answer to that. As we said before, if it was all around her body, like around her entire body, it could have been used to keep decomping. But as it was just round her head, it seems to me that it was more to do with suffocating Evelyn rather than keep it decomping. But I don't know. Only her would know that. Yeah, maybe she was out with someone. Oh God, yeah. Oh. Use foil to stifle crying. Yeah, maybe. It's just horrible. Who knows what was going through her head? But it was nothing good, was it? Depersonalizer, maybe. Make a soundproof. Yeah. No, it didn't look like new foil because it had decomp on it. Remember, it had been wrapped around her head for 3 months before she was found. She was last seen alive at the beginning of December, and she was only found on the 6th of March. So there would have been a considerable amount of decomp, and her head was right at the bottom of that trash can. So everything else was pressing down on her head. Yeah, that's right, Melissa. The foil was pressed. It was pressed over her face.
I don't remember what all I've asked you on that yet. Did you state where that was found?
Yes, this was found inside the trash can that night at Muddy Creek.
Okay, and did I ask you what it was?
I'm not sure at this
Okay,
point.
what is it?
This is like a fleece onesie.
Okay, and where was it found inside the trash can?
It was on the body of the victim.
Okay, would ask that be made exhibit number 204. Well, I'm sorry, we're going to ask for permission to publish it. Be very careful. Try to leave it maybe on the butcher paper if you can. Thank you.
Do you want me to fold it back up?
Yes, please. And try to maybe seal it back up into the box if you can, the best that you can after we fold it back up. Okay, let me pass you another item. Okay, are you able to identify what is in that box?
There are several bags. Would you like me to go individually through each bag and open them?
1 minute. Do you see the bag that may contain a blanket?
Yes.
Okay. Could you look at that bag, please?
I'm going to go ahead and
Yes,
Hold
open it and see if you can identify what it is.
I have it partially open and I can identify it.
Okay. What is it?
It is a fleece blanket.
Okay. Any other descriptive things that you can reference about that blanket? What does it look like?
So it's gray and white and has a like a running pattern through it.
Okay. And do you know where that was located?
Yes, this was inside the trash can.
Okay. And where was it located inside the trash can?
It was around the victim.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 205.
Oh, Jake. Full exhibit 205.
Am I taking this out or putting it back in?
Just one moment. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Yes, if you could just show that to the jury, again, with the same thoughts to try to be as careful as you can.
It was in this bag. Okay. Is there anything else?
Take about 15.
You want to stand, please?
Why? Why do we having a 15-minute break? Dear me. Not even been in court for an hour yet. Yeah, 15-minute break. It is rough. It's really rough. They got to show these things. The jury has got to see these things. The jury have got to appreciate exactly how Evelyn was found, what she was found in, what it looked like. It's all really important evidence. Yeah, maybe they can see that the jurors are getting upset. Maybe, possibly. This is what they signed up for. They knew it was about murder trial involving a baby. Maybe they didn't realise just how impactful it was going to be. But that's good. That's good. Yeah, completely dissociated with her own baby, yeah. She just checked out. Evelyn wasn't important anymore. That was it. That's it. That's all. She just wasn't important anymore. That anyone would have expected it to be this horrific. I know. Oh, yeah, that's true. Maybe they're going to clean up anything, sanitize the area. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe they will. I can't see that the defence has got much cross-examination to do of Agent Gratz. I can't see what the defence can possibly say in opposition to this kind of evidence. I really can't. Yeah, that's true. Evelyn wasn't important after Megan stopped getting attention for being a teen mom. Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting that she told, was it Bailey, that she was pregnant again? And it's like she wanted to take the heat off being asked about Evelyn and back on her. Now, that might have been because she needed people to stop talking about Evelyn because she was running out of lies, or it could have been that she just enjoyed the attention so much about having a new baby that that's why she did it. Or it could be both. Could be a bit of both. Yeah, I'll ask some dumb questions. Like, what day of the week was it? Yeah, what time was it? What time did you find this evidence? How long were you there? What? Yeah, he's obsessed. She should be made to watch. Well, she is in the courtroom. I guess you could turn her face away, but she is in the courtroom. Death is very messy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There will be no new baby now. There'll be no new baby now. Yeah, Evelyn was a toy to show off. Then comes along a new toy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she's got all the attention she wants now. This trial is her 15 minutes of fame. She's got all the attention. All of it. You remember what day the babysitter watched Evelyn? So we had this conversation and we on, was it Friday or Saturday? And it seems that, this is what it seems like, that on the 3rd of December, Megan contacted Gail, who is her ex-foster mother, asking if Gail's sister Sue would be able to babysit Evelyn because she got a new job. So Gail asked Sue. Sue said it was fine. So Sue and Megan then were kind of put in touch with each other. And over the next 3 or 4 days, according to Sue, Evelyn was at Sue's place being babysat. So she was alive and well. Now, we don't know when those 3 or 4 days started. Presumably straight away, because she'd started that new job. She'd got the application done, and Randy Wood, who was the boss man of the chicken shack, said she started on the 2nd. So she filled the application in, and she must have started straight away. So she'd have been on the rota to go on shift. So I'm guessing that Sue's babysitting started pretty much immediately. So it could have been the night of the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, possibly the 6th. But then we have Caitlin Carter, one of Megan's friends, who gave evidence saying that possibly she saw Evelyn on the 6th and that Megan had taken Evelyn with her to the restaurant Chili's, but she wasn't sure whether it was the 6th. So we're not exactly sure what day the last sighting of Evelyn was. It could have been the 6th. It may have been a day or two after that, but it's certainly within that first week of Megan starting that new job. Yeah, she filled the application, got the interview the 2nd, and she started immediately. Now, she told Gail that she'd started that day. So where was Evelyn that day? Because she'd not got the baby, she'd not got Sue sorted as a babysitter yet. So maybe Megan's grandma looked after her on the 3rd. We just don't know because we've not heard from Megan's grandma. But we do know Megan's grandma lived on on Tommy's property. She could have been left home alone, yeah. But she told Randy Wood on the 2nd that Evelyn was staying with her dad, like Evelyn's dad, so Ethan. So she'd already introduced that story to the world when she started that job. So she'd already told Randy on the 2nd that she did have a child, but it didn't matter because she was staying with her dad. And at that point, she hadn't even got a babysitter sorted. She hadn't even contacted Sue. So you have to think she'd already got it in her head that Evelyn wasn't going to be in the picture. Now, whether at that point she decided to murder Evelyn. We don't know. We don't know when that plan came into fruition. We don't know that. We'll probably never know that. All we can ascertain is that Megan had told Randy. This is all based on evidence that has come out at trial, not stuff that has come out before, not stuff that has been rumoured. This is all stuff that has been stated under oath at this trial. So we know from Randy Wood that Megan had already got that plan to say to people that Evelyn was staying with Ethan. So how she thought she was going to work that permanently and just, permanently just have Evelyn at a babysitter, clearly she would have known that that wasn't doable. So did she have the plan to murder Evelyn by the second? Or did that come maybe a day or two later when she realised that having Evelyn permanently a babysitter was going to be difficult because she'd have to pay the babysitter, she'd have to arrange it, she'd have to go and pick Evelyn up and drop her off. So it was, it would add responsibility, it would add time. She wouldn't be able to run about like Hunter believed that, that she was free. So that's what we've heard. So the answer is that when the babysitter was arranged, well, it was arranged on the 3rd, and then we don't know exactly which day was the last day. And also she picked that last time, she picked Evelyn up. This is according to Sue. She picked Evelyn up, and then a day after, or a day or two after, she texted Sue and said that she wouldn't need her anymore. So it's at that point, clearly, that Evelyn was dead. She is toast. It's not difficult for the jury to put this together. She's toast. She is. It'll be the shock of the decade if Megan Boswell is found not guilty. It will be as big a shock as Casey Anthony. And I really don't think it's going to happen. I really don't think it's going to happen. Where was that wadded up piece of foil? We don't know yet. Whether that's the foil that was stuffed in her mouth, that's kind of being rumoured, that there was a piece of foil stuffed in her mouth. So could it be that? Or could it just be foil that's, I guess, fallen off during, her throwing Evelyn in? Well, we need to wait for the medical examiner. The medical examiner will, there was a wadded up piece, like a piece of foil that was like all squashed together, and it had human decomp on it. So whether that's just a piece that had fallen off was at the right at the bottom of the trash can, or whether what has been rumoured is true, and that there was actually foil in her mouth. If there really was foil in her mouth, then that is deliberate, premeditated murder. There's absolutely no way that you would do that if your baby had died accidentally. There is no way you would have any need to put foil in their mouth. But it is only a rumour at this moment. We don't know this. It's not come out at the trial. I'm only going off what's coming out at the trial. So we need, because the Agent Fraley, who testified to finding Evelyn, and then Agent Gratz also, and then the female detective, I can't remember her name, they were all there when Evelyn was found. But they may not have known that there was a piece of foil in her mouth. It would only be at autopsy, because I know this is horrible to say, but her face was flattened because her face was right at the bottom of the trash can. stuff had been dumped on top of her. So you've got the weight of her own body plus the whatever she threw on top. Her face was squashed down at the bottom of the trash can, or it was actually bent back. So I think her face would have been squashed to the side of the trash can, and possibly, I'm not sure, but her face had been flattened anyway, and that was because she'd been there for 3 months, and obviously the decomp, had been sufficient to basically flatten her features. So maybe when she was found, the agents wouldn't have known. So we'll hear from the medical examiner anyway to see whether that's a rumor that is actually true. So the medical examiner is probably the testimony that I want to hear the most, but also it's going to be the most horrific. It's going to be the most telling. It's going to be some of the most important evidence that we're going to hear. I mean, it's all important because it's all telling a story. And what they do, the prosecution, is they arrange their witnesses in order to tell a story. Like each one builds on the other, so that there's a flow to it. And that's why I think they're leading up now to the forensics, because they keep talking about the forensics lab, like what was sent to the forensics lab. So that's why I believe we're going to get forensics soon. But yeah, the medical examiner is going to be bad. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to listen to. And if there's no other DNA on any of those items, if it's Megan's DNA and no one else, she is a goner. She might as well just throw in the towel, because there's no way that a jury is going to believe that someone else was involved if there's absolutely no one, there's no one else's DNA. Because they've had, loads of items to test. How many they did test, we don't know. But obviously the trash can, the blanket, the onesie, they would have Megan's DNA on anyway, because Megan was the caregiver. But the things like the trash can, the gum is very important. The water bottle is very important. The trash bag, and of course the foil. So, they dusted for prints, and they will have taken samples for DNA. And I don't think that Megan is going to be bright enough to have worn gloves. If she's thrown a piece of gum in the trash can, then she's definitely not been bright enough to wear gloves or wipe everything down so that there's no fingerprints or DNA on them. There's no way. We don't know, Cassie, yet. We don't know what items have DNA on, because they've not talked about that yet. And the bread bag on top. Yeah. So the stuff that was on top. So Evelyn's at the bottom, and then she dumped stuff on top, including that gum. Now, that gum could have been on the side of the trash can. It could have stuck there, and it could have been there ages. But everything else in that trash can was on top. So obviously Evelyn had to go in first, and then the stuff be dumped on. So plenty of forensically testable items. And it should only have Megan's DNA on it, because obviously she was living there. It should only, things like that you throw away, like wrappers and, food waste and stuff like that. If you're the only person who's living there, obviously there'll be Evelyn's DNA on it, but if you're the only person that's living there, it's only going to have your DNA on it. I mean, there might be some partial profiles from maybe, you know, the store where she got it from or blah, blah, blah. There might be some older partial profiles in there. Don't get me wrong. But like those items, like the gum is incredibly important because there's no way that you'd have DNA from two people on a piece of gum that you've been chewing. So the DNA evidence is going to be interesting. All the forensic evidence I'm really looking forward to. I know it's gruesome and horrible, but it's the stuff that nails. It's the stuff that nails the coffin lid down, honestly, in a trial. If there's forensic evidence, then I'm all over it. If you've got nothing but circumstantial evidence, then it has to be strong. It has to be strong circumstantial evidence, and it all has to fit together. You know, unlike, for example, the Delphi case, where it was all circumstantial and none of it made sense. So in cases like that, where you've got massive amounts of reasonable doubt, because you've got an inconsistent, you know, you've got a bunch of circumstantial evidence, but it's all inconsistent, then you can't be confident that that conviction is sound, which is why I just can't believe that Richard Allen was found guilty. And I know some of you do think he is guilty, but I don't know how a jury got there. I really don't know how a jury got there without there being enough reasonable doubt. But in cases like this, where you've got clearly forensic evidence, then, and there is going to be forensic evidence, there absolutely is, then that is the stuff that nails that coffin lid down, in my opinion. So, well, we've been 15 minutes. We've actually been 20 minutes. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Playing catch up. You'll easily catch up. You will easily catch up. Just fast forward through breaks, fast forward through sidebars, and you'll catch up at lunchtime because they do an hour, sometimes an hour and 15 for lunch. So by this afternoon, you will be truly caught up. For anybody who's coming in and who's behind, it's easy to catch up in trials. The application for housing was made in January. Yeah, Evelyn hadn't been seen yet for a month by then. Probably over a month. Yeah. Wondering why they didn't ask what Evelyn was wearing when she was picked up from the babysitter late that evening. It's possible that it may have been important. Yeah, well, they didn't, did they? So it could have been. But then again, it doesn't really mean... I mean, look, if she was wearing the same thing that she was found in the bin, then clearly it happened that night. But then again, she might have kept her in the same clothes for 2 days. So it doesn't really tell us very much, because she could have just not changed her, and that's why she'd had that massive rash and she was dirty. Maybe she just wasn't changing her. Now, the babysitter would have cleaned her. The babysitter would have, you know, she'd have been clean when she left the babysitters. So, you know, that could have been what the babysitter dressed her in. We don't know. We don't know. It doesn't really tell us that much that's strong evidence. Yeah, it doesn't prove anything either way. Does she really think she'd get away with it? I don't understand. If you were, you murdered your kid and then you're going around town giving all the lies under the sun, why wouldn't you get rid of the body properly? It seems insane to put her in a trash can and then just leave her in a playhouse. For anybody could have come across that body. Anybody could have come across it, even before the cops were notified. How does she know that Tommy Boswell isn't going to have a cleaning spree and decide to clean out that old playhouse? Surely she would have been nervous the whole time, thinking someone's going to find her, someone's going to find her. So to me, it's just lazy. It's just laziness. Like, did she really just put her in there and then not a further thought about her until DCS and the cops contacted her? And then she had to start really thinking up lies. Oh, notice the smell. I mean, look, the thing is, it was winter. So, like, decomp is slowed down in winter. Well, when it's cold, at least. But yeah, there would have been a smell. I'm sure. If you went to that playhouse, you may have been able to smell something. Certainly, if you open the door, you're going to smell something. But obviously, no one had been in there. No one had, because once Evelyn was reported missing, everyone was looking for a live child. So they're not searching sheds and places like that, outhouses, the playhouse. They're not searching those places because they're looking for a live child. And the cops really believed at first that Evelyn was alive. So it's something that Megan just didn't think through, I think. She didn't think through. Megan told Ansley she was wearing a pink tracksuit, not a diaper or onesie. Pink tracksuit. She did say that. Maybe she didn't even remember. Maybe she didn't even remember what Evelyn was last wearing. We don't know. Did Tommy Boswell have dogs? I would have thought that an animal would have noticed the smell. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know whether he had dogs. And if he did have dogs, were they allowed to roam around like freely? Because the house is quite a ways from that area. If I just put this up for a second. So I can't point to it because it's just an overlay. Wait, I'll just get the map up. It'd be easier. Well, we've got a minute. What was the address? 543 Muddy Creek. There we go. All right. I'll be able to hear if they come back. You won't be able to hear it, but I will. All right. So this is Muddy Creek Road. This is the property. So Tommy owns all of this. And you've got a gate here. Don't know that you can see it on this. Can't see on this. You can see it from the Street view, actually. Hold on. So the playhouse is over here. The house is right over here. So Tommy's probably not going to be walking over here. When he leaves the house, he's probably in a vehicle. So it would only be if they allow the dogs to just roam around, which they might do. But then again, if a dog went like messing about over here, if no one's watching the dog, they wouldn't know, would they? There's the house. So the house is like right behind those trees. But Tommy's grandma lives in a trailer on the property. She's the one that would probably be the closest to it. Where's the judge? I know. Where's the judge? Where's the judge? The church at the bottom of the hill is where they had a memorial. Oh. No, the trailer where Megan was living, where likely Evelyn was murdered, wasn't on Tommy's property. It was on Sugar Hollow Road. It was owned by the Boswells. The trailer park was owned by the Boswells, but it wasn't that property. So the new tenants were at the trailer at the other property. So let's not get confused. So Megan's grandma, so Tommy's mother, lived in a trailer on this property, 543 Muddy Creek Road. However, Megan and Evelyn lived in a trailer on the other property that the Boswells own, that Tommy had allowed Megan to move into rent-free. Now, the other property is Sugar Hollow Road. I don't know the street number. I'm sure it's Glenville. Yeah, it's here. So this is Sugar Hollow Road. And the trailer park. There's some trailers. Is it that one? I don't know the street number, so I'm just guessing here. There we go, up here. So if this is the right trailer park, this was also owned by the Boswells. This was land that was owned by the Boswells. So they were renting these trailers out to people, and Megan was living in one. When she moved out, Tommy had it cleaned out and new tenants moved in. But this wasn't at Muddy Creek Road. Let's see how far away it is. So it's 4 miles away. So Muddy Creek Road's up here. I mean, Muddy Creek Road is a long road. And then you've got Sugar Hollow, which is down here. So don't get the different trailers confused. So Megan's grandma lived on Muddy Creek Road on Tommy's property. Megan was living 4 miles away on Sugar Hollow Road. Maybe the jury are upset. It's been over 30 minutes, yeah. 976 Sugar Hollow Road, thank you. All right, let's put the number in. 976. There we go. It's right on the spot. It's actually further. No, it's not. 3.1. So 3 miles away. There you go. That's where we were, I think. Let's just hop down once more. Yeah, that's where we were. So 3 miles away, depending on your route, 3 or 4 miles away. But this is where Megan was living. Don't know which trailer. This was December 2023. I mean, that trailer Megan was living in might not even be there now. But that'd be why no one would have expected that trash can to have Evelyn in it at all, because they were looking for a live child. But once the cops got involved, you would think that she would have panicked and thought, shit, what if they start searching my dad's property? Whoa, where's the camera gone? Why's the camera gone off? There better not be an issue with the camera. The camera people better not have been naughty again. Where's the camera gone? The camera did you notice? I noticed it. There was like a couple of times when Agent Gratz was talking when the screen just completely went off and it went back to this screen. It went back to that screen. That wasn't me. That wasn't me doing anything. It was either StreamYard or them doing, I don't know, weird stuff. It was probably StreamYard kicking up a glitch. But it happened twice, just for a second, and then it came straight back. Michelle is angry. I'll be angry. I'll be really angry if the camera people have messed up again and the judge has complained and made them turn the camera off. I'll be proper mad. Right, I'm going to go on Twitter to see if there's any news, because it has been over half an hour ago. So if there has been an issue, somebody might have said something. Just do Megan Boswell. So look here. This is the latest. Oh, there's me. Look. That's Cassie. So no, there's nothing been mentioned. There's loads of people streaming this. There's nothing been mentioned, so I think we're gonna just have to wait. We're just gonna wait it out. See what's going on here. Long crime is a black screen too. Yeah, the court camera's been turned off. That's what it means. The court camera has been completely turned off. What have you missed? Agent Gratz from the TBI has been showing the jury some evidence. So we've seen the trash can, we've seen the foil, we've seen the onesie she was wearing, we've seen the blanket. So that's what the jury has seen. But then about 5 to 10 their time, the judge called a break, and we haven't been back since, and it's now 40 minutes. He said 15-minute break. At 5 to 10 their time, he said we're having a 15-minute break. So we should have been back in court half an hour ago. And now the court camera has been completely turned off. No, Auntie Ree, he had another go. So the first day, it was somebody taking still photographs with a flash that got told. Oh. You can hear sound in the court. But where's the visual?
Everyone stand, please.
Okay, maybe the judge is going to say something. All right, muting out. Oh, there he is. There he is. All right, we're all fine. We're all fine. Panic over.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. A few more questions. Prior to the time that Evelyn's body was recovered by law enforcement, had Tommy Boswell's property been searched?
Yes, there had been law enforcement on the property.
Okay. Was the playhouse searched prior to Evelyn's body being found?
No.
And can you tell us why?
We never had any reason to believe that would come into play. And I was aware that other law enforcement officers had been at the scene.
Okay. Anything that led you, and now I'm asking about the investigation in full, before and after Evelyn's body was found. Anything that led you to believe that her body had been moved to Tommy's property after the defendant had been moved to Tommy's property after law enforcement had already been there?
Oh, no.
Okay. 1 minute. Anything that led law enforcement to believe that Tommy Boswell was somehow involved in Evelyn's body being placed in that playhouse?
Objection. Cause for speculation.
I can ask it in a different way.
Sustained.
Okay. Based upon your full investigation, did anything pursuant to your investigation lead you to believe that Tommy Boswell was involved?
No.
Did anything in your investigation lead you to believe that Tommy Boswell knew that Evelyn's body was in that playhouse?
No.
Okay. Ethan Perry, did he fully cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes, Mr. Perry cooperated.
Was Ethan Perry fully investigated?
Yes, he was.
Was Ethan Perry eliminated as a suspect in this case?
Yes, Mr. Perry was eliminated.
Was law enforcement able to determine that the story Megan Boswell told law enforcement about Ethan having Evelyn was a lie? That's a lot of words. I mean,
Objection sustained in part, overruled in part.
I'm going to try to ask this in a different, less wordy way. Do you recall the story that the defendant gave you about Ethan Perry?
Yes, I recall that.
What did she tell you about Ethan Perry initially?
The defendant told us that Ethan Perry had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And again, when you're looking at your investigation as a whole from beginning until the end, were you able to determine whether or not what the defendant told you about Ethan was the truth?
Yes, we were able to determine whether that was true.
Okay. And what was your determination?
It was not true.
Okay. The defendant's boyfriend at the time, Hunter Wood, did he cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes.
Was Hunter Wood investigated?
Yes, he was investigated.
Was Hunter Wood eliminated as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
Anything at all that led you to believe that Hunter Wood was involved in Evelyn's death and or disappearance?
No.
Angela Boswell, the defendant's mom, and her boyfriend, Will McLeod, did they both cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes, both Angela Boswell and William McLeod cooperated.
Were they both investigated?
Yes, they were both investigated.
Were they eliminated as suspects?
Yes, both of them were eliminated.
Do you recall what Megan Boswell told you about Angela or Angel, her mom, at the beginning of the investigation?
At the very beginning, or
What did she tell you about her mom?
well, after a few days into the investigation, the defendant told us that Angela had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And based upon the entire investigation, were you able to determine whether or not that was the truth or not?
We were able to determine whether that was true. Yes.
Okay. And what was your determination?
That was not true.
Is there any individual that the investigation continued to point at?
There was one individual.
Okay. Who was that?
It was the defendant.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Morning, Mr. Gratz. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing fine. How are you?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to start kind of where Miss Massengill left off. She asked you if they're about clearing certain suspects.
Correct.
And she used words and asking you about Hunter Wood, if there's anything at all about him that caused you all to disbelieve him as not being a suspect. In other words, y'all conclusively concluded he's not a suspect.
We did after we investigated him.
Okay. As part of that investigation, I'm sure, did you collect his DNA?
No, I did not.
Matter of fact, he refused his DNA to law enforcement, didn't he?
I think at some point he did.
Okay. So his DNA cannot be compared with any of the DNA where the body was found.
That would be a question better answered by the lab personnel. As
You were the case agent. You know if
Yeah.
it was.
I'm sorry.
You were the case agent.
Yes, I was.
And as the case agent, you're basically in charge of the case. You give directives about what to do and so forth.
Maybe not quite that far, but I am the lead investigator for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And do you know if his DNA was processed against anything? If you know.
No.
You don't know, or it wasn't?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was not.
Okay. Did you obtain fingerprints from him?
I'm almost certain I collected his standard of fingerprints. Yes.
Okay. And you say you're almost certain. Do you know for sure or not?
I think I collected them from the booking at the jail when someone's booked into jail.
Okay, so
Their fingerprint.
he'd been arrested for something before, is what you're saying?
Yes.
At the time of the investigation, were you aware that Mr. Woods was schizophrenic?
No.
Did you look into that at any point during this investigation, his mental health?
At a much later date.
And did you all investigate any connection between people with schizophrenia and people that tinfoil hats? Mr. Gratz, we were talking about Hunter Wood,
Yes.
and you indicated that sometime later you become aware that he was schizophrenic.
I knew he was having some mental health issues. I'm not sure that I knew the actual diagnosis, but I am aware of issues.
Did you investigate his health issues in relation to this case? And for instance, what I'm asking is, the first time I asked you about schizophrenia, you seemed to indicate that you knew that.
I knew he had some type of mental health issues. Yes.
Did you investigate, give consideration to the possibility that the tinfoil could be related on the baby, could have been placed there by someone with mental health issues?
We did a significant investigation into the tinfoil. Yes. And it underwent what I would call significant forensic analysis to determine whether there is any type of DNA or fingerprints on that, on the tinfoil.
Okay, but short of forensic analysis, did you all investigate, is there something that might make someone place tinfoil on a child? Like, for instance, people with schizophrenia are known to wear tinfoil hats. I think we covered it.
All right. Look, as long as they swabbed everything and concluded that there was no other DNA on it other than Megan's, everyone else is cleared. It doesn't matter whether they did any actual matching, whether, if they'd found, let's say they'd found unknown DNA that wasn't Megan's, then they'd have to start thinking, well, whose DNA is this? So then they start doing their tests to compare different people's DNA with the unknown DNA found on any of those items. But if no other DNA other than Megan's and obviously Evelyn's was found on those items, they wouldn't need to do any direct testing. That would just be with nothing to test against, would there? If there's no other DNA other than Megan's, there's nothing that they can test. There's nothing to test. But I don't think this person is the most appropriate person to be answering these questions. Someone from the lab should be asked these questions. So that's where I'm at right now. It's an obvious person to blame because he's unwell. He's got mental health problems. It's already come out in prior testimony that he's got schizophrenia. So he's the obvious person to blame. But he doesn't have a motive, and there's no evidence that pins him anywhere near Evelyn. No one saw him with Evelyn. There's no evidence that he was ever there, that he ever met Evelyn. So it's a stab in the dark. It's just a way to give the jury some reasonable doubt. It is clutching at straws, but it's probably the only thing they've got that could possibly raise reasonable doubt in the jury's minds. And Hunter is not available because he's in a mental health facility to defend himself. So it's a low blow. However, the defense are just doing their jobs. That's what they do. And I'd rather her have a rigorous defense than be able to come along later and claim ineffective assistance of counsel.
Agent Gratz, did you investigate any connection between mental health and whoever placed the tinfoil on this child?
I'm not aware of any theories of like mental health issues is concerned with tinfoil. So nothing specific like that was ever investigated. Does that answer your question?
To your knowledge, did anyone in your prosecution team do that?
As far as mental health issues and tinfoil hats?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
So going back to Hunter Woods, you said he declined to give you his DNA.
Not me. I don't remember ever having many face-to-face interactions with Mr. Wood, and I don't recall that it was me that asked for
But
it.
he did decline to give it to law enforcement.
I believe so at some point.
So that wouldn't be 100% cooperative with the investigation, would it?
I guess it depends on how you look at it. I think that could be answered as a yes or no.
Let's go back to the investigation at the Boswell property.
Okay.
And as the case agent, I assume you're aware of what searches were conducted when and the results thereof.
Generally speaking, there are a lot of moving parts, and in an investigation this large with this many agencies involved, I did my best to really maintain a clear chain of information and make sure everything that was happening was being documented on paper, memorialized in some type of form, and brought back to me or to someone who would later bring it to me to put it in a file.
And Tommy Boswell's property was searched on February 23rd. Is that correct?
With that specific date, I would have to go back and look.
Do you have something that would refresh your memories to that? Do you have notes?
In the case file, yes.
Is that something you could easily access?
Relatively, it might take a moment to look through.
Judge, I'd ask to refresh his memory with his notes.
You want me to?
Can he sit down to get those?
Can you give me that date one more time, please?
February 23rd.
Thank you.
I guess he's not on the microphone, but I would ask for any other date it was searched as well.
That'll just go.
Okay.
Jenna, let him do that. get somewhere other than right in front of you.
Ms. Gratz, have you had a chance to review your notes, refresh your memory?
Yes, I did.
Was a search conducted of Tommy Boswell's property on February the 23rd?
Yes, it appeared that after looking at my notes that Mr. Boswell Sr. had given written consent and permission for law enforcement to search his property.
And you recall who searched the property?
Yes, there were a team, or was a team there. There were members of the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office present, as well as at least one member, or I suppose two, of the Union County Sheriff's Office. And that would be Union County, Tennessee.
And a cadaver dog searched the property that day and provided no hits. Is that correct?
That, according to the report.
Would the report would be correct to the best of your knowledge?
I would have to defer to the officer that conducted that to those that were present.
Is your report, Ms. Gratz, our 115 author is David Gratz.
Mhm.
You agree with me about that?
Yes, correct.
So you would have recorded the information you were provided by the team, whether or not the dog hit, correct?
My report essentially reflects that there was another report issued. So the other report was issued by the Union County Sheriff's Office.
On February 21st was a search done of the Boswell Trailer Park on, I believe it's Sugar Hollow Road.
Yes, I believe a team had gone out there.
And were cadaver dogs taken that day?
I know they were taken at some point. The specific day, I'm just not sure.
You don't remember?
No, I don't. I do know they were taken out there.
Would your report from that day refresh your memory?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Gratz, that report indicates that property was searched on February 21st. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
It also, does it indicate that 3 cadaver dogs were taken around the trailer of Megan Boswell?
And that's the property at
Sugar Hollow.
Sugar Hollow Road.
The
It-
report I just showed you.
Yes,
And does it also indicate that there are no final responses from the cadaver dog search?
it does.
I want to go back to Hunter Wood's fingerprints that you obtained from the jail.
Okay.
Did you obtain palm prints or just fingerprints?
It would be the standard.
That, please.
Sure. It's a small standardized document that has a box for each finger of each hand. And I think at the bottom, there is an area for some larger, like a box area for larger parts of the hand to be fingerprinted. And they are filled out, depending on the department, either in ink or electronically.
And do you know one way or the other if Hunter Wood's palm print was taken?
I would have to look at his major case or his prints to determine that.
Are you also aware there was a palm print on that trash can where Evelyn was found?
I would have to defer to forensic scientist David Hoover
So
for that.
you're unaware of that.
I know there was prints found on the can. I am aware of that. To say palm print versus fingerprint, I'm not sure.
Okay. Can I approach the court reporter, please? Mr. Gratz, I want to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 17.
Flip. There you go.
You recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
As I understand it, you were the photographer on scene.
Yes, that is correct.
So did you take this photo?
Yes.
Is that where the trash can was when you all entered the building?
Yes.
I see in the top of that trash can, it looks like there's a white trash bag and a black trash bag. Can you see that?
Yes.
The black trash bag, was it fully removed in there? Did you fully remove it from the can in there?
Oh, we removed everything.
Inside of the building? Or inside or outside?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, I think we've seen pictures here that show stuff being removed from the trash can outside. What was removed from the trash can inside of the building?
The best I can remember, like there were the part of those bags would have been moved back, which is when we initially saw that skin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes. So part of that would have been disturbed, moved, however you want to characterize it. And when we saw what we believed was human flesh.
And that black trash bag, was it at some point taken out of the can inside of the building?
Was it taken out of that can while it was inside the
Yes.
playhouse? I want to say we removed all of that after we had set the trash can out on the porch.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit 15.
Mhm.
That black trash bag appears that it's been moved.
Yes, we moved those bags.
Okay, is it your testimony that you could see around the trash bag in that condition to see the body?
When you're standing above it, you could see part of the body. Yes.
So that bag, it wasn't taken out and placed back, is what I'm asking. Was it taken out and placed back in the can?
Was it like totally removed from the trash can and then pushed back in there?
Or set back in there like that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Is it possible?
Yeah, sure.
What about the other bag, specifically the bag containing the body? Is it possible that it was moved somewhat in the can by your all's investigation?
Not until we were really out there processing that, as you could tell from their photographs when it was first removed, it still really had that shape of the can.
Did it move at all?
I'm sorry.
The bag with the body, did it move at all in the can while you were going through it and moving it?
We were systematically pulling things out of there. So, at some point the bag certainly moved.
Okay. The bag with the baby.
Yes.
You went through some photographs with various items in the trash can here. I think Saturday we were going through it.
Yes.
Do you recall the content? Let's ask you this way. There were no leaves in the trash can, were there?
Leaves?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
None at all.
No.
Okay, just a minute. Is it going back to the fingerprints of Hunter Woods? You said you obtained those from a jail.
I'm fairly certain that I went to the booking area and obtained his prints. Yes.
Was that here from the Sullivan County Jail?
Yes.
And you know which arrest that was from?
I do not.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. How many interviews of what we call lay witnesses do you think were conducted during this investigation?
More than I could sit here and count. I mean, there were a lot. A lot of people were interviewed. Several witnesses were interviewed multiple times.
Okay. More than 20?
Yes,
Okay. More than 30?
probably.
Okay. And at the same time, you're conducting an investigation with law enforcement, is that right? law enforcement is conducting a full investigation.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And I think I asked you this on Saturday. Do you feel like you followed every credible lead that you could?
We followed everything that came in.
Out of every person that was interviewed, did any say that they ever saw Hunter Wood with Evelyn Boswell?
Objection, Your Honor, the Constitution.
It's the same.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Dear me. At the time that Evelyn was reported missing, they were looking for a live child. The Amber Alert went out on the 19th of February. On the 21st of February, the Sheriff's Office did a press conference. We played it the other day during one of the lunch breaks. I can play it again during this lunch break if you want. And they said that they believed Evelyn was alive because at that time they were searching for the grey BMW that had been taken by Angela Boswell. It was only after Megan finally said that she knew Evelyn was dead that they started to actually search for a dead child.
Objection sustained.
One moment. All right, no other questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Is this witness free to go?
He is, we would ask that he stay under.
I'll ask him subject to recall. I understand he has to get back to work on, but I'll ask him subject to recall.
Mr. Gratz, you're going, not being released from subpoena, you're still subject to recall. You don't have to stay here at the courthouse, just so long as we can get a hold of you and get you.
Thank you.
I'm assuming you take the process next.
Yes, the state would call it Texas Matt Price.
State your name.
Matthew Price.
You solemnly swear from testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
You are Detective Matt Price, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And where are you employed?
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position there at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm Lieutenant over Criminal Investigations Division.
All right. How long have you been in that position?
I've been lieutenant for about 3 years, 3.5 years,
How long have you been in the criminal investigations division?
since 2009.
All right. And how long have you been in the sheriff's department?
May will be 23 years.
Lieutenant Price, were you working in the criminal investigations division back on February the 18th of 2020?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And what was your assignment there?
I was sergeant in CID at that time.
Were you called out at that time to assist in the investigation into a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
And if you would, tell the jury a little bit about what your role was in the investigation.
Most of my time was spent in the office conducting interviews, most of that time being with Agent David Gratz with the TBI, and myself interviewed Megan Boswell multiple times.
I'm going to kind of walk you through things, maybe starting a little bit at the end and walking back forward. But on March the 6th, did you all eventually locate Evelyn's body and go to the property there where Tommy Boswell's out on Muddy Creek?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in conjunction with, we've heard testimony about the body being recovered, was there also additional evidence that was recovered from there in the playhouse?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And what was that?
There was multiple trash bags that was also located inside the playhouse. Those items were collected, and we went through those. We brought them to our headquarters at the sheriff's office and processed those here.
Okay. Did you take photographs of the process as you went through the items that were in those trash
Yes, I did.
bags? Okay. Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you 5 photographs and ask if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, I do.
And if you would, tell us what those are.
Items from those trash bags that were recovered from Muddy Creek in the playhouse.
Okay. Are those photos of some of the items in the trash that you took that night?
Yes, that's
Processed?
correct.
All right. Judge, we would introduce those. Are they true and accurate photographs?
Yes, they are.
We moved to make those, I think we're up to 206. Yes.
Any objections? Good. Full exhibits, 206 through 210. No virtual number.
Judge, if we could, I'd ask the permission to publish those this time. Lieutenant Price, I'm going to show you what's been introduced as Exhibit 206. If you would, tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So it's one of the white trash bags that we've located inside the playhouse. Inside that white trash bag was another paper trash bag. And inside that was multiple items of trash, including baby bottles and baby food containers. Just
Okay. And this is a photo taken before, I guess you had inventoried or removed any of those items.
correct. This was just as soon as we opened the bag.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 207. And again, if you would, tell the jury what we're looking at there.
It's another white trash bag that we removed from the playhouse, dollhouse on Muddy Creek. And again, inside of it was numerous other items of trash.
Now showing you Exhibit 208.
Yes, that was an egg carton that was found in one of those trash bags with the expiration date.
All right, I'm going to go back real quick and show you 207 again. Is that the egg carton that we're
It
seeing
is.
there?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, go back again to 208. Is there an expiration or best buy date on that egg carton there?
Yes, October the 6th, 19.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 209. What are we looking at there?
Trash, again, trash bag with trash inside of it, including a most prominent thing is a milk container.
And again, does that milk container have an expiration date on it?
It does.
I don't know if you can see it or not. I'll zoom in on it. It's sell by date, sorry.
October 20th.
And I'm now showing you Exhibit 210. What are we looking at there?
There's a receipt, Northeast State Bookstore with Megan Boswell's information on it.
All right. And that was removed from the
Trash can,
as
yes,
well.
sir.
Thank you.
I'll see that last exhibit. Oh, sorry.
If we could hand Lieutenant, before we do that, Lieutenant Price, you indicated that you all went through the process of inventorying the items that were found in those trash bags we just showed the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you remove several items that you thought perhaps had potential evidentiary value?
Yes, we did.
Okay, what were some of those items?
Bottles, baby bottles, water bottles, like drinking water bottles. There was also a tissue that had some kind of reddish brown stain on it. There was a pair of latex gloves that were removed.
Okay. And did you all package those separately and
Yes,
Put them
we
in.
did, and
put them in evidence bags so they could be sent to the TBI lab?
that's correct.
All right. Now, if we could hand Lieutenant Price what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 200. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a Dasani water bottle.
All right. And is that the Dasani water bottle that you recovered from the trash bags that were taken from the playhouse?
That's correct.
All right. And again, you've mentioned that it was packaged in one of your evidence bags to be sent to the lab.
Right. Yes.
All right. Judge, it's previously been moved as identification only. We would move to make it a full exhibit at this time.
Full exhibit, 200.
And asked to publish it to the jury if I could.
Go ahead.
Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you another bag and ask if you can identify what has just been handed to you.
Yes, I can.
All right. And what is it, sir?
It's a great value water bottle.
All right. And was that object removed and recovered from the trash bags that you inventoried that evening?
Yes, it was.
All right. Again, was it secured in a separate evidence bag to be sent to the TBI crime lab?
Correct.
Judge, we move to make that full exhibit 211.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit, 300.
Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you another evidence bag and ask you if you can recognize what's been handed to you.
Yes.
And what is it?
It is another water bottle, a Misty Mountain water
All
bottle.
right. And again, that water bottle was recovered from those trash bags that you inventoried.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just so we're clear, these were the 2 trash bags that were separate from the trash can, correct?
That's right.
None
Yes,
of these items that you testified to were found with the victim's body.
correct.
All right, they were in the trash bags, I believe. I'll pull a photo up here in a minute, but they were separate. Is that
Yes.
correct. Okay. Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 212.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit 212.
Permission to publish that, Judge.
Yes.
If I could, I'm going to pass you another piece of evidence, ask you if you can identify that.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Great Value or Food Club water bottle.
And was that water bottle also recovered from those trash bags?
Yes, it was.
All right, and it was secured separately in an evidence bag to be sent to the lab.
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 213.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit 213.
Ask that it be published to the jury. Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you another evidence bag and ask you if you can identify what's contained in that.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a white tissue with some kind of stain on it.
All right. And was that tissue recovered from inside the trash bags that you were inventorying that night?
Yes, it was.
And was it packaged in a separate evidence container bag to be sent to the TBI lab?
Correct.
Judge, we can move to make that exhibit 214.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit 213.
Ask permission to publish that to the jury. I'm going to hand you another item and ask if you can identify what's contained there.
Yes.
What is it?
It is a baby bottle.
All right. And was that baby bottle found in the trash bags that you inventoried?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
There's also the lab has there's some of the liquid that was in the bottle looks like the lab has put in a separate container.
Is that actually in a separate?
In a separate like plastic container. like a test tube kind of thing.
Okay. Judge, can we make that the two, exhibit 216, perhaps maybe,
Baby bottle would be 215. The container with the rest would be 215.
that's permission to publish 215 to the jury this time.
Need to mark
The
this,
baby bottle.
mark it first, or
Is it marked? 215.
it's not.
Okay. Okay. First.
There's another bag in there from the lab. It doesn't appear to have anything at all in it. It's just a clear plastic bag.
You want to inspect it.
Let's That's exhibit 216. Is there, you said there's another bag in
I- Yes, and I believe this was the.
Where's the other bag?
Right here.
Okay. Okay. Take the Lieutenant Price, I may have you identify, there's a separate plastic bag that's in there.
Correct.
Does it appear to have TBI agents and evidence tape on it?
It does, yes.
Okay, just not trying not to leave you, but does that appear to be the original bag that where the bottle was
Yes.
processed at the lab?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I think we'll just leave that in the bag with it. If you would publish exhibit 215 at this point. Lieutenant Price is going to hand you another item and ask you if you can identify that. You recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
blue latex glove.
Okay. And were those collected from the contents of the trash bags that you inventory?
Yes, they were.
And were they secured in a separate evidence bag to be sent to the TBI lab?
That is correct.
Judge, we move to make those exhibit 217.
No, sir.
The full exhibit 217.
Judge, we'd ask permission to publish those to the jury.
Go ahead.
Probably obvious to the jury at this point in time, but are those gloves all one piece or have they been broken apart? or-
Broken apart.
Okay. You all did not break them apart.
No, sir.
All right.
They were like that.
That's the condition they were in. when you
Correct.
collected them. All right. I'm going to hand you another item and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a cold and cough nighttime medicine bottle.
And was that bottle collected from the trash bags that you all inventoried that evening?
Yes, it was.
And was it secured in a separate evidence bag to be sent to the TBI lab?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 218.
Any objection?
All right. Lieutenant Price, I want to go back now. You mentioned that your, I guess, primary role, primary duties that you had during this investigation was speaking with Megan Boswell along with Agent Gratz. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you talk with Ms. Boswell or interview her on multiple occasions during the course of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, I know you did not do the initial first interviews with Ms. Boswell. Is that correct?
Correct. I did not.
Okay. Were you present or did you speak with the detectives and other individuals who had spoken with her initially?
Yes.
Okay. So you were aware of the initial information that she gave to them about the child being with Ethan Perry?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, on February 20th of 2020, did Ms. Boswell show back up at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Was that something that you all had planned or had you requested her to come to the Sheriff's Office?
No, we had not. She just showed up in the lobby and wanted to talk.
Okay. Did you ask her why she was there at the Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And what did she say?
She said she wanted to try to help us.
All right. And as a result of that, did you all, again, and when I say you all, I'm talking about you and Agent Gratz, did you all then interview her again on February the 20th?
We did.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
At the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, just outside our CID, we have 2 interview rooms, and one of those interview rooms is where we talked to her.
Okay. And is that interview room fitted with audio and video recording equipment?
Yes, it is.
And was that particular interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right. And I know you said that the interview room is in the sheriff's office. That's here in Blumpville and Sullivan County.
Correct.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to watch the video of that interview prior to coming to court here today?
Yes, I did.
And was that what you watched, a true and accurate copy of your interview with Ms. Boswell?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to move to make that on the Exhibit 219.
Any objection?
No.
Before exhibit 219.
And Judge, I'm going to ask to show that to the jury.
All right.
Are we ready, Judge?
I am.
And we'll just put the time, because the time's a little bit different now. So before we ask you any questions, you must understand your constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. You do not answer any questions. If you do answer any questions, your answer can be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to consult the lawyer before you have a question. If you don't afford a lawyer, it won't be provided to you without cost. If you decide to answer questions now, the lawyer is present. You will still have the right to stop and answer questions anytime until you talk to a lawyer. I have read the meaning of constitutional rights. Understand what my rights are. I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions without a lawyer being present. Good with that? You want to talk to us, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you called us
Yeah.
this morning.
Yeah.
Well, this other way. Tell you what, just sign your name right there. Again. How about that? Right next to your name. Or initial it, however you want to do it. I'm going to sign next to Ms. Darby's. I have Matt be a witness, okay? And, if you would. I'm gonna add the time right under that, so 1:58 p.m., okay?
So I'm on the finger on that. That says it's my fault and it should be like
I wish she would have.
that. You need those.
Oh, so what's been going on since last night when I talked to you? What I'm not leaving here, 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah. Okay,
Where'd you go?
so that place.
We transported her, right? Sullivan County. Okay, I mean,
Okay, I talked to Dad this morning and he was going on that like, sometimes my mom says words I don't understand what they mean. They're in another language. Yeah, Dad knew what I was talking about apparently. But he was going on that she was like, whenever, he told her the night before he called you wrong, and he was going to, and she was going on, oh, she's going to jail, like she can't be around here anymore, she'll have to leave and not come back and stuff like that.
your mom told your dad that?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I don't know, but that's, you know, a big thing.
Well, let me ask you this.
And then yesterday in the car, she tried to start towards like, Mendota, Virginia, and I was like, hey, like, if you're not taking me up there, that's fine, like, pull over, like, I'll call myself and everything get me.
What's in Mendota, Virginia?
I don't know.
Mendota, I said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that how you say that?
That's right. Mendota, M-E-N-D-O-T-A, Virginia. That was a question for me. Yeah. So, does she know people out there?
Not that I know of.
Do you know people out there?
No.
So then what is that?
Just that when she dropped Elijah off, that she was like freaking out and like crying, like she was never gonna see him again and stuff like that.
And this was,
The 18th.
okay,
They met at Ingles.
Ingles in Colorado.
Dad thought that she was gonna like take off with him. This is what he told me. He thought that she was gonna take off with him. So he said that DCS was doing like a home visit. He hadn't had him by 12. Wasn't on the visit.
For Elijah and,
Charlotte, yeah. There was never a home visit, he just said that to give Washington.
So you think that's playing your mom against the system? Or like DCS and all that, trying to keep custody of it? Just that being difficult with your mom over those two kids?
Well, I mean, yeah, but, you know, she was.
Let's face it. I mean, I talked to you a lot, right? And you've had a pretty hard life. Would you agree with that? Growing up? I mean, would you consider your relationship with your family, specifically your father, Tommy, and your mom, growing up, was it good?
No,
Not good?
no.
I don't think it's been good, from what I know about it. And I hate that for you. You know, it's hard to grow up in an environment like that. I know. Because, I mean, you were in foster care, right? What was the deal there?
True.
They put you in foster care for truancy because you couldn't.
I ended up missing a lot of school until I got literally dehydrated to the point that I could not walk. I was pregnant with Evelyn because I just couldn't keep anything down at all.
And they put you in foster care. But did you have a strained relationship with your mother growing up? I mean, was it difficult?
I mean, I was more with my grandparents than them.
So your grandparents raised you?
Yeah.
Mama didn't care much about you, or Mama was strung out on drugs?
So,
Right?
yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine having to live in a home where my mom don't know where I'm at half the time, or how she can't function because she's so screwed up all the time. You know, jacked up on meth, or she on meth, is that her drug of choice?
Her and my dad used to do both.
Cocaine? Yeah. I mean, that's tough for a kid growing up in an environment like that. I get it.
So ever since I got older, me and Mom talk every day. We'll take spouts where we don't talk for a little bit, but since being her, started really talking again. I talk to her every day.
Except for yesterday.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
What's the deal there?
Yesterday she dropped me off and she was like, well, you didn't get to talk to these people, I don't want to be involved in it, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, that's fine, I'm sitting up there. I was like, you just pull over and I'll have them get
She doesn't want to be involved in it.
That's what she said.
Why would she say that?
I mean,
Why would she be involved in it in the first place? Explain that to me.
I really don't know. If I did, I would tell you. And I asked Dad if he talked to her at first. He's like, well, I'm not telling you if I have or haven't. He's like, why do you want to know? And I was like, we're trying to find her. He's like, well, no, I haven't.
Yeah, we're trying to find her. I mean, like I told you last night, we've got, I'd say there's 80 people right now, probably more than that, across the state of Tennessee that are doing nothing but look for this job. Nothing. That's it. Okay? There's probably 50 of them up here right now. And like I told you before, last night, you know, there's got to be more. I mean, you're not a dumbass. I know this.
Yeah.
And I'm not a dumbass. And I've been 100% honest with you. So, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to, like I told you, yell, scream, jump up and down, beat the table. But there's got to be more to this story.
Well, Mommy told me that she was talking to Ethan about it.
When?
Whenever her and I first started talking again, so it was kind of a little bit after January.
Your mother told you that she was talking to Ethan about Evelyn.
She did.
And how was she doing that?
On the phone. She never specified.
Okay. Do you think she was calling him, talking to him like we are, or texting him Facebook message for it?
She said on the phone.
Okay.
I don't know if that means text.
You assume it'd be phone calls?
Yeah. But that's just my assumption.
All right. Could be other ways.
She doesn't have a Facebook, but will have a Facebook.
Well, what changed?
What do you mean, what changed?
I mean, what changed? Something has changed in the past 24 to 48 hours, maybe just a little bit more, with you and your mother. Something has changed.
She just kept getting mad at me yesterday. She was like,
Well,
me and Boston. She was like, don't involve me in it.
And you told me that and told me that. I know. You told me that 100 times.
Well, that's all she told me.
There's got to be more.
That's all she
There's
told me.
got to be more. Your mom that you just told me 10 minutes ago that you
Well,
had this great
she
relationship
told
with.
Dad that she was going to jail.
I'm talking about what she told you. And you had this great relationship. Just come out. Me and Mom, we got back together since I grew up. We got a good relationship and this and that. And you talking every day. and then you go to not talk to her at all.
I had tried to talk to her.
Something happened.
I had tried.
Something happened. Something happened between the two of you all.
She got mad and I made her drop me back up here. When she dropped me down in the animal shelter.
There's more. The conversation that happened. There's more.
Well, she just kept trying to go to Virginia, and I was like, why are we going up there? And she's like, we just need to go. And I was like, no, like, I can't do that. Like, I need to be up there. And she's like, we're going to Virginia. And I was like, no, we can't do that. And then just kind of went like back and forth. And she was like, well, we have to go up there. And she's like, I have to drop the wheel off somewhere.
It doesn't have to go through that. It doesn't have to do with going to Virginia. It has to do with why you're here and why we're trying to talk to her and Evelyn and the whole deal. That's what the conversation was about. There's no doubt in my mind. Y'all had a conversation.
She kept asking me what I told you all, or what you have told me that she said. I kept saying nothing. She was like, okay, keep it that way. And she was like,
So wait. Slow down. Your mom told you to not talk to us, and if we ask you anything, not to tell her anything?
Yeah, that's
Okay, why? Why?
I don't know, but she didn't
You
want
don't
you
know
to
why.
know
Why?
about her. She didn't want you to know anything where she was or anything like that.
Why not?
If I knew, I would tell you.
Well, you got an idea.
Well, I really didn't have it until Dad told me today.
Oh, you got an idea.
Maybe Ethan gave Evelyn
Wait
to
a
her.
minute. Listen. You know, maybe Ethan gave Evelyn to her. What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, she's kind of just taken off.
When do you think Ethan gave Evelyn to Angel?
Maybe before he left her back.
Let's
Me and my mom weren't really like on a talking day-to-day basis at that point though.
well, let's just assume for a minute that's true. Okay. Let's say Ethan has Evelyn on the 26th. Let's say the 27th. He says, Angel, here, I've got Evelyn, you come get her. Okay. Why didn't Angel, why didn't your mom tell you, hey, I've got Evelyn?
I don't know.
Did your mom tell you she has Evelyn?
No. I even asked her and she was kind of mad at me.
When did you ask her?
Um,
You told me yesterday that
She dropped me off up here. You know that.
I do.
Well, I asked her if she had her. I said, do you know where she is?
And what did she tell you?
She wouldn't answer me. She just kept going on. You don't need to go up there. You don't need to talk to them. You don't need to tell them anything.
Have you talked to anyone today that can talk besides your mom?
No.
We know you talked to Tommy, your dad.
Yeah.
Who else you talked to?
I don't know about this.
You talked to Hunter. When did you talk to Hunter?
A little bit before I came up here.
What did you talk about?
Well, he was going on about Facebook, and apparently it's my fault, and said that they were going to kill me and him at a chicken shack.
Dad's confident. Dad's been blowing me up. Dad cares about the baby. Listen. Hear what you said just a minute ago. Maybe Ethan gave Evelyn to Angel. What you just said.
Maybe.
No. It's not how you, that's what you said, but it's how you said it. Okay?
I don't know for
Listen to
sure.
me. Listen.
I'm going to be honest with you, okay?
Let me talk.
Okay.
I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to a lot of people. They're sitting right there in the same position you are. I know when you're not being 100% honest. Just like I knew yesterday when I told you that you didn't run out of gas and walk down the road. Mom dropped you off. I knew that. I know you told me one thing, but I knew something else.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? I don't know for sure, but that's just my gut feeling at this one.
What if we reworded that statement a little bit?
Okay.
What if we reworded it to say, maybe Maggie gave Evelyn to Angel?
I did not. Me and Mom were talking at that point.
Well, at any point.
No. The only time that she's ever kept Evelyn is one time she kept her overnight for me, because me and my were into it, and she was at her parents'. I didn't really have anywhere to stay, so I slept in my car that night. But Evelyn was inside the house, and then she kept her for me maybe like a couple hours a few times.
What if there was a time that you couldn't get in touch with Ethan and you needed a break?
No,
Maybe you went to your mom, said, here's Evelyn,
no,
and you trusted your mom.
no.
and she never brought Evelyn back. Not possible.
Not possible.
Let's go back to Hunter. What did you and Hunter talk about? Facebook?
Yeah, he said
What
that,
about Facebook?
people were talking about him and that somebody called the chicken shack and threatened to kill me and him.
Okay, how'd that make you feel?
Well, I mean, he was just like, I'm upset and this and that, and then I was like, okay, I can get my stuff at some point. And he was like, yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Okay, did you ask him where Evelyn was?
No.
Did you call anybody today to try to find Evelyn?
I tried to call my mom on every number that I have for her and she's not answering.
Okay,
I have 3 numbers for her.
of all the people in the world, of all the things you could be doing to find Evelyn, you keep calling your mom. Why?
Because I think she knows something. I don't know for sure. I'm not going to lie to you. Because don't be like, you're not being 100% honest with me. I am.
It's the first time I've heard that. I've talked to you now for coming up on 5 hours. First time I've heard that, Maggie.
So I can be in trouble for not saying that before.
Look, we are concerned about Evelyn. We want Evelyn.
What did I tell you last night? We will go to the end of the freaking earth and back. Like he told you, they've got 2 damn planes that put in the air.
But I have no idea where she's at. I've called her maybe like 100 times. a
Maybe
day.
you don't, okay, maybe you don't know where she's at right now.
I might have an idea though.
Okay,
Okay.
tell us.
Area.
Tell us
Okay.
the idea.
She used to stay on Jenkins Hollow Road in Little Bedford.
All right, tell me that last night.
Okay.
What makes you think she's there right now?
These are the only places I know that she would go to.
The 3 we talked about last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then her and Willie used to camp a lot. I don't know where she got like exactly her like trespassing and assault charge in like Scott County, but I know it's close to that river.
Pretty close to be, excuse me,
Stockton, Virginia.
pretty cold to be camping.
Will
Okay,
has a camper.
okay, okay.
Mendoza, Virginia. Scott County. Tell me where they're at.
I don't know exactly where they're at.
You got a good idea.
You know, yesterday when I had you taking me to places,
Uh-huh.
those are like the only ideas that I have.
Answer me a question.
Everyone.
Whose profile picture is that?
Mine.
All right, I'm gonna read something to you.
Okay.
How's Evelyn? Good, mean as fuck. She hates me. I don't have a child to inform you about, sadly. Not yet.
What? What do you mean I don't have a child to inform you about?
That's what somebody said to you.
Can I see that?
You can. How's Evelyn? Good, mean as fuck. January 26th.
Okay, what's your point?
Tell me about it.
I didn't want to tell anybody that I didn't know where she was at.
So instead of saying, I don't know where she is, you just say that she's mean as fuck.
Excuse me.
Okay?
God, you know,
That's new information. That's new information. Last night, she was the sweetest baby to ever grace this earth. Now she's mean. That's what you said. You
She's
said
a sweet
she's
baby.
a sweet baby. She never cried. Was never a problem.
you
Always
take
held her.
care of,
Now she's mean as fuck.
and you need a break.
Tell us about it.
I just knew everybody know that I didn't have her.
Okay.
So I make excuses why I didn't have her.
Why not?
Because I felt like it made me look like a bad mom, and I really didn't want like,
Well, look, let me ask you this way. I don't think you've been in there to see how many people we've got. We're not exaggerating. The number of people in there pales in comparison to the number of people on the ground. We have an entire unit in Nashville, Tennessee working on this. We've got an entire unit in Washington, D.C. that's working on this, okay? Those people are stationed in offices. They're controlling people out on the ground. These people got people out on the ground, a bunch of people, okay? You say you think it would make you look like a bad mom, okay, or a bad person or whatever. Why didn't you just tell somebody a month ago, 3 weeks ago? Hey,
the only
my baby's
person I
missing?
talked to about it is mom.
Okay,
And she told me that she could talk to you.
okay. Why didn't you go to someone? Did you see the extent? We go to, I mean, have you passed the billboard that has the Amber Alert on it? They're all up and down the interstate. I bet I passed 3 coming in this morning. Passed probably 3 of them going home last night. Do you know how the Amber Alerts work? sends out a text message to everyone. Okay?
Yeah.
People are willing to help. All right? Our first thought is not, hey, let's judge the mom and talk about how bad of a mom she is. Our first thought is, let's find this baby. Help us.
Like I said, I don't know for sure that my mom had a nerve idea, but I would just tell you to get over with.
To get it over with.
But I have to take
Or because it's the
time
right thing to do.
to find her.
But to get it over with or because it's the right thing to do.
But I don't know for sure.
Now listen. You know more than you're telling us. Please don't hold back. Honestly, we've got, this is no shit, we've got 10 billion people out here doing whatever we need to do, working on this case thing. And we get that many more if we thought we needed. But right now, it all boils down, really, 90% of it, in my mind, boils down to what's happening right here, right now, in this room with you. Because you hold that key. Okay? I want to ask you one more time, maybe in a little different way.
Okay.
You, right here, right now, we've got internet, cell phones, everything. We can give you access to things. You had access to a phone at some point this morning. Out of everything in the world you could have been doing, why did you only call your mom? We need to know that.
I think she has Evelyn.
You think she has Evelyn? You think she has Evelyn, or you know?
I don't know she does, because she wouldn't tell me.
Well, okay. What makes you think she has Evelyn?
Just because the way she's been acting and stuff like that.
So you think she's okay? You think Evelyn's okay?
I hope she is.
That's not right.
I don't think mom would do anything to hurt her. I think she's okay, yes, but I just don't know where she's at. But every time I would try to ask mom anything about it, she'd just beat around the bush. Like, we don't need to talk to her.
Was that yesterday or the day before?
Whenever she dropped me off.
Days are running together, all right?
Oh,
But they are for me.
whenever she dropped me off.
I get it. Okay. Think, instead of your mom, I'm writing down Angel. It's easier for me. Thinks Angel knows something. That transforms into thinks Angel has Evelyn. You're not out here calling Ethan saying, where's my baby? Because last night that was the story. I think Ethan had it. Okay. You say Ethan had Evelyn on December 26th. Okay. It's time for us to lay it all out there. We know that's not true. Okay. Ethan didn't have her on Christmas. We know that's not true. Okay. Are you tracking me?
Okay, if I tell you what happened, am I gonna get in trouble for not telling you the first time?
For Jesus. What did I tell you last night? We want to know where Evelyn is. We are concerned about Evelyn's health. Okay, will be. But put that last night's 3.5 hours in the past. Okay?
Okay.
Talk about right here, right now. Help us where Evelyn is.
Okay, mom came and got her from my trailer.
When?
I was working and mom came over to my trailer to babysit.
When?
I don't know exactly. It was
Today? Yesterday?
No, it
3
was
days
like
ago?
a week or so after I started work. 'Cause I had nobody else to watch
When did you
it.
start work?
The second.
Of December?
Yeah.
The 2nd of December. Okay, 12/2. Angel got Evelyn.
No, it was a week after that. It
Okay,
was my second week of work, I'm sorry.
around 12/7.
Yeah.
Okay. What happens next?
Well, she stayed at my trailer for a little bit and
Who
she
stayed
told
at your trailer?
mom.
At the trailer, Buffalo Road.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know I told you this. I was at that trailer last night. Okay?
Yeah.
I looked in it. I looked around it. I looked everywhere for Evelyn. I looked in the shed. Okay? I know where that trailer is.
Okay.
Evelyn was in that trailer the first week of December.
Yeah.
What happens next?
Okay. Mom got mad at me and she left and she took Evelyn with her.
With your permission?
No.
Okay? When was this? Same day?
No, it's a couple days after. She stayed with me for maybe like 3 or 4 days.
So what day are we talking about? The 10th, 11th, 12th December, something
Around
like
that time.
that? 12. Okay, 10. And then what happens?
I didn't talk to her for over a month, and then she called the chicken shack and said that she needed talking to me.
When did she call the chicken shack?
sometime in January, I don't remember the exact date.
Angel called,
It would have had to been after, like, I want to say it was maybe like, I went to court the day that she called me.
why were you?
For what?
Reckless driving,
Okay,
Where at?
Washington County.
court, Washington County, the day she called you. Okay. What happens next?
She took me to her place to look at and Evelyn was not there. She would not answer any questions about her. All she was telling me that she was okay, and if I gave her time, she would give her back to me.
So Angel took Maggie to Elizabeth.
To that house on Lincoln Hollows Road.
Okay. Evelyn is not there.
No.
This is still in January,
Mhm.
about the first week, second week of January. Angel says she's safe.
You
Right?
believe her?
I mean, yeah.
Okay? Okay.
Then what?
We're getting closer.
Give you
She
some
kept
time.
saying that if I just gave her time, she'd give her back to me and stuff like that. And then yesterday when she was like, we're going to Virginia, I was like, is that where Evelyn is? Is that where Evelyn is? Are you taking her to me? And she wouldn't answer me.
Okay, let me ask you this. When is the last time you saw Evelyn alive?
Whenever mom left with her.
When? Back in December? Okay. Who has seen Evelyn alive since then?
Just mom.
So, what do you think happened?
I don't know if she's up in Virginia or somebody that mom knows, because she used to like stay up there or something.
Why would she take her from you and not give her back?
I don't know.
Why in the hell did you not tell us this to begin with?
I thought maybe she might do something and you don't like trying to get to her.
Thought your mom might do something? I can understand that.
Sorry.
Listen to me. We want to find this baby.
I thought she might be gone there somewhere and then I just never find her again, so I was telling I wasn't talking to you all about her or anything like that.
Okay. Maggie, how can we find Evelyn?
I don't know where she's at. I tried to call her yesterday. You know, I tried to call her all day yesterday. We went to exit 7, tried to find her, couldn't find her. I don't know.
What's the one thing you want most in this world right now?
I don't know that.
Where do we go? Where do I leave from here right now? Where do I send 40 people? Where do I send 100 people? Where do I send a plane?
I don't know if she's in Bristol, Virginia or not. All I know is yesterday.
Who is she gonna be with other than,
Will.
if she's not in that car, where else she gonna be in?
We'll have to try.
Okay? Will's the boyfriend.
The cloud.
Yeah.
Anybody else in the world, and look, again, I'm not the dope police, I don't give a damn. Who on her dope hang, who does she hang out with in the dope circle? Because we know she's a doper. Let's just be honest, we know it.
Her brother,
Who's that?
Travis, Joe,
Okay? Travis, where's he live?
somewhere in Bristol. I don't talk to
How
him.
old is he?
A little bit older than she is.
Okay. Is that where she getting her dope from?
I mean, I don't know. Will's friend does stuff like that, dude.
Who can we call and send a message and get word to Angel and say, we don't care about your dope, we care about Evelyn?
The only numbers that I can reach are the ones that I've given you all.
Okay.
Or that you all already have.
Did you have them memorized? Tell me one more time.
375
375
1128
1128. It's 423.
366
366
2004
2004. 423.
Yeah.
Okay.
647
647
0939.
0939 423.
And which one, you told me yesterday one of those was Will's number.
That's the 647 number.
Okay, and you knew something specific about another one, which one was it?
The 375 is a text now number, and the middle number is Will's dad's number.
Will's dad? Why did I tell you your mom's?
Because you called it all of it.
Have you seen, heard, FaceTime, tweeted, Instagram, anything since 12/10 to see Evelyn alive?
No.
Has your mom sent you any pictures? Nothing, text message? All right. One more thing we need to help us. Will you help us? I need your Google account login information. I need your Facebook account login information. Are you willing to give that to me?
Do I have to?
You're not forced to, but, okay, you're not under any obligation.
I'm gonna talk
but-
to her attorney first.
Okay, that's fine. You wanna talk to the attorney about the Google part, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, can we leave that off in the distance and continue talking about Evelyn?
Yeah,
You're good with that?
yeah,
But we're trying to make sure she's safe, okay?
okay.
And with this Google, Instagram, iCloud, whatever, we don't care about those, okay? No, I don't know, zero. Well, that's what's in your head. We don't care about those. We care about Evelyn. So since you have just told us this, things have changed. Gears are switching. People are, we're trying to find her on the move. We're trying to find her right now.
I'm sorry.
I'm not saying, I'm not trying to be angry with you, but we've lost 3 days. Well, I'm just thinking about from last night, we've lost 12 hours, okay? From the first time I talked to you, we've lost 3 days. Almost 3 days. So, where can we go find Mom?
I had other stuff, I was gonna think I know she'd be at.
All right. What you need? Clean it? Yeah. Sorry. Is there anything else I can get you to make you comfortable? Are you hungry? You want food? You want a Mountain Dew? Coffee? You go after? You sure? Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought she'd leave with her if I told you all anything and you all were trying to talk.
But we're not worried, we're not asking for apologies. No,
I've had that. I'm not, nobody's mad.
Okay. Okay. Whenever, well, we'll get to that in a minute. What else, look, we know you said you didn't have a phone in this time period. We've got some evidence that suggests otherwise, okay?
What phone period?
Yeah.
I'm not telling myself towards the end of the finger, I used hundreds after that.
Where's that phone you had?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Was the story about you smashing it, is that true?
I sold it.
Okay. I'm not looking to get you in trouble for that. At this point, I don't care if you smashed it, sold it.
I'll be completely honest with you, I
Okay.
love it.
Who'd you sell it to?
A little kiosk at Kroger.
Kroger where?
Keeping store.
Like you dump it in the machine?
Yeah.
Yeah, an echo thing, yeah. Okay. What can we do now?
Try to park around there.
What we're gonna do? What we've been trying to do. Give us just a second. We're right back. You need anything? You sure? Thank you. Can you hang out and help us find Evelyn? Can you do that for us? Okay. I'm gonna take all my notes so I can get everything straight here, okay? We're right back. I'm trying to, you need to make a phone call. You wanna call, you wanna talk to anybody, you wanna talk to your dad?
Can you call him?
I'll be glad to call him. He called me while we were sitting.
Can you not tell him what I told you though?
What do you want me to tell him?
Just so that you don't know what's going on.
Okay. I'll call him in. I'm not gonna call him right this second, but I will, okay?
Thank you.
If you need anything, knock me on this door, put your head out the window. I'll get something to drink.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that your lunch is here, so we're gonna take a break. We'll be back about 1:15 or so.
One stand, please.
All right, excuse me, lunchtime. It is lunchtime. So that interview was from the 20th of February. The day after, so the 21st of February, which was the Friday, Angela Boswell and William McLeod were arrested. That was the 21st of February. So I've got a couple of things here to show you regarding that matter. So we've got a Daily Mail article from the 24th of February, 2020. relating to their arrest. The FBI joined the search for Evelyn Boswell. William McLeod and Angela Boswell were arrested in North Carolina and charged with possession of stolen property after they were seen in a vehicle involved in the Amber Alert for the toddler who had been missing since December. Angela Boswell's daughter is Megan Boswell, as we know. The grey 2007 BMW was reported stolen, and McLeod and Boswell were believed to have information on the missing child. The pair are due to be extradited back to Tennessee. No charges have been placed in connection with the Amber Alert, and Evelyn is still missing. Oh, let's put that stupid music on again. The police say mother has given false information during the investigation, as we know. As we know. And also got some videos here. Angela Boswell and William McLeod make court appearance. I remember this. I remember watching this.
Angela Boswell was in court today in Blunteville, Tennessee. Also in court, William McLeod, the boyfriend of Angela Boswell. That's according to authorities. They were both arrested in North Carolina during the search for Evelyn. News Channel 11's Kaylin Cluck was in the courtroom, and she's now with us here in the studio with the latest on what happened today. Caitlin?
Angela Boswell and William McLeod appeared back-to-back in Bristol General Sessions Court this morning. Each were there on a theft of property charge totaling over $2,500. The two were arrested in North Carolina in a stolen BMW. This is the BMW authorities issued a bolo for in connection to the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell. Angela Boswell bonded out of jail Friday. Today in court, she was told she could face 2 to 12 years in prison. Judge Klein Louderback asked if she was going to hire a lawyer. Boswell claimed she couldn't find one yet.
I'm having to call like out of town in the United States because of all the stigma of this case, because I can't find an attorney that wants to take the case.
Boswell said she didn't work anywhere.
That may be one reason why nobody will call you back. They think you don't have any money.
I have means to hire.
So somebody's going to hire a lawyer for you?
Boswell was given until March 24th, her next court appearance to hire an attorney. She then left the building, refusing to answer any questions from the media. But Boswell returned to the courtroom minutes later to watch the hearing for her boyfriend. William McLeod has not yet bonded out of the Sullivan County Jail. He appeared to blow kisses, wink, and mouth "I love you" at Angela Boswell. McLeod's attorney said he was ready for a preliminary hearing, but the prosecution, witnesses from North Carolina, weren't able to be in Bristol court Wednesday.
The question will be why they weren't here today.
He was just arrested a few days ago, Judge. It takes some time to get people here. You know, they get to travel, get off work, things like that. To be here for
well, you know, if this is theft case at Walmart, that might be true. But it's not like nobody knew about it.
Attorneys said witnesses could appear on March 24th, meaning McLeod and Boswell will once again share their next court date. McLeod's attorney requested that the $10,000 bond be lowered to $5,000. This with the condition that he wear an ankle monitor. Without a preliminary hearing, the judge denied that request.
Kaylin, thanks. And take another look at Evelyn Boswell. A reward for information leading to her safe return is now more than $71,000. If you can help locate her, call 1-800-TBI-FIND or the...
Okay. So they're both charged with a motor vehicle theft. And William McLeod is denied bond. He's denied bond. So they obviously thought at this point that they knew where Evelyn was. Because remember, Evelyn wasn't found until March the 6th. So 9th of June, they're bound over to a grand jury. All right, what's this? So this is from 27th of February. Bail bondsman William McLeod said over the phone. Let's listen to this.
An urgent search continues for a 15-month-old child at the center of a statewide Amber Alert in Tennessee. Good evening, I'm Sarah Diamond. Josh Smith has the night off. News Channel 11 learned late this afternoon a sighting of Evelyn Boswell was reported to Yadkinville, North Carolina police. Investigators are looking into a tip that the toddler was seen 2 or 3 weeks ago at a KFC restaurant there. According to the tip, Evelyn was with her grandmother, Angela Boswell, and Boswell's boyfriend, William McLeod. After checking out nearly 600 tips, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and Sullivan County Sheriff's Office say there is still no sign of Evelyn Boswell. Investigators urge anyone with information to call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Now, Evelyn's grandmother, Angela Boswell, appeared in a Kingsport courtroom this morning on a failure to appear charge. She was arrested in Wilkes County, North Carolina on Friday and charged with theft in connection to a stolen car the TBI believed was linked to the Amber Alert case. Police also arrested William McLeod. He was extradited to Sullivan County yesterday, and he was arraigned on the theft charge as well this morning. A judge set his bond at $10,000. Kaylin Kleck spoke with the bail bondsman who revealed what McLeod told him about Evelyn.
The bail bondsman for Angela Boswell and William McLeod has assisted both with various charges against them in recent years. He spoke with William just last night and shared with me what McLeod told him about the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell. Bondsman Derek Bishop says William McLeod claims to have only seen the missing Evelyn Boswell twice. Once when he and Evelyn's grandmother, Angela Boswell, began dating, and at some point last November.
And I just asked him if he knew where the baby was, and he made a comment that the baby's mother knows where the baby is. And it just seems like that she's trying to kind of pawn it off on Angela.
Angela was arrested last Friday in North Carolina on charges of probation violation and theft of property.
I guess Angela and her daughter had a little bit of a rocky relationship, and they were trying to mend that. And I guess the way they were trying to mend that was through the relationship with Evelyn as well.
Bishop assisted Angela Boswell with multiple bonds since 2018 and McLeod with one last year. Now he's helping McLeod after he was arrested in a stolen BMW, wanted in the search for Evelyn Boswell.
They didn't know that the car was stolen or the car hasn't been paid for. But that's what he said. He said that the arrangement was that they were paying for the car, and then all of a sudden the car got reported stolen on the 20th.
McLeod told Bishop that he visited his grandmother in Wilkes County, North Carolina a week ago, near the pond searched Wednesday by authorities. Officials called that search inconclusive. Bishop says McLeod told him last night that he's offered to take a polygraph test.
And I guess he did give his DNA to the authorities as well.
Like everyone, Bishop says when it comes to the missing Evelyn Boswell, he hopes for the best.
Just wish everything's safe for the baby.
And you will continue to help them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
As long as they want it?
Absolutely.
And Bishop also told me today he expects McLeod to be out of the Sullivan County Jail on bond tomorrow. McLeod will have to wear an ankle monitor if that bond is posted.
Kaylin, thanks. And if you have tips in the search for the Sullivan County toddler Evelyn Boswell, state and local investigators want to hear.
So she got her mother and her mother's boyfriend, who'd only met Evelyn twice, arrested. If it's true they didn't know that that vehicle was stolen, then all of that they went through for a story that Megan made up. A story that Megan made up. See if there's any more videos. We're not watching like 36 minutes. Oh, let's have a look. New charges. So 27th of May. Let's listen to this. 27th of May, new charges against boyfriend. Let's have a look. Oh, it's on Facebook. Annoying.
Hi. 15-month-old baby Evelyn Boswell, a beautiful blue-eyed toddler from Tennessee, being raised by her teen mom Megan, goes missing with an Amber Alert issued on February 19th.
I want to know the new charges.
But that Amber Alert was
I missed it earlier because my mom threatened me and I just want her back. That's all I can think about is how much I just want her back.
But investigators were not buying Megan Boswell's stories.
Aware that we've received a number of conflicting.
All right, so that's the point where the grand jury indicted Megan Boswell on 11 counts of false reporting. So for those that don't know, Megan is currently facing 20 charges. 20 charges, including 3 counts of first-degree murder. I think it's 12 counts of false reporting, tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse. So 20 charges they've thrown at her. So I want to know about the new charges filed against William McLeod, though.
Questions about that?
Then big breaking news. 2 weeks after Evelyn was reported missing, a toddler's remains are found.
This evening, we received the information that led TBI agents and Sullivan County detectives to a property belonging to a family member of Evelyn's mother in the 500 block of Muddy Creek Road in Blumpville. During the search, investigators discovered human remains believed to be those of a 15-month-old girl. The remains will be sent for an autopsy and a positive identification.
So now the question is, what happened to baby Evelyn and who is responsible?
That's a huge question because no one has been charged in her death. Her mother is locked up.
Well, she was eventually charged in the death, but they clearly thought that Angela Boswell and William McLeod had something to do with it. The fact that they were, going so hard on them regarding the stolen car was keeping them where they can see them, isn't it? So, you're not allowed out unless you wear an ankle monitor, so that they know where he is at all times. They thought he had something to do with it. I want to know what the new charges though.
On false reporting charges, but another arrest has now taken place. Let's take a look. William McLeod. You may recognize him from the piece I just showed you.
He looks totally pissed off. He looks totally and utterly pissed off.
Is baby Evelyn's grandmother's ex-boyfriend. Well, he has another ex, and she has accused him of domestic assault and child abuse. They have apparently an 8-year-old together. There was a domestic incident, and he's accused of not only assaulting his ex, but his 8-year-old child. So let's bring in Court TV special.
All right, that makes sense. If he's got previous, then they're going to be hot on his heels, aren't they? If he's got previous.
Contributor Ashley Banfield and Court TV anchor Julie Grant to talk about this latest development and the continuing investigation in this case. Ashley, this kind of, raised a red flag to me because we're talking about the death of a child. We know that he was somehow connected to Evelyn's grandmother when we were searching for baby Evelyn, and now a child abuse charge against him.
Yeah, but not the same child. It gets a little complicated, and it's a little Casey Anthony-like in that months went by before an actual report of a missing child was made. A babysitter was the last person to see this little baby back in December, and ultimately, mom doesn't say anything to the police till February. And then has all sorts of stories for 17 days as to where this child is. And then in comes a grandmother's boyfriend, but not the grandmother's boyfriend where the remains were found, because that was another grandmother's ex-boyfriend. So I think, Vinny, look, ultimately, my feeling about Ms. Boswell is that she's facing these 11 charges, an indictment for them for false reporting, but that may just be the beginning of her nightmare. Because right now they've got her exactly where they want her. She's obviously not making bail. She's sitting pretty in it. Well, maybe not so much because it is no fun to be.
Well, what's her name? Ashley got that right, didn't she? It's only the beginning of her nightmare.
be locked up during COVID. It's no fun to be locked up anytime. But ultimately, the squeeze play may come down on her as to a lot more charges that she could face, because this is way too much all in the family in terms of where the body was found, the toys, the diapers, all of the things that were dumped when you no longer need a toddler. You throw them right in there with the remains. And I don't think a jury, if when they see it, is going to be too pleased about this case.
Julie Grant, this case, again, still.
Yeah, wow. It's took us that long to get here. It's took us that long to get here. That was back in 2020. And we're now 5 years down the line. 5 years down the line. All right. Okay. So we'll leave Angela Boswell behind, shall we? Because it was determined that no one else was a suspect. No one else was a suspect except Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell. I want to play you a little bit of the interview that was played on day one. Now, I'm sure they're going to circle back to it. They'll circle back to this, because what they did was on day one, they hit the jury with the photos of baby Evelyn as she was found. Agent Fraley introduced those into the record, and they've circled back to those. But what they also played, it might actually have been the beginning of day two. What they also played early on was Megan admitting that she knew Evelyn was dead. So they've hit the jury with photos of baby Evelyn and Megan admitting that she knew baby Evelyn was dead early on. This is a very clever strategy. And then they've gone back to the beginning, and they're working their way through now chronologically through all the lies. So we've had all of the witnesses who didn't see Evelyn. We've had all the lies that she told law enforcement about Ethan. We've had Ethan on the stand. And then we're going through the stuff about Angela Boswell. So we're now up to the 20th of February when she changes her story from Ethan had her to Angela had her. So we're working chronologically forward in time. So I'm assuming that they're going to circle back to the point where Megan says she knew Evelyn was dead. So the jury are actually seeing that twice. They will do. They'll go through that twice, because that's the most impactful stuff, is that there was loads of lies, but she knew all along that Evelyn was dead. She knew all along. So just let me find that. I think it was the beginning of day two. I'll play it off Court TV, just in case there's any of my comments in, which I don't want. All right, I think it's the beginning of day two. Yeah. It is.
Admissions yesterday before you left
Right.
today.
Right, it's this. All right, so this is her crying. This is her crying and knowing that Evelyn was dead. I just want to go back to the beginning of this because I want to know what date it was. All right, we'll play it from here. It's not actually that long. It's only a few minutes. But it was during Agent Fraley's testimony. So, you know, those of you who've only just started watching this trial won't have realised that this was actually put to the jury very early on in the case. You start losing track of days, but I'm keeping a careful very careful eye on this, because I think what the prosecution are doing is really good. So let's listen to some of this.
Gave you certain admonitions yesterday before you left for the day. Does any juror have anything to report? If you do, raise your right hand. For the record reflect, none of the jurors have raised their right hand. I believe we were beginning cross-examination. Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Fraley. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Fine, thank you.
I want to start where General Harper left off yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked, you conducted an interview of Megan on February the 25th of 2000.
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Licklider from the Sheriff's Department.
And in that interview,
this is February 25th. It's interesting that it's actually the defense. See, that's something that I hadn't twigged on. It's the defense that wants to, yeah. Do you remember? Because we said, why is the defense playing this? Why is the defense playing this? And it was because they wanted to introduce Hunter into the story. Like they wanted to introduce the potential reasonable doubt of Hunter. So I was wrong. It wasn't the prosecution. It was the defense. But the prosecution are going through, like the prosecution started with Evelyn being found. Then we've got the defense introducing this to introduce the reasonable doubt about Hunter. But the prosecution are going through everything in a chronological order. So I think this was a bad move. In my opinion, this was a bad move on the part of the defense to try this on. But it remains to be seen. But I believe, personally, this was a bad move. Anyhow, it's only a few minutes. Let's listen. Oh, and I'll also say this is the day that Megan got arrested. February 25th.
you talked with her about the child being dead
Yes, sir.
and some other things.
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time would ask to show that video.
So hold on.
Portion of this. Maybe he may have held on when he got it.
No.
Oh, not dragging him in. You know this, okay. You know, like, this is the last day. If you,
I tell you what I think you all of that.
I will, and we'll bring it up. Yeah, but don't we need to bring her on, man? Don't wait us on like this going too long. Okay, this is for your baby. This is to give her the proper and where she is.
There's only two places I can make the brush you think.
Where she
He
is.
said they put her somewhere closer. I think she's somewhere at Dad's or at his house.
Okay, his house.
Maybe somewhere like, you know, that like the dog somewhere. I think she's either there or she's somewhere at Dad's. Or she's somewhere close.
Underneath the dock at Hunter's.
I don't know if she's underneath there. I'm just,
Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
that's just my theory. She has to be.
No, we're not working at your side. You need to bring her home.
He said that she was somewhere close. The only two places I can think that he would take her.
This is you're not honest with you. Okay, but you know this part.
I don't know for sure. I'm trying to help you all. I swear I am at this point in time.
This is the beginning. Okay, let's bring her home. Let's bring her home.
There's a bunch of places I think that he would even have time to take her. She'll be on very long.
Well, regardless of time, there has to be a reason that she would know that. Okay, because that
He said she was somewhere close.
in that time, there's only X amount of places she could be. Okay, but you're specifically narrowing down those two places. Right, you know.
I think she's somewhere close.
Help me with this, Megan. When he took her out with the driver, how was she dressed?
You know that picture I had for her? She put her own pink suit.
She's in the penguin suit. She wrapped up in her blanket.
She was wrapped up in
Did you give her to him?
picture
You picked her up, where was she?
on the bed. I held her for hours. I just want to look her up.
I'm bad
That's okay. We need to bring her home. Okay? We need to bring her home today. Just tell us where we can go get her.
I don't know for sure how old you are. I think she's at.
Okay, hold on. You held her for hours.
Yeah.
She was in what? How was she dressed?
You have a picture of me and her were sitting outside the trailer and she was probably in tears that little purple thing on.
Yes. And she was wrapped up in a blanket.
Like a dark colored blanket. A thick fleece blanket.
And he took her from you? Where did he put her? What car was he driving?
I read the car.
The red car? Did he put her in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't go out
Did
there.
you go outside with him?
No.
What time of day was it?
It was close to the dark.
Was it close to dark or was it
It was
dark?
close to the dark.
What day was it?
I don't know what day it was for sure, to be honest with you.
So, how long was he gone?
Less than an hour.
Was it 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Maybe like 45. He kept saying she's super close, Papa.
Did he ever take you back to where it was? Between then and now? And this was in December, early December. Was it after you started working at the
It was
chicken?
after February.
How long after?
Not too long.
You started on Monday, right?
Right?
Was it Tuesday?
No, it was a week or two after.
It was a week or two after.
Closer to 2 weeks.
So about December 10th. What do you remember about that day? Did you wake up or what happened?
I don't know. I rolled over on her. I don't think I did. I think she did it. It was an accident.
So he was sleeping in bed with you? Was the three of y'all together? In the bed?
In between us.
Okay.
I should have put her just on outside. I slept with her almost every night of her life before that, and I never once rolled over on her.
But when you woke up, she wasn't breathing. Is that what you're telling us?
Her head was like buried in a pillow. She wasn't breathing.
Okay. So, there. So do you tell him, hey,
I was panicking. He was like, well, you can't call anyone. We're both going to
why
go to
can't you
jail.
call someone
Because he said we were both going to go to jail if he didn't care of it.
for her? For her just rolling over, or you rolling over on him? Or on her?
I don't think I rolled over on her. I don't know if he did an accident or what. But like I said, I slept with her like her whole life before that. With her up against me right next to me, I never rolled over on her.
We need to bring her home. You need that peace. Mom needs that peace. Everybody needs that peace. We need that peace. Help us bring her home. You're the only one that
I told you all the only places I know he could have went.
Where? Name it.
My dad's in his house.
When you say your dad's, where are you talking about your dad?
I'm Muddy Creek.
Because he wouldn't have taken her inside the house and said, hey, Tommy.
Well, I don't know. I think he was
Why
like,
would he take her back to Tommy's?
he said he was going to take her somewhere close.
See, I don't think he would have taken her to Tommy's. That's too much of a risk. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What if your dad would call him? So I don't think she went there.
Look, can you all just please check and then
We're
check
going to
everybody?
check everywhere we believe she may be.
Okay.
But again, we need to understand where she's at.
I don't know for sure where she's at.
When you say for sure,
I just have guesses and I've told you two what they are.
and why has Hunter never spoke to you about this?
I don't want to
When
know.
he came back, what did he say?
I put her somewhere close.
Did he say how he put her?
No, I
Did he
didn't want
throw
to
her in
know.
the trash can? Did he throw her in the lake? Did he bury her?
I didn't want to know.
What did he say?
Just that she was somewhere close and not to worry about it.
Megan, you lied to us for 6 days now. I need you to be truthful with me today.
I am being truthful.
No, just hear me out, okay? I need you to be truthful with me today. We're getting there. We need her brought home. She don't need to be laying out in the woods in the cold anymore. She needs to be buried. She deserves that. You need to help us bring her home. Please. Tell us where she's at.
I don't know for sure. I really don't. I don't want to know.
I think you do, Maggie. I think you're scared to tell us.
I don't. I told you to go into places I think she could be.
When you say the boat dock, what do you mean by the boat dock?
I don't know, maybe he buried her there, but
Did he mention the boat dock?
no, but he said he took her somewhere close and he wasn't gone very long.
Did he drive away with her? Was she placed in the trunk?
I don't know for sure.
You didn't look out the window.
No, I didn't want to.
Who did you call?
Nobody. I was scared to call anybody.
Did he call you while he was gone?
No.
And it was dark. Close to getting dark.
It was dark by the time he got back.
It was light when he left and dark when he got back. We need to bring her home. If she's laying out there somewhere, she deserves better than that.
I don't know. I told you to go into places I could think to take her.
Okay.
What are you all going to tell my dad when you go to search his property?
What should we tell him?
I don't know.
She's buried on that property.
I don't know if she is or she isn't. I really don't know. There's a village places I know that he doesn't have time to go to because
Did her take a shovel?
No.
Did he take a trash bag? Did he carry her out in that blanket, a box, or a box? Jump into the box?
I stayed in the bedroom. I just had her wrapped up in a dark colored blanket.
How big was his blanket?
It was like a normal size, like fleece blanket.
So when you say wrapped her up, you describe it.
Like, you know, you swallow a baby.
Okay. So did you leave her face exposed?
So it sounds stupid, but it would be cold, so I wrapped her up in a blanket.
So she was her whole body was wrapped up.
Except for her face. You know how you swallow a baby? You know how you swallow a baby? So I wrapped it up. I didn't want her to be cold.
We don't want her to be cold anyway. She's still out there and I need to bring her home. And you can help us with that part.
There's a lot of places I'm trying not to go look for it. I need that.
So Hunter's dock. Underneath Hunter's dock.
Or just around the dog.
Okay.
No, thank you if he did take her to his house. He's not stupid enough to, you know, I mean, put her somewhere inside the house. His dad owns property right next to that place too.
How long did you hold her?
For a long time.
All day?
I didn't want to let her go.
How did you know she was dead?
Because she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
She wasn't breathing. I tried to give her CPR, but she was already gone.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth to mouth.
What else?
That's it. I just held her. Like,
She gag or anything while you were trying to give CPR to her?
no.
How did she feel?
What do you mean?
Was she cold?
No.
She's still warm? What about the color?
It She was
Was she blue?
No, not really.
What did she look like?
Just like her. As the day went on, she got colder and put up her in the blanket, so I didn't want her to cold.
And you don't remember what day that was?
No. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to block it out of my memory as much as I can.
Where would you look at your dad?
I don't know if there's a lot of property that's in there.
Back behind his house? So where does that connect to? Where does the back of his property connect to?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you,
Yeah, that's what's there, and then that creek and like right up to the asphalt, stuff like that.
you're shooting one of those asphalt piles.
I don't know, I really don't.
Is there a lot of asphalt piles on his property?
I don't know if there is any or not.
So I've not been out there. I don't know. I'm asking. Again, that's what I'm trying to do. Man, help us bring her home. She don't deserve another night out there in the cold alone. She needs to be brought home.
I don't know, I really don't. I don't know if he took her in the trash can or when he came back and drawn on it, what it had.
Your trash can and the trailer was gone.
I didn't want to ask.
Was there a dumpster anywhere that close?
I don't know, you have to look.
No, to where you, when you lived there. What did you normally do with your trash?
Took it to the road and the trash can.
So you said to the trash can, the inside trash can, the outside trash
The
can?
inside.
Just what you kept in the kitchen?
I don't know if he took it with him or not, I didn't want to know.
You said you sit there and looked at it.
Yeah.
When you woke up and
All right, I think I've heard enough. I've heard enough of that whining voice. So many lies in that the jury heard on day 2. Again, this was introduced into evidence by the defence. They played this when they were cross-examining Agent Fraley from the TBI. And I thought they'd made a mistake then in introducing this, trying to instill some kind of reasonable doubt that Hunter took Evelyn in the trash can and Megan didn't know anything about it. But it's obvious she's lying. Obvious she's lying. While you were watching that, I found this. This is Megan's interview with WJHL when she says she's pregnant. Listen to this one. I was actually looking for Hunter's interview. Hunter did an interview, and I'm sure it was with WJHL, and I can't find it. I can't find it. But him saying that he'd never met Evelyn. I just can't find it. I watched it quite recently. I did, but I can't find it now. I think it's just got buried in a lot of search results because of, there's so many new videos coming out because of this trial. But let's listen to another lie that she told.
Our top story tonight, the continuing search for a Sullivan County child 1 week after an Amber Alert was issued. This is News Channel 11 at 5. I'm Sarah Diamond. Josh Smith is off tonight. Investigators have followed up on more than 500 leads with no credible sightings as the search continues for 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell. An Amber Alert was issued for her last week, a reward fund for information leading to her safe return now stands at nearly $59,000. New at 5 tonight, Megan Boswell, the mother of Evelyn, tells us she is pregnant again. She said she was unable to take a polygraph test, she said, for that reason. This as the investigation into Evelyn's whereabouts continues. In an interview with News Channel 11 last night, Megan told us that her mother, Angela Boswell, was the last person to have Evelyn.
I was trying to protect my mom, maybe in hopes, oh, well, she'd just tell them where Evelyn was, but obviously she's not going to.
News Channel 11's Kelly Grossfield joins us now live from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where deputies responded to some of the claims that Megan Boswell made in that interview with us last night. Kelly?
Sarah, after interviewing Megan last night, we did follow up on some of the things she said. During the interview, she stated that she knew where Evelyn was the entire time. She says her mother, Angela Boswell, took Evelyn to a campsite in Mendota that she says she told TBI to search and they didn't. After speaking with investigators, they say that's just not true. In a press conference last week, Sheriff Cassidy said Megan Boswell's story continued to change throughout the course of the investigation. After speaking with her Monday night, she says she told police who had Evelyn from the start.
I know she has to be in a campground in Mendota with somebody. And Mom told me that they had a silver camper, and that's all she would tell me.
She claimed TBI did not search campgrounds in the Mendota area. According to Captain Andy Seabolt with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, they did check. They also checked every site again last night and found nothing. We also asked about the rumors of her being pregnant, which at the time she denied. But new developments Tuesday has her confirming she is pregnant. She released this news by stating it was the reason she couldn't take a polygraph. We reached out to investigators, and officials with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office say they don't even have a polygraph. TBI officials told us Megan was not scheduled to meet with a polygraph examiner through them either. As investigators continue their search for Evelyn, they also continue their search for the truth. I did speak with Megan earlier this afternoon, asking her for an interview regarding these new developments, and she declined. Coming up at 6, I'll tell you how community members are calling for action when it comes to punishing the parents who don't report their child missing in a timely manner.
I believe Tennessee changed the law after this case, that if you don't report your kid missing, that's a crime in itself. I'm pretty sure that Tennessee added that law, like Evelyn's law kind of thing. No, Angela Boswell has not testified. We don't know whether she's going to. Don't know whether she's going to, or whether they're going to leave her out of it completely. It depends what kind of witness they think she'd be. Like if she was going to be, I don't know, a useful witness to them. By defense doing this, is this going to stick in the jury's mind, isn't it? Yeah, potentially. However, I didn't remember that it was the defense that introduced this. This is another reason why I think they made a mistake in doing this, because I didn't remember that that was defense testimony until I went back to play it. And of course, the jury can't do that. They can't turn the clock back like we can and go and revisit interviews. So the information stuck with me, which witness it was stuck with me, but what didn't stick with me was that was actually introduced by the defense. So it's possible that the jury are not going to remember who introduced that testimony, just that it was played. And now we've seen Megan lie and lie and lie and lie. So I think it was a big mistake by them. I'm glad they made it. And that, obviously, it's my opinion. It remains to be seen how the jury feels about stuff, but I think they'll find her guilty, honestly. I really do. I'm now thinking the foil was used because Megan had left Evelyn on her own. and foil to muffle Evelyn's sounds crying while home alone. I'm not sure about that because I think the foil was on the outside. So there was the blanket and then the foil. I think that's the impression I'm getting. That it was the foil and then the blanket. So she wrapped Evelyn in the blanket first and then put the foil over her head. I think. So if she was left home alone in a blanket and the foil, because she was 13 months old. So she'd be able to remove the blanket herself, or at least try to. So if she was left home alone, you know, she wasn't tied up, that we know. She's not like a newborn baby that wouldn't be able to free themselves. She would at least be able to try to free herself. So I don't think that's the case. Can the jury make notes? Yes, they can in this trial. Not all judges allow it, but I do remember, I think he said you can make notes. I think he said that. That's a rumor that's going round, but we haven't heard that. I'm only going off things we've heard. So we haven't heard that at this trial. It will be the medical examiner that would know if there was foil actually in her mouth. I did initially think it was the foil, then the blanket. But you'd be able to press the foil into her face, whether or not the blanket was on the inside or the outside. But the way that they've kind of talked about it, it's like the foil was on, like layers of foil was on the outside. I might be wrong. It might not be, because we haven't seen the photos. You know, the jury have been seeing the photos, so the jury will know better than we do. We're just going off descriptions. They've actually seen the photos of, you know, the different stages of unwrapping her. So the jury will have that in their head. The jury will know that. Blanket would hold foil in place. Yeah, I mean, it makes more sense to put the foil on the inside and then wrap her tightly in the blanket so, you know, she couldn't move while she was in the trash can. But if she wrapped her in the blanket to suffocate her and then maybe realised that Evelyn was still breathing, then she's used the foil and pressed it in and maybe held her hands over it. I mean, this is just a horrible, I mean, horrific thing to be discussing anyway. And ultimately, whether she's used the foil on the inside or the outside, the outcome's the same, isn't it? It was used as a suffocation method. Maybe that's all she had. Surely the blanket would then have a face indentation, like the Shroud of Turin. I don't know about that, because you've got a face was squashed. Now, her face was either squashed to the bottom of the trash can or the side of it, because her head was bent right back. So she was literally just thrown in the trash and it bent her head right back. And I remember the forensic pathologist at the September 22 hearing. It was September 23rd, 2022, at the pre-trial hearing, where a forensic examiner was an expert witness. And it was a hearing to determine which photos they were going to show the jury. And she gave a very detailed description of the autopsy photo, because she obviously wasn't there when Evelyn was found. She was an expert witness. And the photos of Evelyn's face, it said her face was flattened. So it wouldn't be a face impression in the blanket because of the decomposition. Like the staining that you saw on that blanket was all decomposition. So it wouldn't have a face shape in it because the body was too decomposed. It's horrific, horrific. It was blanket inside the foil and outside, and a garbage bag. That blanket was really stained. Let's go back to that blanket. That's the foil. You see, the foil isn't that bad. Now, I know it's been treated. You know, it'll have been swabbed, and so that foil isn't that bad. But look at this blanket when he gets this blanket out. That's the blanket. So he's getting it out now. I'll try and stop it at the right moment. Get out of the way, you. Get out of the way, you. Thank you. Here we go. There, so I think that's where her head's been. That's the top. Because that's the top of the blanket where her head had been, but that was pushed down into the trash can. So the head bent back. So most of the decomp obviously would have been at the bottom of the trash can. So you'll have bodily fluids, gravity taking it down to the bottom of the trash can. So that's where most of the staining is, at the top of this blanket, because that was at the bottom of the trash can, and that's where her head was. It's just horrible. It's horrific. Absolutely horrific. Just make sure we're right up to date there. Here we are. Right, that's us up to date. So she used the foil to suffocate her. I think so. I can't really see any other reason why you'd use it. Just on her head. That's right. The decomp will run down due to her placement in the can, yes. Because there was then the trash bag on top. And I thought it was clever of the prosecution to get him to read some dates out. Because it was all old. So what you're not getting is trash that's new. You know, trash that was from before Evelyn is supposedly, died, which would be the beginning of December. So if you've got trash from, let's say, the end of December or January, well, somebody's placed all that in like much later than when Evelyn died. Like maybe somebody moved her and then put the trash bag on top with more recent garbage. But no, that eggs and milk, the dates on those was October. So she'd obviously got some trash bags. She probably had those like eggs and milk lying about in a trailer, probably like rotting away. And she's just dumped everything in a trash bag and then put it on top of the trash can. She's just probably just scooped stuff up to put in the trash can and then put that on top of Evelyn so that no one would know that Evelyn was there. She used foil maybe because she wanted to preserve her face. Well, it would do exactly the opposite. She wanted to preserve her face, then don't kill her. No, I don't think so. I don't think she wanted to preserve anything of Evelyn's. I really don't. She threw everything away. All of Evelyn's items, everything, was found in the shed at Tommy's. The only thing that they found at the trailer where Evelyn was living, most likely when she was murdered, was a stroller, which was in a shed, which probably Megan had forgotten about. That's the only thing they found of Evelyn's at that trailer. And then at Hunter's, they found this memory box that had those new items in that it was Caleb's mother made for her. The baby short blanket that she'd put Evelyn's name on and that shirt that she'd put Evelyn's name on. She'd saved those. Now, I'm wondering whether that's because it was gifts bought by that woman whose name escapes me. Not because they were bought for Evelyn, but because she liked that woman who bought them. There was like literally nothing of Evelyn's left in Megan's life. So it was clear that Evelyn had just been thrown away. I mean, literally thrown away, like deleted. Any, if your baby had gone to live with someone else or been taken by someone else, or even had died by accident, why would you get rid of literally everything and just thrown in the shed? We saw those pictures of things just thrown in the shed. Just literally thrown in the shed. Just, no. And, like, listen, if your baby died by accident, like by, I don't know, sudden infant death syndrome or because someone rolled on her, how would you forget the date? Like she was saying in that interview that we've just played that she didn't remember what date it was. How can you not remember the date your baby died? Unless you just want to literally delete that baby from your life and forget she ever existed. How can you possibly forget the day your baby died, even if you're traumatized? How can you possibly forget that date? That's absolute nonsense. What happened to the Christmas presents for Evelyn? I don't know. I don't know. Well, obviously, Megan didn't buy any. She didn't need to because Evelyn had been dead since the beginning of the month. And I don't know about any gifts that other people might have bought for her. I don't know. Don't know. That should be interesting. Interesting point. I don't know. Yeah. That's a good point. The ladies' gifts were a token of the attention. Yeah. So it was more about how she felt about that woman not that those were gifts for Evelyn that she was saving. Because everything else had literally been thrown away. The only thing that was left at the trailer where Megan and Evelyn was living was the stroller in the shed, which I think just Megan had forgotten about. She most probably would have taken that and dumped that in her dad's shed as well. So, no. The Christmas presents other people bought Evelyn would have been the things found in the memory box at Hunter's. The blanket and the little shirt were for Evelyn's birthday. Now, Evelyn's birthday, I think, is the 21st of November. I might be slightly wrong on the date, but it's the end of November. Those were bought for Evelyn's birthday, her first birthday. So Evelyn would have been still alive at that point. Or maybe, were they Christmas presents? There may have been Christmas presents, actually. I can't remember now. But Evelyn died only a couple of weeks after her birthday. Does anyone know if Evelyn had a birthday party? Don't know the answer to that. But honestly, not everybody does a birthday party for like a 1-year-old because they don't really remember anything, do they? Here he comes. Here he comes. They were birthday gifts, thank you. I thought they were, but I wasn't. Yeah, she said birthday, okay. So I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know about any Christmas gifts she got. She probably sold them or just gave them away or threw them away. But if ever, I know it was the end of November. I think it's the 21st of November. Is it on her Amber Alert? Let me just check. Might be on her Amber Alert. Might not be, actually. No, it's just the age. I know I've seen her birthday somewhere. I want to say that it's the 21st of November. So 9 days left in November. And then maybe another week. So less than 3 weeks. Less than 3 weeks after her her first birthday, she was murdered. 28th, is it? We've got 28th, 18th. It's around that time anyway. It's the latter end of November. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. Where would I have seen it? Let's see if the court feeds up. No, he's still got it. He's still got it muted. November 28th. Barbie says 21st. Oh, we're all confused. It's around that time. It's around that time. Grizzly posted some photos of the birthday, clearly showing the blanket and the message on the shirt. Evelyn wearing it on her birthday. Okay. We've got a few more for the 21st, and then we've got the 26th. 21st. All right. Well, the point is, she hadn't even made it to a 13 months old. She hadn't made it to 13 months old. The only reason why it says 15 months on the Amber Alert is because that's the age she would be when she was reported missing.
First interview with her on February.
We go.
Is that correct?
You're back.
Yes, that's correct. All right, and again, I believe you said this before we watched the video, but she just showed up over at the sheriff's office on that day.
That's right.
All right. Was that the first time you all had heard anything about the fact that perhaps her mother had Evelyn?
The first time we heard that was just in that interview. Yes.
Okay, and it probably goes without saying, but did that cause a shift in your all's approach to the investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What did you all do as a result of what she told you at that point?
We started trying to run that lead down with her mother.
All right. Did you all on later that day further interview Miss Boswell about what was going on?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And as part of that, did you also bring her dad, Tommy Boswell, in to speak with her?
We did.
Okay. Was that all part of the same interview?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in the room and present when, well, let me ask you this. Who was in the room initially when that second part of the interview began?
It was just Megan and her father.
Okay. Agent Gratz also
Yes.
around. Okay. Were you, those interview rooms, are you able to watch or monitor the interviews as they proceed live?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And did you watch and monitor the first part of that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually during this interview, does her dad leave the interview room?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And do you enter the interview room?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you and Agent Gratz then proceed to interview Miss Boswell further about her involvement? And her
Correct.
mom's involvement?
We did. Yes.
And you've mentioned before, but this interview took place over at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that the same interview room that we just watched you interview her in?
Yes.
Before lunch?
Yes.
All right. So that's located here in Sullivan County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And has audio and video recording capabilities?
Correct. It does.
Prior to coming to court here today, did you have an opportunity to review that interview?
Yes, I did.
And is it what you saw, a true and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to introduce that. I believe we're exhibit 220.
220. No objection. Before exhibit 220.
And I would move to play that for the jury at this time.
Go ahead.
Are you ready, Judge?
Yeah, can I get something real quick? Yeah, send me those two phones. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, I'm not forcing you, I just thought, you asked me to call him, do you want to talk to him? Yeah.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do? Okay, you want to talk to him in private, you want me to be in here, you want somebody else to be in here?
I mean, I didn't want to talk to you about what I told you.
Okay, you just want to talk to him in private?
I mean, I just don't want him to like, know what I told you.
I've not told him anything. Okay, you want me to sit here while he talks to you, or?
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. It's just right. Anytime you want to have a private conversation, just let me know, I'll step out, you don't talk as long as you want to. Okay. Hey, Tom, hey, come on here. So the already makes it comfortable. All right, sure. She said it was okay for me to sit in if y'all want to talk, but what I was telling her, if y'all want to talk in private at any point, more than more than happy to step out and let you and your daughter sit there and talk, you know?
I have told them they know what's going on there. I have told the truth.
Truth comes from her. She tell lies, you give her all, and you tell yourself out.
That I literally told him.
Okay.
That's why he called you.
Okay.
Okay.
What's going on? And what's going on?
They know you don't need to know.
Okay.
Okay. That way, okay? They know what's going on.
Y'all know what's going on.
We know what she told us. I'll say that. You know, we know what she told us. I've been sitting here, as Megan can tell you, I've been sitting with her, so I've not been out on the ground running down the information, but we know what she's told us.
They're trying to get hold of who has it.
Yeah.
So she's okay.
They're trying to get hold of who has it.
That's what we've been trying to do the whole time, you know?
That's going on, I got you, and they gonna thank you for not going to school. So I don't know, she said, Mom, I said, it's fine, I'll be back here, it's fine, I said, you just go to the restaurant. You didn't come back, because I told you, I said, come back, I said, just go, I said, get it for the 4 days, and I said, if you don't show up for 4, they're gonna take you. You need to start listening to me, I'm ready, you're my
I did
father.
listen to you and I talked to you.
I'm not doing nothing against you, I'm not against you. Never been against you. And you tell them the truth, and Evelyn's all right, and the things.
I left her trying to find her.
You passed the lie detector test, I'll hop the bar for a lawyer for you.
They're trying to find her.
Was that your mother's voice?
What?
Wherever she's at or whatever?
Maybe.
I didn't hear what you asked.
I asked her if that's your mom was the ones where the baby's at or
Oh,
whatever.
I do it, yeah.
They're trying to
I'm
find
a
mom.
country boy, I speak.
They're
Yeah, I know what I mean.
They're trying to find mom. She's taking off. I told them everywhere she could possibly be with Evelyn. I've given them every phone number I have for her. They're trying to find her.
Your mom's got Evelyn or something. Oh, she don't.
She told me she does.
All right, man. Your mom don't have it. Where did she get it?
In December.
No, your mom don't. No, she don't.
That's who took her then.
Okay.
Okay.
They took the story, if you gave you all the brother. The truth stands out. Keep telling the truth.
I have dad. They're
Okay,
trying to find
I'm not
mom.
trying to argue with you. I'm talking with you, Daddy. I love you.
Okay.
You tell this lie, that lie, before you know it. You don't know what you told here. And like I told you earlier, I'm a professional paver. When we do grade or do a driveway or a park lot or whatever, I can drink water, I can do whatever. That's my job. The customer ain't gonna tell me how to do my job. Just like I ain't gonna stand there and tell this man how to do his job. He's a professional at what he does. And he think I know whatever I told you and try to help. Absolutely. Because I know they're professionals. That's their job. And you're full of the best. You ain't fool. I mean, you're not gonna sit here and try to tell bullshit lies and get one over on you. That's not gonna happen.
I'm not lying that. I
Okay.
told them everywhere where they can find her.
Right.
Dad, if you're just gonna sit here and do that, I don't want to talk to you.
I'm not trying, I'm just.
Dad.
Okay. Did you tell about making mom, she walked across the road the other day, was told? Did you tell her that she's gonna reach here and say?
Yes. Yesterday, we even went to exit 7 to go hunt for her. Or not me and you, the other, whoever.
But she's a hide and she's guilty of something. Because, I reported all this. That night she called. She said, look what you want to do, look what you got started. I said, you got nothing started. I said, I wasn't ready for that.
Well, yesterday when I met her, she was trying to take me up to Virginia, and I said, no, I'm not going. And she's like, you have to go with me. I've got to go up there, stuff like that. And I was like, look, if you don't take me up there and talk to these people, I'll get out of the car and find the phone, and they'll come pick me up tomorrow night. So then she dropped me off the Elmer shelter, and she was supposed to come back, never came back, turned her phone off, can't get hold of her at all. Turned Will's phone off. Not 647.
Are they still driving with me, but?
Yeah. I told him everything I know about the big one.
You need to be honest.
The tail light is out on it, or not the tail light,
The tail light's out.
but part of the driver's side tail light's out on it.
When the truck passes
They
out,
know.
they've been hit.
They know, but they know what it
I don't know why the last time she was there, something told me to get the tank.
is. Did you?
No, I did, but something told me to. And then there she left.
Well, they can look it up.
It's on the black BMW.
Yeah.
It's on the dark
Oh,
gray.
you got it.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, you're right. It is gray.
It's gray, I didn't know if it's dark, gray or black or dark blue.
It's listed as gray.
Sorry.
I think it's what it is.
The truth, and honest.
Yeah, I told them I can't get
Okay,
hold of them.
well,
I've tried to call her
I know that.
thousands of
All right,
times. She
so
won't
just
call.
let me explain something to you.
Okay. I should have told them I came in here. I don't want to hear
Yeah,
that.
no, I ain't gonna, there's nothing to do with me. You know, when she had brain waves up there and all that stuff happened. Well, you know, I did bullshit mine, cause I didn't want to go to jail. I don't care a thing. And my lawyer sent me down one day, he said, "Call me, he said, I'll tell you something." He said, "The truth set you free." He said, "You get in front of that judge with that attitude and lie, and he knows." He said, "You will go to prison." I just told the truth. I ended up on probation. But she set me up. If I walked in there, she said to kill me and I've involved people. I know that, but I can't prove it. She didn't control everything because we had to put up against the business. I told the truth, exactly what happened. I got probation.
Yeah.
And people talk about probation officers. You give them respect, they give you respect. I can't say one thing bad about them people. Not one thing. Because every time I went in there, I'd give them respect. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Easy,
And like you're good. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay,
I'm not wrong with customers. I'm just trying to teach you something. Because your mom brings all this crazy stuff.
Okay, and after I talked to you, I told them. Okay?
That's what you need to do, is be honest. Did you take body pictures?
No.
Why not?
we just ended up not getting into that.
Okay.
Yeah, because she provided us with some information.
The truth will take you further in this world.
And I have told them.
Thank you.
And I've told them to go everywhere I can, everywhere they can
I
find me.
respect you for that.
Yesterday, me and the other, whoever, the FBI agents were here, Jeff and
Yeah.
Todd, maybe.
Maybe Todd, Kevin, maybe.
No, not Kevin. It was just me and Jeff.
There's a handful of them here.
Yeah, okay, well, whoever I talked to, we literally went all directed them, and they took me like every hotel trying to find her. So I don't know if she was in exit 7 and she just left
Well,
because.
why would she leave it?
I don't know.
I don't know. Said she's guilty, so where's it? She's right. Hey, when's the last time you seen her with that?
Couple months ago, in December.
Was that when she was over in the trailer when she had the kids? Because I call talk Charlotte Lines every day and she babysitted that one couple times. I could hear her playing when I was talking.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It was never I was working on the chicken shack.
Well, however it is.
Mom stayed a couple nights on the trailer with me and she took Evelyn.
I know she was there because Ashley told me, but she's guilty of something.
That's never, that's not here nor there at this point. It doesn't matter.
Right, yeah,
We're worried about that one.
I had to tell her, and I had to tell little bit of y'all that I didn't hear from Angel. I was going to get my son Elijah home.
Yeah.
Because I know she runs, she think him.
Oh, wow.
And I told her, I don't like the lie.
Yeah.
But when it comes, something I had to. I didn't have no choice.
Yeah.
I said, they call me social workers. I said, you gotta have Elijah back there at 12 o'clock, I'm not there at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
She said, well, who called? I said, I don't know. I said, y'all said, Ashley called. Y'all, or Megan said Ashley called. I said, I don't know. Megan didn't call. I told her who called. They don't tell me that. But anyway, make long story short, she was to her mom's and she started crying. She said, well, I'm just going to have to leave from here. Now, are you happy with what you've done? And I thought about it. And then when I met her, usually, every time I pick the kids up, she's customer telling me what I've done or ends up to belonging. We went her dingles.
Well, I was in the car tomorrow.
I didn't know you was in the car.
Not in her car.
I didn't know you did it.
When they met.
The day I reported to Evelyn, that morning, whatever, but I've been up so long, I ain't got no sleep, man, I feel like it's on time. Same way. I cried my eyes out over that baby, and I'll get up in the middle of the night, can't go back to the point. So you met Angel? In, English parking lot on Lights. She's supposed to be there at 12. The 17th February? The other day I recorded with Evelyn. She opened the truck door on my truck, and I told her, we were sitting her in Ashley was, and she pulls up, and I tried to get where the cameras could get us, because I don't want to be lied on. Yeah, yeah. And, I said, Ashley, I mean, I still deal with her, I saw her working that one day. And Ashley got out. She got out, opened my truck door up. We was married 18, 19 years. I know it won't better than anybody else. She got out crying. And I've never seen her cry the way she was crying. And she opened the truck up, put Elijah. Did you see her crying when she was crying? Put Elijah in the back seat, in his car seat, and buckled him in. And I mean, the tears, man, just like you take that bottle of water, was rolling down her cheeks. All right. She never opened her mouth up to me. She never said one word. And I told Ashley then, I said, something's going on. She knows something. She knows that's the last time she's going to lay eyes on that Elijah. Because Elijah's her pick. Okay. And I thought about it after I left me and Ashley got, and I meant to tell y'all, and I've had so much to run through my mind and try to speculate what and do. And I told Ashley, I said, I've never seen that woman cry like that. Yep. And then it dawned on me, I said, she knows that's the last time she's going to see Elijah. Right. So I don't know what she knows or what she's done. But something like it never did happen. Now she'd come up and cry and try to get Elijah started, so he went to the and
you know anybody that she knows in Mendota, Virginia? That's where she was hell bent to take me to. That she was in Mendota, Virginia.
Yeah, I didn't got some people,
in Mendota?
Not Mendota,
Close to it?
No,
Damascus?
Just listen to real fast. I don't know, I worked over so much, before you get to Snow Fight.
Like I said, she never specified her
Before you get to
Nicholasville.
Nicholsville. Before you get to Nicholsville, there's a place called Snow Fight back inside of it. Gladys's brother lived there on that farm, and there's some other people.
Gladys is my mom's mom. She passed away.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they have some people around her.
Yeah.
She knows so many people where she's been in and out of jail and what she does
Yeah.
that I don't know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that, I don't know.
Well, she wasn't exit 7. I don't think she's there now after yesterday. Like I said, me and the two other guys, I haven't seen. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Did y'all check it? The motels, was there any other register or register?
I checked. I called every single one of them.
I think they checked every motel. Did it go see if they got somebody else?
It was Colin Jet. Did you check under Michael with us?
I didn't go out there with.
Okay, well, it's Williams Town. But it was Colin Jet. We went like everywhere. And exit 7, tried following her. Nothing.
But that's what I've been telling you from the get-go. You told so many lies, nobody ever believed you. Like when Ashley first got together, she lied to me about anything. I hear on the phone line her little. I said, Ashley, that's what I said. I said, no reason you lied. She lied to her mama one day because where her mama's driveway is, well, Tommy's truck's clean. They've been going down the road, my truck's dirty, man, it's unreal. He don't want to bring up the driveway to get there. I said, what are you talking about? My truck's dirty. I said, we lied to you, mama. She got off the phone from her. That's way back there, which I broke her for lying. I said, there's no reason why. Because if you tell this lie, you tell that.
Yeah, I really didn't want to think they were looking into her because she took off yesterday when she got that idea.
The point of trying to make my girl is shit don't trick me.
I know.
I'm telling you. If you know something, just don't say the words, I'll get done. If accident happened, you need to tell it, because if something did happen to the baby and they get it, you can put a prison for the rest of your life. Child molesters and somebody harms babies, their life is living in prison.
I told them everything I know.
No, I'm telling you.
I told them,
Am I right or wrong? You're right.
I told them every single thing I know.
Okay.
Anywhere I think she could be. Do you have any other numbers for them besides the 3 that I might have gave them?
Thanks on Ashley's phone call. I never called her off this phone because she never asked me so much. She would call and cuss me out.
Okay, well, I have like Will's 647 number and then a 375.
What she was doing on her last, she called from that text now or whatever.
Yeah, that's 375.
She called from that one. And the last few times she's a blocker number. That's how come I thought after we asked her about talking. I said, well, we had that number. Why would she be blocking the number? And it dawned on me. I said, she might be in a motel somewhere and they won't get over where she's at. Chris, she's blocking the number. You know, I mean,
I only have the 3 numbers for her.
but if the accident happened, Megan, you're young. You just need to tell them. But just please. Because when you try to find it, if something happened and they're all toxic trouble, no, you don't have to tell them. Technology is too smart. And if you be honest now, right or wrong, y'all go along with her. While she's being honest. We've talked about that several times. You know what I'm saying? Several times today we've talked about that.
I know, and I told you all clearly.
I'm just agreeing. Well, like, we're just trying to, we're not one to argue with you. My girl, I love you. You're my daughter. I love you regardless. I might not agree with what you did, but that don't stop me from loving you, care about you, worrying about you. I know when you've already had our disagreements, but that don't stop what I feel about you. And if you be honest and go before a judge, they'll stand up to the judge and tell them she's honest. If you keep lying and they go before a judge and tell them what she told me, tell that judge, don't throw buckets.
Okay.
Just like I told you that day before we went to court.
I know that, and I came clean to after I was from you. And I was talking about after I was
Well, we think you come clean, we don't know. Oh, but yes. We hope you come clean.
I did.
But back to the fact, it's like that day before we walked in that courtroom, I was like, I don't want to be mouthpiece that judge. You're trying to overtalk. You try to overtalk the judge, and he's a little loud. You know what you do? What I told you to do. So you better stop playing with her.
Okay.
The way everybody looks at it, that's your baby. You're the one responsible. I got Charlotte rising home and 2 little ones. So I had 2 women. I'm responsible. There's nobody who goes finger than me. That's where you might roll with the finger at you. So you just need to be straight up. Well, they don't tell me you don't tell them a bunch of lies earlier. So how do we know you're going to believe you 100% now? It's going to come out. It's just a matter of time till they find out what went on. They got, how many guys you got? 40-some people working on this?
We got like 40-some people working out of this specific location.
Yeah,
That I swear to God, I just told them the truth.
Okay, I'm just telling you, I mean, it's just a matter of time till it comes out.
I told them the truth just now, or right before he called you.
Okay.
That's when I started talking.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, I mean, it's just, it's like a clock on that bomb, it's ticking.
Well, do you know where else mom would be?
I don't know where your mom would be. I don't hang out with your mom. And usually wherever, I know where she lived at over at Will, or to your mom and dad's.
Well,
But other than that,
do you know the exact address on Jenkins Hollow Road, or just that it's on Jenkins Hollow Road?
I don't know the address, I can take you there, but I didn't know the road, anything. You know, I'm not well educated, so I don't look at road signs. I'll mark something, this church, or that bridge, or that store, or.
Yeah. There's like a river behind it, it's a trailer, the guy who lives there, his name's Jude.
Yeah, if you go just a little ways on that road, there's a bridge across, so before you cross that bridge, I'm trying to picture it.
It's kind of like a yellowy tan colored trailer. And it's got a little porch that has like a stove sitting out front of it and a bunch of other junk.
There's a fence goes in between that, there's a little house, and there's the 2 trailers, there's the 1 trailer right in the house where it was at, because we went over to, I think they Charlotte up that last time, Elijah, because she told me she would want to have them. Just put me on speaker when we talk to the kids. Just put me on speaker. I said, like kids, I said, I'm coming to get my kids. You let me have them. I'm bringing them along with me. And I know everybody here hear me. But she put me on speaker. Boy, they got ants in their pants. They in Charlotte watching them out my book. Drop on it. Yeah. See, you're wrong. Yeah, nobody but herself. She don't love you kids, but I love y'all. I lay down and die. I die for any of you. And wouldn't let die about it. She's not that way, man. If you don't love her, something's wrong. She's for herself. Whatever benefits her, whatever keeps her out of trouble, she's for herself. And I've tried to explain it. Mikey knows that's the reason Mikey's talked to her, what, 8 years. Why do you think your brother's going to talk to her for? She's talking about that statement. You don't cross your family like that and think your family's going to win. She got to take your brother to prison. And then she thinks, oh, that's your fault. You've done all this. And Mikey's a young, smart, intelligent man. He knows that business. He's a good man. And if they don't be raised, we right, goes to work, goes home. But he told me, he said, that if I had $1 million laying there, I send it home this person, so I'd give it to him before I give her $1. I said, so that's your mom. I said, I'm going to give $1 to Dad. I said, that's the way you feel. I said, that's what you feel. I said, you want to talk to her, do what you want. I said, I'm not going to be mad at her for saying word to you. Don't get mad when I say this. I don't think you're telling me the truth.
And telling the truth. I've given them every single way I know how to find her.
Yeah, you want me to give them every single way to find her.
That I'm being
Where's
honest. Mom had her life.
Well, why did you say you can have her?
Because I thought Mom was going to run off. Which now it's a little late for that, don't get me wrong, but I kind of wanted to take off and leave.
Why would she take off and leave?
You walk out of the room for a second.
Absolutely. I'm gonna just take some of the things we saw. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Tom. Thank you.
You know when all that stuff happened, she was spending money off that hard and giving me doing it?
Yeah.
That was started that.
How's it going?
She wanted the money back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why would she want that?
You're not following my point.
No.
Okay, she stayed at the trade with me for a little bit, okay? She watched Evelyn while I went to work for a little bit. And then she started about that money. I'm really broke. I don't have, a dime to my name at this point in my life. And I went to work again. I came back and she was gone. I called her. She's like, bring me the money and I'll let you have her back. That, I swear to God, right hand to God, that's how it went down.
What'd she do now?
I don't know. Yesterday she kept trying to take me to Mendota. Every time that I would talk to her between now and like last month, when she did finally start talking to me again, every time I asked her about her, she'd be like, just stay, get her back in a little bit.
Here, I'll just step back in for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you tell anyone she was talking?
No.
Thank you. Look, I don't know. I didn't hear what was being said there. Tell you that. Well, let's just put it like this. I've said it before too. We'll start fresh again. Okay, everything we talked about.
Well, no, it's all to do with Mom.
I get that, but we're not going to hold against you. Okay, we want Evelyn. So what else is there? I'll tell you.
Okay, so a while ago, Mom said that I took money off of her debit card, and I did not. And she stayed with me in the trailer for a few days after that whole deal told me. I thought we were good. That's when she was watching her. I was going to work.
All right, so Angel said Maggie took money from debit card.
Mm-hmm.
Debit card.
Mom kept Evelyn overnight one night, or the first night that I stayed at 100, and I was late to work the next morning by like 20 minutes.
So Mom
kept Evelyn the first night you stayed at Hunter's. When was that?
A week after the chicken shack opened.
So first night, Maggie stayed at Hunter's. Help me out with the date. I don't know anything about the chicken shack. Don't know when it opened.
Do you have them on the calendar right here to find that?
What month meeting is it?
December.
Okay.
I guess it was in 2 weeks after. It probably was around like the 14th or the 16th.
Okay. 12, 14, or 12, 16.
Okay.
Mom kept Evelyn first night. Maggie stayed at Hunter's the 14th or the 16th of December.
Okay. I was supposed to be at work at 6 a.m. the next morning, but I stopped by the trailer to check.
Maggie stopped by a trailer where Angel and Evelyn were. All right.
They weren't there, and she started, hey, when you give me all that money back from the debit card, I'll let you have her back.
Angel and Evelyn weren't there. Angel stated, give me the money back you stole from my debit card, and you can have Evelyn back, right?
Right.
We like always.
I guess it was better.
Where was who?
Will, I was
Okay.
He didn't stay at the trailer, that's what you want to know.
Okay.
Can you go back to Will like that?
Angel,
Yeah.
Angel said to you, give me the money back you stole from my debit card, you can have Evelyn back. Text, phone, Facebook,
Phone.
talking over the phone.
Talking over
Okay. What number were you using then?
Like my number?
Yeah.
It was the 579 number, actually, I don't know.
Well, tell me the 423
579
579
6173.
6173.
I don't know which number mom was calling from at that point.
Okay. So Maggie,
At what time did you have that conversation?
Of the day?
this.
Well, I mean,
It was early in the morning now, it was like
That's fine.
before 6:30.
Okay, I do know this. I can't remember when in December. She had my two kids over there.
Yeah.
And she told me she babysat them.
Okay.
I did hear that one in the back, but I can't remember the exact
I'm
date.
not sure. December. Okay. All right. So 12,
And
14
she told me she
years
did
old.
babysit them. She's a hiding somewhere. She must be running.
What else?
That's it.
Okay.
Now, see, you raised your hand to God, and you said you told the truth the first time. That's what comes to. I'm not mad at you. I'm not fussing at you, but
Let's.
how many jokes has she told you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
It's supposed to be on me, but we know the wrong.
I don't know. We can take what you tell us, but we have to go verify it. You know?
And you're killing time. If Evelyn out there, somebody got her, and telling this, telling that, and leading them over here where they should be over here to find her.
They need to go talk to mom, and I literally told them every way in the world I have to get a hold of her for where she might be.
Well, let's do this. Since I've been doing different things and Matt's been doing different things, can I just?
Mom has family in Oklahoma. You think she'd go there?
Okay. Mom has family. Angel has family in Oklahoma.
Do you know she has money made in Oklahoma?
Angel has family.
Yeah, I know she has family.
I'm sorry, that just popped in my head.
Gladys's brother, ain't it?
Yeah, Howard Jack.
Yeah.
Who?
Howard Jack.
Howard
Jack.
Jack. That's first and last name.
I don't think that's the last name. I don't know. It's gone.
That's what how you know.
If that's
Mom
Gladys-
was talking about him.
If that was Gladys's brother, Delmer was a Delmer.
I'm sorry, I completely forgot about her family in Oklahoma. I just not talking about him.
That's fine. Let's do this. Let me
She
get
threatened to go to Oklahoma.
Matt back in here. You okay with talking to Matt again?
Yeah.
What I want to do is try. We're gonna plug this in. We're gonna narrow that down in our timeline and see when exactly we can say definitively we last saw Evelyn. Okay. So, Cubby, if you don't mind, just because of kind of the space, I'm gonna get Matt in there.
That's fine. That's
Swap you all out.
Somebody to go.
And step out. Would you like anything to drink?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Would you like
like a bathroom break?
No.
Would you like a Mountain Dew?
No.
Anything to eat? Okay. I'll be right back.
So that's why I'm trying to tell you now, if you go for this today, we don't rotate plate, you go to your house street.
Let's go ahead and step.
All right,
I'll help you find that. If you need anything, just wait. Well, I asked her again, you want something to drink? Something to eat? Mountain Dew, water, something to eat? I'm hungry, I know you're hungry. You're not hungry? I bet I can find some more of those crackers. You sure? Alright. So, what I was talking about doing was narrowing down this timeline. So I didn't specifically ask, but this 2014 or 1216, when Mom said, you owe me money, I'm not gonna give you Evelyn back unless you pay me the money. How much money is she saying?
I don't know, because I did not take my application.
Did she say, hey, it was $10, it was $1 million?
No, she didn't give me the bond.
She just said money? Okay.
I will say this though.
Well, hang on, keep that thought, all right? Is this the last time you talked to Mom about Evelyn?
No.
Have you seen Evelyn alive since that time?
No.
Okay.
I didn't see her that morning, so it would have been like the night before, because they got hungry that night.
How is it that we could narrow it down and you could say definitively it was the 14th or it was the 16th or?
I don't remember if it was like a Saturday or Monday, but it was one of the two, because it was like after the second week I started working at Tuesday.
Okay, what were you gonna say?
I loved her money, and I had spent $30 or whatever in clothes on the internet, but she knew about that. So that's what she was talking about.
Okay. All right, so let me go back. We're gonna try to make a timeline here, okay? Let's stay here. Here's where we think that so then we have Mom came and got her. Angel got Evelyn. You say 12/7.
She started staying at my house.
Okay. So from the 7th to the 14th or the 16th, did she stay there about a week?
She stayed there like for a couple days, and then she left for a couple days and came back.
Is that all during that week time frame?
Yeah.
Is it more than a week long?
No.
Mom got mad and left a couple of days after, because it was that when she left, she got mad,
Yeah.
and then came back. What's she get mad about? How am I missed that part?
I wouldn't let Will go over.
Okay. Don't hold back, something like that, ain't no big deal. Okay, Angel called Chicken Shack.
In January.
In January, that's the day you had court,
Yeah, she asked for me.
and they ended up, you weren't there.
Mhm.
Did you talk to Angel that day?
Yeah.
And what court was it again, Washington County?
Yeah, Washington County Session.
What'd y'all talk about?
Well, she was like, hey, can you come over later? And I was like, yeah, that's fine, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She was on speaker, and like there were people at the windows. I really wasn't going into like details.
Okay. All right. Is that the day you went over to Elizabethton?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Evelyn wasn't there.
No.
Okay.
Hunter came with me, and me and Mom walked outside, and that's when we started talking about Evelyn.
Hunter was with Maggie. All right. You walked outside and started talking about Evelyn. What are you talking about?
Well, I kept asking her, and she was like, she's somewhere safe, don't worry about it. Like,
Did you worry?
I mean, no, she told me she's okay.
Okay. That was approximately a month after you'd seen Evelyn?
Around the month.
I mean, let's just ask you this. Were you just wanting a break from Evelyn?
I never told Mom to take her. I just wanted her to help me, like, watch her.
Yeah.
And that's what I went to say at Hunter's. Yes, I didn't want a break. And I was like, I'm going to be back in the morning for her to work to check on her.
But what I'm saying is we've got about a month time span where you're not seeing Evelyn.
I'm going to get hold of Mom. She changed her phone number.
Right.
I know clue where she was at.
But you're not like freaking out, oh my God, I need to call the police.
Yeah.
You're just like, hey, I just need a break from Evelyn. I'm tired of raising Evelyn.
Well, I thought she was okay.
Okay. Yes. So let's say this. We've got as late as the 12th or the 16th. Never talked to your mom from that point to when she called you in January?
I would try to contact her. I even called her parents and asked if they knew where she was at, and they told me no.
So
I didn't have a current phone number for her.
Let me just ask it directly. Did you ever speak to your mom in person during that time frame?
No.
Did you text her? Facebook message?
She didn't have Facebook. I tried to. Whatever number she had, but I couldn't get hold of her.
Just here's what I'm asking. Did you all have a conversation through text messages during that time?
No.
Snapchat, Instagram?
She doesn't do anything like that.
Whatever. There's probably something I've never even heard of.
She doesn't do anything like that.
Do you do anything like that?
I have Instagram.
Okay. Were you messaging her on anything during that time?
No. I tried to contact her, like I said, in that phone number, like somebody else had at that point.
Okay. So like a month goes by, there's zero communication with you and Angel, right?
Right.
You talk to her maybe, can you tell me at the 1st of January? The end of January?
I really don't remember. It was definitely in the first part of the month.
Okay.
You go look at my birthday.
Yeah, we'll work on it. Yeah, we can do that. So it was your court date in Washington County, Kansas?
Yes.
For reckless driving?
Reckless driving. Doing like 90 or 95 and like a 65.
We don't even care about that.
Well, I'm just letting you know that way to specify the ticket was full.
I mean, you got a bunch of tickets in January?
Did I?
I'm asking you.
I mean, I got it in December. I got the ticket in December.
The court date was in January.
Yeah.
And that's when your mom went over to me? That's the day you talked to your mom?
Yeah. I remember that because she called while I was gone.
Just out of the blue, hadn't talked to you in a month, roughly.
Yeah.
A couple weeks.
Well, she tried to call a mommy first, and a mom told her I was working at Chicken Shack.
She tried to call where?
A mommy. Dad's mom. Grandma.
Okay. All right. Okay. $2?
Oh, mommy.
Oh, mommy.
Yeah. I started calling her that when I was little, like old mommy.
I just not heard that.
Raised me.
I just not heard that before.
Well, I try not to say that because then
Well, it's fine. I mean, well, as long as we know what you're talking about. Okay. All right. So month-ish goes by. You don't hear from Angel. You hear from her that day. You go over to Elizabeth, and you can drive with her, follow her, just meet her there.
No, me and Hunter drove over to the house she was at.
Was she already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
If that was the trailer, Jude's trailer, on the river, you can follow her.
Okay. Well, you know which. Well, we'll get to that later.
Evelyn's not there.
Right.
What do you do?
Well, me and her walked outside to talk, and I asked her, and she just kept saying to me, hey, she's in Mercedes, she's not here right now, it's fine, don't worry about it.
What do you do after that?
I mean, me and her went home.
Okay.
And the next day I asked you.
Right up.
Back up.
Court date was when?
In January. I had one in February too. It got reset.
Same speeding ticket?
Yeah, I went to London and like, you know, the guy was like, oh, well, like, if you go in front of the court, like, if you don't get a lawyer, blah, 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 like, I could give you like 70 days in jail. And I was like, I want this reset. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know, it's a record. That's the first ticket I got.
Okay.
And they had it reset. And the second time I went, the guy was like, it's a $20 bond. That was on February 13th. The second time.
Okay, and that's the one I found out just now, February 13th.
Yeah.
So you're able.
My first court date was in January.
We're trailing it. All right.
So you and Hunter leave trailer and Elizabeth, and Evelyn's not there. Your mom says she's safe. Did you say, or did your mom show you pictures of Evelyn?
Mm-hmm.
FaceTime,
Mm-hmm.
phone call? Did you ask for a picture?
Yes. A few days later, she showed me one picture, but I couldn't tell if it was an older picture. or not.
Let's talk about that day. Okay, on that day, did you ask for a picture?
Yeah.
What did you?
I said, do you have any pictures of her? Like, has she been with you? Did you take any pictures with her? Like, you know, I'm saying.
What'd your mom say?
She said, I'll show you one later.
Okay, later, like here in a minute, or I'll send you one later tonight.
She meant like she'll send me one later that night. She didn't.
Okay. What'd you do when you didn't get a picture later that night?
I called her.
That night?
Morning.
The next morning?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I was like, hey, like, can I have that picture of her? I was like, I just want to see her.
What phone did you call from?
Hunter's.
Okay. What number did you call? One of those you gave us, or a different
It
one?
was Jude's number. I don't have it.
You don't know it now?
Is it in Hunter's phone? And we've been called from Hunter's phone in January sometime, or early January. And we don't know what Jude's last name is.
Mom just told me, but I don't remember. It's something really funky. I can take you to the house.
Okay. Had Jude and Elizabeth no Evelyn asked for a picture.
January 9th, 2020.
Okay. So January 9th, you're confident it was your court day, you drove over to Elizabeth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. January 9th. Now we've got the time frame from, like I said, about a month, the 14th to the 16th. Okay. All right. In January, no Evelyn asked for a picture, did not receive.
I heard you never started too.
Okay, so January, you're saying you didn't get a picture. The next morning, January 10th, you called your mom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Called Angel. Did you speak to Angel?
Mm-hmm.
You talked to her
She
that
called me
morning?
back,
Okay.
but it was that morning.
Angel called back same morning. What she said?
She just said, I'll send you one in a minute. I just got up. She ended up showing me like an actual printed picture of Evelyn. I mean, like, I won't lie. Like, I took every step that child made. I was taking pictures of her. So I couldn't remember when I'd taken her, when she'd actually taken. Just to be honest with you, because literally, like, every time that child did anything, I was like,
yeah,
let me take a picture.
Well, that was the question I was trying to get at last night. How did you go from being literally obsessed with Evelyn, and I'm not using obsessed in a negative context, I'm using it like you're the mother, you love everything a child does, you're snapping pictures, to, okay, my mom's got my kid, or maybe somebody else has my kid, I'm not gonna worry about it. How did that transition happen?
I didn't want mom to do anything to her.
Huh?
I didn't want mom to do anything to her.
I don't understand.
Are you saying that you were afraid that if you came forward and told us that your mom would do something to the
Well, that's
child?
why I didn't tell you yesterday. I thought she might run off with her and just like.
Is that
No. Let's go back. Let's go back to December 12th, 14th, 16th. From November of 2018, you're obsessed with Evelyn. Love every breath she takes. This day comes along, you don't see Evelyn. It's everything seems happy-go-lucky. You're with Hunter. You're working at the chicken shack. Everything's cool. I'm not seeing my daughter.
How does that work? How do you go from,
I didn't want her to do anything or like take her anywhere with me, like just never get her back.
okay. All right, January 10th, you called Angel for a picture. Picture later, right?
Right.
Send picture later. All right. Did you get a picture January 10th?
No.
Okay. When did you get a picture?
She showed me like a physical hard copy of like a little 4x6 pictures.
Yeah.
The next day.
In person?
Yeah, in person.
So now we're January 11th.
How
How'd you get there?
Hunter took me.
So Hunter drives Maggie to Juice. Is Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. Evelyn not there. All right, so you show up hoping to see Evelyn?
Yeah.
She's not there. What do you say?
She just, I asked again where she was and she kept saying the same thing. She said, don't worry about it. But she did show me that picture.
Angel said Evelyn is safe.
I mean, the picture is just of Evelyn like sitting in the floor playing. And to be honest with you, like I said, like I didn't know if I had taken it, maybe she had printed off, or she had actually taken it.
Yeah. So then Angel shows printed out picture. Printed out pic of Evelyn. How long did you stay?
I mean, every time we went over there, we usually there for at least an hour or longer.
Okay. January 11th. What happens January 12th? The next day.
We still went over there and it was the same thing.
So y'all are going over every day?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna write.
We might have been like maybe 1 or 2 days out of like the whole month, but like I was in constant contact with her.
Okay, so you're going over there every single day? Yes? And same story?
Same story.
Are you ever getting any pictures of her?
Not after that one, no.
Never any live pictures?
No.
Facebook,
No.
Instagram, chat,
No.
everything, like a FaceTime?
No.
Were you ever,
Have anything like that.
were you ever on the phone to somebody and hear Evelyn's voice?
No.
Okay. How'd you feel about that?
Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't want to do anything and piss her off and her like just run and not tell me anything.
Okay. So you were over there for an hour, roughly every time you went over there, and it's kind of the same conversation.
Yeah.
So we'll take an hour out of the 24 hours on day. The other 23 hours, what are you doing during those days?
I was probably at work.
Working?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was either at work or in bed.
Did you ever worry, hey, where's Evelyn?
Well, I mean, yeah, but like I said, that's why yesterday I didn't want to tell you all anything. But now she's already like kind of disappeared, so I mean, you ain't have one.
She's kind of let you hang out.
Yeah.
Why? We're going over there every day.
To try to get her on the fever.
Did Hunter know?
No, I never told her.
Why did you tell Hunter you were going over there?
Just to see my mom.
So was Hunter not around when you're asking, hey, where's Evelyn?
No, me and mom was walking outside.
Well, let me ask you this, and this makes it sound crazy, because I don't know the answer. Did Hunter know you had a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Did Hunter ever say, hey, where's your daughter?
No.
He didn't care?
No.
He didn't want no babies around?
I mean, I'm not saying that, we just never really like got into the subject.
Okay, what do you think of that?
Thank you.
Hunter didn't want no babies around?
I don't think that. No.
I'm just asking, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. 'Cause that, I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. He knows you're his girlfriend, right? Y'all were living together at the time. He's driving you over there every day, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I've got a girlfriend. Did he ever say I love you?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out what your all status was. So I love this girl. She's got a baby, but I don't care anything about it. Right?
Right.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with why you weren't worried about Evelyn?
No.
All right, so I'm just going to make a note. January the 12th we got to, so it would go over to
Almost every
Jude's.
day. Yeah.
Almost every day.
And then whenever she got at that hotel in Wood Spring, she kept telling me she was only there for 2 or 3 nights. So it was like, oh, like the next night I'll bring her over and you can see what she never had.
So hang on, let's get to that. So stay for roughly 1 hour.
Yeah.
Go outside. Go outside.
Or Hunter would go out to the car lot, get dick, and then talk about it.
Away from Hunter. Then talk about Evelyn, right? Did Hunter ever ask about Evelyn?
No.
Hunter never asked about Evelyn. During the time you had a phone, like, I mean, you know how generally how phones work. I've got a picture on the background line. Phones. Okay. Well, what was the background of your phone?
But then they were going back over put on Facebook. I wanted Evelyn like that little purple chair, and she's wearing like a black long sleeve t-shirt. Yeah, a green fan.
You can describe it to a T.
There are leaves in the background.
There you go. You can describe it
It
to a
was
T.
small. She had a little camo bow in her hair. It's just the one where she's like smiling, she's patting her hands on things.
Well, let me ask you
The
this.
same one I sent to you all.
Okay. I remember that one. I remember that one.
The
So,
purple bench.
you can describe that to a T because you love Evelyn. Right? So you're around Hunter.
She had a little bruise on her face because she was walking into him.
So I guess at some point, like you're
It was like
sitting,
probably like right around here on her cheek. It was kind of like up around her cheek.
really.
Yeah.
So like if you and Hunter would be sitting next to each other and you had your phone something like this, looking at it, text or something, that picture would have been, was your phone bigger than mine? Was it a bigger phone?
It was the iPhone phone.
So that's a pretty good size phone, right?
That's
I'm
not
not
the
sure.
big
Not
one.
the big one? Anyways, but that picture is prominent, right? Did Hunter ever say, oh, there's Evelyn, oh, she's a cutie, oh, I'd like to meet her, I'd like to hold her, I'd like to, did you ever miss her? You never asked that? Okay. All right, so stay for roughly 1 hour, go outside, talk about Evelyn.
Or Hunter would go outside.
Right, either way. Hunter never asked about Evelyn. You said at some point your mom got a motel hotel room.
Yeah, at Wood Spring Street.
When was that?
She dropped the government check, but
Wood Springs.
where's February? Yeah, that was on a Saturday, so I guess it was on January 31st that she wrote it.
So roughly
I was just checking to see if it was anything.
January 31st, Angel moves
Johnson City, yeah, Wood Spring Street.
here, Johnson City. How many times do you go over there?
Well, she's only there for 3 days.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. Okay, stayed for 3 days. You went over every time. Maggie, there, every day.
Yeah.
How long did you stay?
A long time, because that's when she kept telling me, oh, I'll get there in a little bit, oh, I'll get in a little bit.
Stayed a long time. How'd you get there?
Either Hunter came with me or I went by myself, and it was in the blue Corolla.
Okay. So you went there with and without Hunter.
Yeah.
Hunter. And mom would say, go ahead. I'll go get her. Mom said, I'll go get her. She said where she was going to get her at?
Yeah.
Did you ask?
Yeah, and she would tell me, like, well, if you want to take the car, go get it, take it.
Take the car, go get it.
Yeah,
Where? Okay. So, mom's this motel, right?
right.
She's there for 3 days. She said, baby's not here. You just, we're good with that?
I really didn't want to call anybody, but I knew she was going to take off. She started taking off now, too.
Why would she take off?
She doesn't want to talk to dogs.
Let's work some more on our timeline. So now we're at February 2nd-ish.
Yeah.
What happens next? Where's Angel? Where are you? Where's Evelyn?
What was the Super Bowl? That's the day I got kicked out for sure. The Super Bowl.
The what now?
Super Bowl.
What about? Say what you said again, mate. That's when they got kicked out.
On the Super Bowl. Because her will got in ours.
Angel got kicked out of Wood
Well, she didn't have
Springs,
to leave until the morning, but we'll have to leave that night.
kicked out of Wood Springs,
Yeah.
right?
But she didn't have to leave until 11 a.m. the next day.
Springs.
That's when the cops were calling all that.
February the 2nd. So she was at that hotel on February 2nd.
Yeah.
February 2. Why were cops called?
Her will go ahead and do it.
Right.
Domestic assault or something, we'll have to leave.
Were you there?
No, but she called me and she was like, hey, like Will's like hitting me, pushing me around. We went to a Super Bowl party at Hunter Dance House, like right up the road from where he lives. It's on the same road.
What, you went to a Super Bowl party about what time? 6, 5.
So I think we got there maybe like 3 to 3:30, and we stayed till like 9:30. Dropped mom off.
Okay, so Angel is with you at the Super Bowl
Yeah.
party, all right?
Okay. We tried to go get the kids from Dad, and like Dad called the cops on her that day. It was just a big ordeal. And Hunter was like, if you want to go with us, that's fine, you can. So she went with us.
You and Angel went over to Tommy's to get Charlotte and
Hunter was with us.
Elijah.
Yeah.
Right. To take them to the Super Bowl party?
I mean, no, if she got them, we were going to go back to the hotel.
Right. So here's my question. You're riding around with your mom trying to go get Charlotte and Elijah with a plan maybe to go party later. Why aren't you trying to find Evelyn?
I wasn't going to go to the party if she got Charlotte and Elijah. She got them. She was supposed to take me to go get Evelyn. She didn't get them. And Hunter was just like, oh, we'll go to the Super Bowl party.
Okay.
So we went to that.
You haven't seen your kid in a month. Why are you thinking, oh, I'll go to the Super Bowl party instead of go trying to find my kid?
I didn't
The
know.
cops, calling the cops aside, why aren't you out here beating the bushes on your own?
I had nowhere to start to look for her other than Elizabeth.
Okay.
Her parents didn't have her.
Whose parents?
Mom.
Okay.
Wanda, David, Joan.
Did you and Hunter ever have a conversation like, hey, because Hunter's got some meetings, right? He's got a car, he owns a business, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, hey, will you help me find my daughter? You never asked him that? Why?
He didn't ask about her, so I asked him to go help me with her.
He's the best friend you got at that point, it sounds like, right? Okay. February 2nd, they're kicked out of Wood Springs.
Mom leaving.
The 3rd, whatever.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll just put that. Angel leaves Wood Springs February 3rd. What happens after February 3rd?
I still keep talking to her and she's still not telling me anything.
Where's she at?
She went to Wanda and David.
Okay, Angel at Wanda and David's. Remind me again who Wanda.
Oh, that's her parents.
Where do they live?
396 West Valley Drive, Lot 7.
396 what?
West Valley Drive
West Valley. Where is that?
in Kingsport off of Rock Springs Road.
Okay.
It's lot number 7 in the trailer park.
Okay. She is there from February 3rd to when?
Literally the day that I came up here for the day.
Okay. So Angel here. February to the 17th?
Yeah.
Or 18th, something like that?
Yeah. Wood Springs sent her like refund check in the mail. She got it that day.
What day?
The 18th.
Okay. How much?
$441.
How many?
$441.
441 Wood Springs. And it was a check?
Yeah. She got it cashed at Wells Fargo on exit 7.
You know that to be a fact?
I took her there.
Okay.
So yes, I do know that.
So I was going to go run down where she cashed it.
So did you drive over to Kingsport to exit 7 to cash a check?
First we saw at Food City, they would have cashed it.
What Food City?
The one in Coin, Ohio.
Okay, next question. Where's the check mail to?
100,000.
Okay, 100,000.
Yeah.
And she was staying at,
She didn't know if she could go stay there when she had the check mail. She didn't know like if they were letting her come stay or not.
but she was at one of those in West Valley.
Mhm.
Did you call her and say, hey, the check's here? Did she call you and ask?
This is the whole Ingles ordeal. Like, me and Mom got into it because she called me and she's like, I can't believe, that you would call DCS on Elijah and I hadn't. more than 18. Okay, and her and I were into it, and she was like, well, bring me the check or I'll just come set up there so I can come to the mail. And I was like, when it comes to the mail, I will bring it to you.
Okay.
So then, after Dad met her at Ingles, she got in the Lexus, that's what I was driving at the time. We went from Ingles and Coil Heights to Barefoot Landing to Bluffville. Came back because she didn't have her ID on it. She left in the BMW. She left it parked at Ingles. She rode with me to the house. She didn't have gas. Okay, we pick her ID up. I'm like, I'll take you a Food City cash check, it's just $5. Food City won't cash it because it's a Wells Fargo bank check. Okay, we drive to the bank across the road, whatever that is, like First Community or something like that. Okay, they won't cash it either because it's Wells Fargo. They tell me the nearest Wells Fargo is on exit 7.
That's why you go for it.
We go to exit 7 Wells Fargo.
Okay. Just you and her. Cash.
No, with it.
Okay, we'll put it.
Yeah.
Cash at, say again.
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo, exit 7?
Yeah.
Exit 7. All right, let's go back to you sitting at Food City. You might have missed this earlier. It's me and Tommy in here. You're sitting there at Food City in a different car.
Ingles. That's where they met.
Ingles. Angel is there with Elijah and Charlotte, or just Elijah?
Just Elijah.
Just Elijah. Tommy pulls up to do custody exchange, right?
Right.
You're over in the parking lot. Tommy doesn't notice
I was
there.
away from him.
Right. So, you know, Evelyn, you know that Angel has Elijah, is taking good care of him for what, a couple of days or something, whenever?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Where's Evelyn?
I don't know.
Why weren't you asking that question?
I was asking and she was not telling me. I literally asked her every day from the day that she called me at the chicken shack. And it's always the same answer. She stays, don't worry about it.
This is the girl that you probably took a million pictures of. And now it's like, hey, where's Evelyn? Well, I don't know. You just shrug your shoulders. All right. Let me go back to Hunter.
Well, I didn't really know what to do. I didn't want her to like leave or do something to Evelyn.
What do you think you should do? Not sit back and wait?
I mean, yeah.
For how long? How long are you going to wait? That's a really good question.
I don't know.
How long are you going to wait? I mean, it's been. The last time you started was when? December 17th? 16th?
14.
Okay. So it's been 1 month and 6 days. 36 days since you've seen your child. And you're okay with that?
I mean, no, like I genuinely not know what to do. And yes, I know you're going to tell me, oh, you should have called us. Like,
Well, that's neither here nor there. Whatever. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand how that you're okay with this.
well, I wasn't necessarily like okay with it, but like I said, it was like I had a lot of options. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But you're working every day, going to Super Bowl parties, going here, going there. But I guess we just go through this way. Now, I think we've established it, but I know we talked about it last night. I was getting zoned out of it. I was tired. We all were. So I guess you have a birth certificate for Evelyn, right? You're listed as a mother. No father is listed, right? We talked about that. So you would be the primary parent. You are the mother. You're her legal guardian, right? You're her natural guardian, natural mother. I know you have this extended family that loves her, but you're her go-to, right? And you have no idea about her well-being for how long?
A while.
What's a while? A while could be 20 minutes.
The only time I saw that picture was on January.
Okay. So we're talking, you have no idea about her well-being. You don't know if she's safe, alive, well-nourished, flourishing. You don't know anything about your child since December the 16th, right? So, okay, this timeline, is there anything you've left out?
No.
Is there anything you've lied about in here? Just this?
No.
Okay. Do you have reason to believe that Evelyn is not alive?
No.
Okay. Well, let me
ask it the opposite way. What reason do you have to believe Evelyn is still alive?
Hope. I only have a solid reason, that's all it is.
Yeah. Evelyn is 16 months.
15.
Sorry. 15. What would you know? Right?
I don't know how you go about finding her own.
I would have known where to find her that day at Ingles. You would have called and said, she's at Ingles, come help me. At the hotel, the Wood Springs. Hey, she's staying over at Jude's. Hey, she's, hey, one of the police, I know the police are on their way to Wood Springs. I know that's where she's there. Why don't I just go there and tell the police what's going on? We know where to find her then. I bet if you would have called us December the 14th, we could have found her. You know? So, I don't know.
Can you check with the family that's on there?
Do what? That's a lead. I promise you we'll run down. I told you there is no extent to which we will not
I
go.
can look through about to that, so like going on about like why is the family that my mom and his family.
That's
not
fine.
on
We can run that down.
That was always her go-to, like anytime she bought information or anything, I'm just going to Oklahoma.
Okay. So let's say this. Let's say we find Angel later today. You've seen Angel almost at 14th. She's never had Evelyn.
No, we didn't talk until January.
Okay.
9th, because that was her day was.
I forgot about that lapse. All right. During that entire time, you don't know that Angel ever had Evelyn. So let's say we find Angel. Let's say they've got her right now. We just don't know about it yet. How do we find Evelyn?
I asked her,
Think she's gonna tell us?
maybe.
Maybe. She ain't been beating down her door so far, you know.
Well, maybe if you guys are like in person, it'll be good.
Maybe. Well, what do we do if she says, I don't know where Evelyn is?
She's the last person you met.
A month and a half ago. What if she says something really bad happened? And what do we do then?
I don't know.
Anything else? You've not told us.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we've been around this circle, around and around and around and around. You know, and we've been nothing but nice to you. Give you every opportunity to tell us. We are trying to help you. Do you understand that?
I do.
And when you tell us lies,
It doesn't help. I know.
when we've got all these resources tied up running down bullshit that you know is exactly that bullshit, like all that with Ethan. You know how much time we wasted on Ethan when we could have been looking somewhere else? You knew. You knew that was bullshit.
Let me go back through it and make sure I got everything straight. So I think on the 17th or maybe the 18th, someone from Sullivan County talks with you, right?
Understanding.
And that's when you give the story of, well, I left her with Ethan, right? And I'm not trying to badger you. I just want to go back through it. But at that point, you knew that wasn't true, right? And then I guess you kind of fast forward. Am I the next person you talk to as far as sitting down in an interview?
No.
You talked to someone else. Was that with the FBI?
No.
No, the first person she talked to was somebody else.
Okay.
The night we went to your house and found you, brought you up here.
Yeah.
You rode up here with the patrolman, right?
Right.
That was the first night.
Well, they went to the chicken shack and Hunter took me to the chicken shack.
Okay, wherever you came from, somewhere down on 75 up here and talked to us.
But let me ask you this. So they showed up Chicken Shack looking for you. like, hey, we're here to talk about Evelyn, I guess. So you say to Hunter, hey, can you give me a ride to Chicken Shack? Right?
Yeah, Hunter's dad called, and I answered the phone, he said, hey, let me talk to Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Hunter was like, oh, well, there's like a detective there or something. I'd already talked to him that day.
Okay.
This was a little bit after I talked to him.
But you and Hunter takes you over there to meet detectives, right?
It was just one call.
Well, whatever.
You better put on the patrol road.
Hunter takes you there.
Yeah.
How far of a drive is it?
Less than 5 minutes.
5 minutes. During that 5 minutes, y'all ever talk about what you're fixing to talk about?
No.
Hunter didn't ask.
No.
He didn't say what the police doing. Now, if my wife, girlfriend, or whatever would get.
All he told me on the phone, no, I hear that, not on the phone. He came home from work a little bit after the detective had been there, and he was like, some guy called me about your child. And I was like, I know I've already talked to him. I said, okay.
All right, so Hunter, that says he loves you on February the 18th, y'all been together for 2 months. At this point, says he loves you, refers to your world, Evelyn, as your child. Right? Is that what he always called her?
Yeah.
You ever call her anything else?
He never really talked about her calling me.
Did you ever talk about it in a derogatory manner?
No.
Okay. All right. So then you get brought back up here to talk to some different detectives. Do you stick with the story that I dropped her off with Ethan? Okay. Then you go right around with FBI looking at motels?
Yeah.
Right?
This was the next day.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So would that be then the next interview you did was with me and Angie? Or is there one in between that?
What's that? I don't remember.
Well, if you don't remember, that's fine.
It's all jumbled together. I talked to so many people that.
You remember talking to me last night?
Yeah.
We talked and you stuck with the story, the 24th and then the 25th. And look, I'll just tell you, I knew you were lying to me last night. I didn't have enough evidence to confront you the way I did today. At the bottom line, okay? I hadn't been briefed on everything that was going on. I got caught up on that. That's why I wanted to talk to you again today, because I knew none of that was true. All right? You knew none of it was true, right?
Right.
I mean, you knew I had a good reason to be asking.
Right.
Right? Little girl's missing. And you misled us, you lied to us, right? So then today, for whatever reason, you decide, okay, enough's enough, I'm going to tell the truth. Give us a different story.
It is the truth.
Well, that's what I'm just trying to get it right. Okay, so that's where we're at, right? Okay. What else is there that we should know? What else can help us find Evelyn?
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head. Mom was supposed to, what is today, the 20th? She has an appointment at Kingsport House on the 25th to get a government apartment.
Think she's going to show up?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, that's the only time that I know she's supposed to be somewhere.
All right. February
The 25th.
25th.
I don't know the time. Could you all maybe call them and get the time? Yeah. Okay.
February 25th, Angel appointments at Kingsport House.
Yeah.
All right. What else?
That's all.
Who's Angel's boyfriend right now?
William McLeod.
Nobody else. Jude's out of the picture.
Her and Jude went over together. They just looked at Jude.
Oh, sorry. William McLeod. Seen her?
Will lived with her at Jude.
Okay.
They paid Jude rent.
I didn't get that. All right. What else?
That's all.
Hungry? Let's get some food. Water. Bathroom break. Walk out, get some fresh air.
Maybe.
Anything? Let's, I think we could use a break too. Maybe we'll step out over here. If you want to walk out the way this elevator works, you've probably been up there enough. You gotta have somebody go down with you. Walk down. Okay, we'll give you some there, okay? Sure you want something to drink?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Lieutenant Price. So this is the first time Megan has told you this story about her mom
Correct.
possibly having a child. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you all go looking for Angela Boswell, and William McLeod?
Yes, we did.
And were you all able to locate them?
They were located, yes.
Where were they?
Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Were you able to locate Evelyn with them?
We were not.
Did you, in the course of your investigation, didn't find any evidence that Angel Boswell had ever had Evelyn?
That's correct.
So there was no evidence?
None.
Okay. Any evidence during your investigation that Angel Boswell had ever taken Evelyn?
None.
All right. This was not the last interview that you had with Megan Boswell, is that correct?
It was not.
Okay. After you learned that the information she had told you that day was not correct, did you all come up with another strategy as far as how to get additional information from Miss Boswell?
Yes, we ended up interviewing her again.
All right. And would that have been the next day, February the 21st of 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And on that day, did you all interview her along with various items of evidence that you had collected from Hunter's residence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And if you would kind of tell the jury what you did, what your strategy was in interviewing her on that day.
So we were doing our best to narrow down the timeline of the last known credible sighting of Evelyn, who, when the last time we knew her to be alive. And so she had several items that we had gotten from Hunter's house in a box, kind of like she called it a memory box. And there were different photographs and items and letters and that kind of thing in that box. And we set it down with her and we basically asked her, when did this happen? When did this happen? To narrow down. Again, we were trying to narrow that timeline down as close as we could get to what we could prove to be the last time, Evan was seen alive.
All right. And obviously at this point in time, you knew Megan Boswell had told you things that were not true.
100%.
Is that correct?
Right.
And did you confront her during that interview with her inconsistencies?
Yes.
All right. And did you record that? And you said that interview was the next day, the February 21st, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that interview also conducted at your interview room over at the sheriff's office?
Yes, it was.
Which again is located here in Bluntville, Sullivan County.
Correct.
Correct. Did you all record that interview?
We did.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have an opportunity to review that interview?
Yes, I did.
And was that what you watched, a true and accurate recording of the interview that you had with Megan Boswell on February the 21st of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I would move to make that exhibit 221.
Objection. No, sir. Full exhibit 221.
Judge, I would ask to publish that interview at this time, play it for the jury.
No objection.
Let me approach for a second, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, they just told me this video is a long one. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. I thought that was okay. I think that would be awesome. I'll spend about 15 minutes.
Everyone stand. honestly do not know how anyone can lie like that. Lie after lie after lie. It's like she doesn't even stumble over her words. It's just, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, another long video. Yeah. They do. They just roll off a tongue like... You know, you'd think if you were lying, you'd fall over your words. You'd be nervous about all the lies you were telling. But no, it's all very believable. Just by the way she's saying it. But the cops know it's nonsense. They must know it's nonsense. Like if Angela Boswell has been, you know, running around with Megan for January and February and Megan's seeing her, well, where's Evelyn? Like, why would Megan, who wants Evelyn back, be like seeing her mother? Like, wouldn't she want to know where Evelyn is or who's got her? It's just stupid. It's stupid. But someone put that interview with Hunter in my Facebook group. Ex-boyfriend of missing girl's mother says he never saw the child. Is the interview actually here? Oh, there isn't a video to it, but it's just an article, but let's read it. Hunter Wood, owner of Hunter T's Chicken Shack in Bluntville, said he dated Megan Boswell for a few weeks in December. Okay, Wood says he never saw Evelyn in the weeks he dated Boswell. All I've seen is pictures of her. Never even seen the baby, he said. I have no relationship with that child whatsoever. He said he met Boswell when she applied for a job at his restaurant. He characterised their relationship as on and off and said the relationship never got serious enough for him to notice any red flags. He said Boswell told him that Evelyn was staying with her father, Ethan Perry, while he was home on military leave for Christmas. They have half custody to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, because that's what he was told. It's not my business to dig further into that because we weren't that serious for me to dig further. And yet, Megan took her own child's life within days of meeting this guy. He said he saw Maggie Boswell 2 days ago and hasn't heard from her since. So when was this article? February 20th. February 20th. Where was I up to? There. Hasn't heard from her since, so that'll be the 18th. So that was the day that DCS contacted Megan. Wood said his business had been smeared across social media in the wake of the Amber Alert on Wednesday that signalled that Evelyn is missing. So the Amber Alert would have been the day before this. I'm not doing this to, you know, hurt this investigation because all in entire meta here of what's going on and what needs to be resolved is finding that baby. TBI issued an Amber Alert for Evelyn on Wednesday. Officials from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office said their investigation began Tuesday after the Department of Children's Services alerted them to the missing child. Continuing to search. That's practically all he said in the interview, but there is a clip of him actually speaking to the camera. And I honestly don't think he had any motive whatsoever to murder Evelyn. There's no one else with motive other than Megan. Yeah, she was just an inconvenience, yeah. There's protests at the courthouse. Really? Why? Hold on. See if we can see any clips on Twitter. Where have you heard that from? I don't see anything on Twitter. Maybe if I do hashtag Megan Boswell. Where are you seeing that? These people talking about the interview we've just watched. I'll scroll down for like the last hour, and it's all about the prosecution, witnesses, and the interviews. Yeah, now he's in a psych ward, yeah. A local Facebook page posted about it. Okay. There's nothing on Twitter. Let's do Megan Boswell on Facebook. I'm getting loads of links from her interview. It's Nick Barris posting loads. I'll show you what I'm seeing. It's all Nick Barris from 2020. So what's up with Evelyn Boswell's case? Many of you messaged me asking. Okay. I don't know. I'm not seeing. Oh, look at that. Look how cute she is. How could anyone harm a hair on her head, let alone her own mother? Well, not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I know, look at her. Oh, Nick Barris is always on the case. He is. He's always on the case. Can't wait for them to say guilty. I know. I know. But what do they have to protest about? I mean, I don't understand. So where she cries, smiles, laughs, and cries all in the same sentence. Yeah. It's a little Arnie Simon all over again. Only Leilani was more hysterical. Like she would just go off. Megan's more controlled and just sniffles. Kingsport Times News 2 hours ago. All right. Okay. Megan Boswell. Kingsport Times News. Jury shown physical evidence 2 hours ago. Three hours ago, 4 hours ago. Well, it's obviously not that big a news, really, is it? We do Kingsport Times News, Megan Boswell. Day 3, no. Past hour. I think jury shown physical evidence. Go away. Oh, well, I guess we're going to have to just live without that story. FB about protest is on Kristen Kwan. All right, this is the last thing I'm trying. Otherwise, by the time we get this, they're going to be back. They're going to be back. Kristen Kwan. WCYP. Right, I've got WCYB up. So this is WCYB. Live update on Megan Boswell.
Something with my connection here isn't great and it cut out. So hopefully you guys can see me again and we can continue this quick update. We're taking a quick lunch break to tell you what's happening, what has happened this morning in court. Again, sorry if you were on before. I have lines. They've been out here all morning.
Oh, here we
About
go.
what we've heard today in court. You can see a little group has formed here outside of the sheriff's or the Justice Center here with the Justice for Evelyn signs. They've been out here all morning.
It's hardly
Just
a
saying
protest,
Justice for
though, is
Evelyn,
it?
and a few people have been honking as they go by. But I have not seen, so me and Liam Bridgman with News 5, we have been switching in and out so that I can come out and give everyone an update at around noon. So he's actually inside the courtroom right now, and I haven't seen him yet. So that leads me to believe that the jurors are still listening to testimony from Saturday. He testified Saturday and was wrapped in the trash bags. They showed the
All
jurors
right,
that.
so
It was pretty emotional.
So it's not really a protest. It's just people saying justice for Evelyn. I'm going to have to just stop sharing for a second and go back in because it's took my audio off. Thought we were doing well. Thought we were doing well this trial. and not having any audio issues. Should be okay. It should be okay. You just have to go out and go back in again, and then you're generally all right. They are ladies from Evelyn's army in support of Evelyn. Ah. No, it's not a protest. It's people with banners supporting justice for Evelyn. So I was thinking it was people protesting like against something that happened in the court. I was like, what can possibly have wound people up? But it's not. It's just people with Justice for Evelyn banners. So I'm glad we got to the bottom of that anyway. It took a while. Here's the judge. This is our last session. I would imagine that once this interview's over, if it's a long one, he might let the jury go for the day. The side blanket looks like, in my opinion, an imprint of Evelyn's face. Oh, I don't even want to think about that. I really don't. My sleuthing paid off. I was just following suggestions from the chat, so none of the sleuthing was mine. Yeah, this is an afternoon break. So they do a 15-minute morning break, then they do lunch, and then they do 15-minute afternoon break. This is why it's easy to watch trials on catch-up, on replay, because you can just fast forward through a whole lot. You can fast forward through hours of a day. When you're watching it live, though, you don't have that. You don't have that capability. The courtroom is very tiny. Well, no, they're not going to allow people with banners in the courtroom, are they? So it influences the jury. You got to be silent in the courtroom. I'm not sure there'd be much of a smell left on those exhibits, honestly. Like, given that they've been processed and given the amount of time, I'm not sure there would be much of a smell left. Yeah, less sidebars today, yeah, because it's been mainly interviews, and the interviews, like, they've already decided which interviews are allowed to be shown. So it's not, they're not going to be able to object to specific portions of the interview once they've already said that they don't have an objection to it being played. I suppose they could. If they wanted, they'd object, but I don't think they'd get anywhere with it. Here we go. Last session of the day.
Bring this, make it get checked. Oh my gosh.
had his thought, something. So, we're with the pictures, we're kind of making that time frame. Hold on, shut the doors open. Your grandma's downstairs. She's right there. Where was that at?
Time frame pictures.
Where were those pictures? They're right here. That's 50 pictures. These are the other pictures.
Yeah.
I know we kept you here a while, you're kind of in a time crunch. I'm sure your grandmother has got better things to do.
Well, I have nothing better to do. You're trying to find my child, so.
Okay. Well, basically what I'm getting at is, if there's any point in time you need to get up and leave, just go. You're free to leave. I know he's kind of in your way.
Well, I just kind of wait if you are like, hey, we're done with you.
Okay. I'm just saying, you're free to go at this point. So, we talked about, the pictures. I may get into a little more questions. Are you okay with answering some questions again?
Yeah, do you want me to sign the papers? I don't have to. Like, I signed somebody. I'm definitely more than okay with talking to you all. But
Do you care to do one just in case? I'm gonna get one. I just thought of this. My mind is scrambling everywhere. I'm still trying to figure out why ETSU's calling me. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That's weird. The newest phone I have, if I don't have a number saved, the number comes up, it's like it guesses who it is. So like if you call it, it might actually have your name on there, even though I don't have it saved. I don't know how it works, but it does. All right. Well, I'm kind of getting this stuff together. I'll let you start filling it out. Oh no, these stuck together. I got some of that stuff on there. I'm so sorry about that.
Okay.
I done messed up, didn't I? All right. Okay.
Mom,
Yep.
321,001.
So this is in November.
That was taken out of mommy's house.
When?
On mommy's. Grandmother was downstairs.
So I'll let go ahead. All right, Amy. Very good. You done this before, right?
Yeah, that is on.
Do you understand it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it to you.
Okay.
Before you ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to make yourself, you know, answer your questions. If you do answer questions, your answers can be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before your question. If not before a lawyer, will be provided to you without cost. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you'll still have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you talk to a lawyer. All right, you understand all that?
Yeah.
All right. Applebee's, we don't know. Okay. Is this the same trip?
Yes. They're all
What day was this on?
the 21st. This picture, I think, if it would have been warm in November, I think it would have been sometime in November. 21st, we're all from the same, I'm wearing the same clothes as those two.
Tell me again. November.
I don't know when in November, but I'm pretty sure it was. The only reason I know that is because I went to Applebee's after DPS was sending me money for going to school. I went to Applebee's after I got that money for October. Now that I think about it. Because I had money to go to Applebee's. Same trip. So those are just the same pictures for now that we did.
Way earlier.
That is from December 6, 2018.
This pen is messed up. December 6th,
2018 at Olsen Homes in Greenwood.
18.
Yeah. So Evelyn was less than a month old. They had like a family thing for like the children in foster care.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that was.
That's great. Will you help if I turn these around? I just realized
I
that.
can see. This picture was taken on the day that she turned 4 months old, to my 18th birthday. So 3/21/2019. Like I
So
said,
now
some days
we're
I remember really
12,
specific.
6, 30.
That one comes after that one. That was more recent if you're going from.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
When was this one?
My dad has the pictures. It was from sometime in February 2018.
So we're like, more than sure. Well, this one was
December. No, that's in February 2019. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Because, yeah, Evelyn was with us on that trip. But I have the pictures of like me, him, Ashley, Elijah, Charlotte, Mikey, Sarah, Evelyn.
What about this one? Where's first birthday come in?
That's not first birthday. That's Christmas. That would come after that.
Right there.
First birthday would have been somewhere between these two. Like right, yeah.
December 21st.
Yeah.
This is,
From 1/11/2020. I see the date on it.
you can see that?
Yeah.
Where?
I'm trying not to touch it.
Way off.
That was food we picked up for Jason, the guy who lives in the basement.
Jason in the basement.
The set.
That's fine. We're just making time right there.
The trip to El Paso would have probably been somewhere around like.
Where's that? Right here? Yeah.
Yeah.
When was it?
I asked before her birthday. I don't remember exactly, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Where's that right there?
I got sick like a couple of weeks ago. So it would have been after that.
Wait, what?
The
This?
car would have been after the all-door thing.
This is.
Hunter's insurance.
So just, let's put it down here.
I don't know what I wrote down there. You're gonna ask me. I don't know. We ran into it because him and his dad were arguing over chicken shack stuff.
Before or after?
After. I cussed him out, so I was apologizing. Called his dad something mean.
He did or you did?
He did.
Alright, so
The ultrasounds were obviously prior anyway.
prior to the pictures.
Yeah. Because she was in my stomach.
Right.
The first Speedway night trip is the first time I took her was the night they opened. Which these pictures are from that, but I took her the very night they opened.
It's gonna kind of go in weird order.
Okay.
We're gonna start way back here.
Okay.
Ultrasound. So this,
That was the day I was having her. That was her heartbeat and my contractions. I couldn't get her out. It's her heartbeat. I
now we're like right here.
Yeah.
What's next, right?
Right. That was Christmas. So it would have been with the ornament.
Right, we know what the book is, so I'm gonna put it here. Birthday,
No, my foster mom made that for me for Christmas.
Christmas when? There.
It's just the first week of Evelyn's life, basically. That's
Right.
what all the pictures
Right.
are. None of them are after she was a week old, if that makes sense.
I'm gonna turn this side, let's get some more.
But Patricia made me that. I'm gonna call her Gail.
Huh?
Okay, Gail made me that like for Christmas because I wanted a picture book of Evelyn. July, that was the July 4th trip. It was the weekend of July 4th of 2018. I was pregnant.
Before or after ultrasounds?
Before. It was the weekend of July 4th. 2018.
So this puts us, we're over here.
I took her the first night they opened.
Was Evelyn with you?
Yes.
Is this one of the trips you took with Hunter?
No.
Did you ever take trips with Hunter and Speedway Lights?
No.
Okay. So now we're talking like
Right
in here. Or
It was a
maybe
little bit before that.
Maybe it was with this. This is at Bristol, right?
I don't know exactly where the book's from, but the first time that I took her was the first night they opened. So the first time me and her went to Speedway Lights would be November 15th, 2019, because that's the date it was.
So that's after the birthday.
Yeah.
Let's just do this. Let's put this under the pictures.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So we're running out of room. Okay. We don't have a date on that.
It's just good photos. Those were from when the car too, when I was sick. Probably the North Carolina trip, wherever those villas are.
Blowing Rock?
Yep.
We can tell when that was. Remember why?
Because there's a
We got a
split.
seat.
Yeah. With the date on it.
Maybe 1/19 of 20. So.
Moving after,
You
before the
pick that
car.
up. You pick
Can I
that
touch
up.
it?
That's fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would have been before the car.
Before the card.
Yeah.
All this goes before the card. Seeing your pictures, we're like right over here, right? Or somewhere.
August 20,
We'll put it like right there.
August 2018, yeah.
We're not worried about that. Okay. We went through this, Matt. Let's see if this is part memory. That's you. Ethan. These are things you like eating.
Yeah,
Right.
it's on from that. There's a baby shower the day we came. The pictures of her, like with me and her at the Christmas party,
Yeah.
they were way in the back. She and Evelyn was 26. Yeah.
Okay.
It's at the same place.
Okay.
That is Evelyn with Santa, her first Santa. First time she met Santa, that was the same day at the same Christmas party at Holston Home.
So then there's all kinds of
It started at 6 p.m.
All right, well, we know you didn't have the first birthday party really,
No.
but I mean,
I got her a little cake and let her smash it at my trailer. But it was just me and her.
Yeah.
Like, my dad wanted to be like, once you do it one day, the other can do that day. I just couldn't every day. And I said, well, just screw it. It's my child's first birthday. I'd rather it be just me and her anyway. It's not ranging around you all the time for her first birthday.
you want to fill this stuff in?
Right now. She doesn't have a birthday party, so
Well, you did the birthday smashing thing, right?
I'll fill it out later.
Okay. What are we gonna put here?
Nothing. She's not 2 yet.
What are you gonna put here?
Hopefully pictures of her at her second birthday party.
What do you want to do at her second birthday party?
Actually have a really nice birthday party. I brought balloons and stuff for her first one. I was going to make a baby shark thing, but I didn't really set all that up.
What do you want to do to this?
I don't know. That's a long time from now.
You can think about it.
Take her to the park.
What park?
Warriors Path.
Is that what you like to get?
Mm-hmm. Also, there's this dinosaur park. Backyard Terrace. I used to take there a lot.
In Bluff City?
Yeah. And walk with her.
How many times you go there?
A lot.
Really? Aren't they doing some kind of dinosaur thing at either Meadowview or at the Speedway?
I was going to take Elijah.
To which one? Is it at Meadowview or is it?
At Meadowview.
Are they doing it at the Speedway too?
I think.
When were you going to take Elijah?
Today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
When did they start it?
Today.
According to kids, she's going to be getting pretty big.
Yeah.
About the size of Elijah?
Yeah.
What do you think you'll be doing then?
I don't know. Whatever she likes.
All right. So, let's go back.
That was before the ultrasound.
Which-
I see.
Yeah, we're going this way.
Okay,
So we've got basically,
4th of July.
wait, did you have like, oh, I've got stuff to fill in there. What's over there?
Okay. You can see your teeth really good in this picture.
I'm sorry, I
You
can't read the
can see your
word.
teeth really good in that picture.
How many teeth did she have?
8. And I was taking it along.
Hey, where?
Along.
Where's she live at?
I was on the hill from my dad.
Okay, over off Muddy Creek. It's like hills. From the.
That little man.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed most of these pictures of her.
Yeah.
I didn't want to cut it because, you know, if you look, you can see it in her eyes, and I attempted to cut it. I balled my eyes out as much as that.
Where is she 6 months old in this timeline?
She's 4 months here, so we're going to. Sorry, I don't want to touch it.
It's okay. Because this ear infection, she was 6 months old.
Yeah.
Right? Newborn. Right? Or hospital records.
Okay, yeah.
So, like, right here.
That goes with that.
They go together.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the hospital cash goes with the same. That's where she was born. What was that? Coming home outfit. That was right after she was born. I have to do that. Okay. Evelyn's 1-year birthday shirt. We'll go with the hat. What was that thing? Evelyn's bathtub sleeve. That would have been from the first, the day that she came home. She was 5.5 months old. So that fits in kind of
Anywhere.
around this area.
Look right. Where's the
Okay, that works, yeah. What was that thing? Evelyn's first shoes. That she wore those. Couldn't really fit in them. So she kind of wore around the time she was 6 months old. That's when she started fitting in them. They were a little bit too big for her.
She started wearing them when?
6 months old, 4 to 6 months old.
Right in here.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's count. Alright. So, we'll just count this as one. So from the time we've got like ultrasound pictures, we've got 27 things that were in that box.
Yeah.
Plus this, and we can count that one or a dozen, but it's 28. And let's see, let's go to the last thing. Her birthday was on the 21st.
Yeah.
That's kind of where this stops.
Yeah.
On the 21st. Did you have this birthday cake smash on the 21st?
Yeah. No, it was on the 22nd. Take that back.
Wow, I'm just curious.
Because we were trying to have a birthday party on the 21st. My dad and Mikey ended up being at work late.
So
Yeah, no, then they wanted to wait till this weekend. I was like, no, it's my child's first birthday. I really didn't want to have you all here anyways because I want to spend it with her, to be honest. So.
That's understandable. Okay. So we got like 28 some things. If you count these, makes it like 30 something. And then this one.
Those are all from one trip. Some of the pictures are the same. I meant to give those to my dad. I never got around to it. That's from the same trip.
And this one was taken when?
December 21st.
It was after December 20th. You're so sure of that.
Yeah.
You're so good with all of these other dates.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Is that a bad thing?
No, it's great. It's a great thing. So we've got all this stuff about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Leading up to December the 20th.
Yeah.
And then it becomes.
That would have been about like either 4 to 6 days after Mom took her.
Okay. So then we got.
Hunter put that stuff in baby box.
Well, hang on a second.
Okay.
So we got the trip, Ripley's here with Evelyn. And the trip with Hunter, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures.
Yes, yeah, so like 4 of those pictures are these same pictures.
Okay. But there's 6 pictures there.
Okay.
Right. And then.
I have pictures of Evelyn from this trip, but Dad has them.
Okay. All right. They're not in the baby box though, right? And then the 21st.
No, that's
The 11th.
11.
Evelyn's missing, and you're out getting shrimp Alfredo for who?
Jason.
Jason.
Okay.
And Evelyn's missing on. This one has the receipt.
Mystery.
Evelyn's missing on the 19th. You're going to Blowing Rock with Hunter.
And Mom.
Stopping and taking pictures.
He stopped to take that.
Right. And then you got this big long letter. Hunter wrote you this big long letter.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Like a couple weeks ago, I was sick.
Doesn't mention, sorry, we can't find Evelyn. Right? You mentioned, you write this letter to Hunter. I'm sorry. Love you always. Because you all are fighting.
Yeah.
You're not fighting over looking for Evelyn, are you?
No.
Should you be?
I mean, Hunter's never really that concerned about it.
Exactly. Here's my point. You were all about Evelyn. You did all this stuff. You saved the bracelets. You saved the cat, the coming home outfit, Evelyn's bathtub sling. You saved this picture. You saved these little footprints. You saved the first Christmas. You saved this book. You saved the trip to Ripley's picture. Can't read upside down. The bracelet from the ear infection. You saved that. This came from the baby box. Her first shoes. You saved all that. You've got this from the first birthday party. Evelyn's 1-year birthday shirt, worn for 3 days.
You can sit here and tell me you know she wore those for 3 days. What 3 days were those?
The 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd of November.
Of November. You know that right off the bat.
Yeah.
Because you loved Evelyn, right?
I do love Evelyn.
You love Evelyn.
I just want to clarify just so it doesn't sound bad. She didn't wear that shirt for 3 days straight. I washed it every night.
I understand what you mean.
Okay.
You made a trip all the way to El Paso for her to see her dad. You drove, right? Did you do that for yourself or for Evelyn?
Probably.
All right, look at all these pictures you're taking over. You're so happy with her, right? You saved the Speedway and lights. It stops December 20th. A minute ago, you started crying on December the 20th. What happened December the 20th?
No, I was crying on the 21st.
Okay.
What that was the day she would have been 1 year and 1 month old and Mom had her.
Okay.
I didn't have her with me.
On
That was
December,
sad.
on December 21st, you were upset because you didn't have Evelyn with you. What efforts did you take on that day to go find Evelyn?
I went to my grandparents' house. She was not there. I tried to contact my mom, couldn't get a hold of her, and I actually rode around for a little bit trying to find my mom or Will, a place where they would be, because this is when I still had my road cruise. But when the cruise got taken, when did I go to court? January 9th for that ticket, right? Our cruise got taken on the same day from court. So I still had it on that point in time, so I was trying to find mom.
Okay. So, you're saying
I had planned the trip to the aquarium like pretty ahead of her. She's like, oh, well, we'll go.
So you did all that on the same day you all drove from this area all the way down to Gatlinburg. How long does that take?
An hour and a half. Hunter drove, and Hunter speed's really bad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You're saying that's a 1 hour trip?
Yeah.
I can't make it to here from Morristown in an hour. How are you getting to Gatlinburg in an hour?
Hour and a half.
An hour and a half, okay. Let's say you get there in an hour and a half. You have to drive back in an hour and a half.
Right.
So that's 3 hours.
Yeah.
How long did you stay at the aquarium?
30 minutes or less.
30 minutes or less. And got your picture taken.
Yeah.
There's 4 hours. And what part of the day did you spend looking for Evelyn?
Earlier before we went. We didn't get up there until probably like 3 or 4.
Okay.
I don't even, no, I take that back. I really don't think we left until probably about 3. So up until that point, that's what I was doing.
January 11th.
I was trying to talk to Mom that day, and I was trying to get her to meet me in Kingsport, and actually I eventually gave up on it, and Jason had called in wanted food, so I brought him some back on the way back.
Okay. Didn't get a chance to buy anything for Evelyn that day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Because she wasn't with me.
Or was she?
With Mom.
Did you see her January 11th?
No.
So she was missing January the 11th.
Yeah.
Right? That would put her, how many days? What did you tell the news that where you dropped off Evelyn?
I didn't.
You didn't say it to the news?
No, I didn't tell her where.
What'd you tell the news? I haven't seen it. I've been up here working.
I mean, they asked me what was going on, and I'm like, well, they're trying to find the person and stuff like that, you know what I mean? That's about it. I didn't tell them anything specific.
Okay.
I told them I couldn't tell them any specific details about the case or nothing like that. Was I supposed to tell them something?
I'm not the one that asked to talk to the news. I'm not talking to the news. Hunter, I'm sorry. Love you always. How many love letters did you write to Evelyn while she's been gone?
No.
Why?
Why would I write her love letters?
Are you going to talk to her when she's older? Remember that time that you were missing? Every single day, I wrote you 10 letters. I was out beating the bushes trying to find you. I'm going to be honest with you. Let's go back and talk about the plane. I don't think you were in there for this. I told you we had a plane, right? I said that 3 days ago. I said we put it on there if we needed to. Somebody walked by and just said something about a plane, and she looked at me, right? And you realize I was being honest with you, right? I'm going to be honest with you right now. Do you know why I think you ain't been out looking for Evelyn?
Why?
It's two things. You're kind of one and the same. You know where she is, okay?
I don't know exactly where she is.
Or you know she's dead.
No.
Now's the time to talk. Is Evelyn dead?
Not that I know of unless Mom has done something. I would never hurt her. She was my daughter.
Okay. You're not out here doing all that you can to find your daughter. It's two reasons. You know where she is or she's dead. And another thing, some of this is bullshit that you're saying right here. Say you can't find Mom and she won't tell you where she's at. You're not looking for her, but you just, after all this, you're with her, right? You, Hunter, and your mom go to the Lone Rock, North Carolina,
And you said this receipt is from where you and your mom and Hunter were there. So where's Evelyn there now?
I don't know, Mom didn't tell me.
Where is she?
Mom would not tell me. I told her about that.
So you went along with her?
I mean,
You
yeah.
went with your mother on a trip to Blowing Rock to go pass around, and your little girl, you don't know where she's at. Is that what you want me to believe?
I'm being honest.
That's not what I asked. You went, you've got detail after detail after detail after detail of this little girl. Her whole entire life. Basically, daily. You can tell us specifically to the day, to the hour of what was going on in your child's life until here.
Okay.
Look at me. Is everyone ever going to get to wear this?
Yes. Unless she's a fit in it. It's 18 months.
You know what I'm asking.
Yes. I'm listening.
There's no way. There's no way. I'm a parent. There's no way. No way you don't know. It's impossible.
I honestly thought she was my mother.
Okay.
Every time I'm being honest, every time I ask my mom, she'd be like, she's in a safe place, don't worry about it. I don't know what else you all want to know. I've given you every, place I could find my mother, and I'm trying to help you out as much as I possibly can.
It doesn't make sense. Look, where is she?
I don't know. If I knew we wouldn't be here in this room.
Something happened December 21st.
Something happened before December 21st.
What is it?
You all know that. Between the 14th and 16th was the last time that I saw her.
We don't know that. We know that's what you're telling us, okay? And we also know that you lied to us. You spent about 6 hours lying to me, okay? I don't know when to believe you. Now everything you tell me I have to verify, okay? Everything I told you has come true, right?
Right.
We're not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up your ass. I'm not. But there comes a point that we just got to talk about facts and reality. I mean, here's something else that really bugs me. You go looking for apartments with Hunter. You're willing to look for a place to live. You told us yesterday for you, Hunter. You giving this baby a name yet?
I don't know its gender.
Okay. You go out hunting for apartments and not Evelyn. For you, Hunter, and the new baby. You put on that application, 3 people will live there. That's 3 of you, the new baby. Evelyn's hung out to dry. That's why, in my heart, I believe Evelyn is dead, or you know where Evelyn is.
I don't know where she's at. The last person that I knew had her was Mom. Did Mom ever call you back?
Here's the thing, Mom's hung out to dry. There's something else you're not telling us.
There's not. And I can 110% say that. I know I lied to you all before, but after I started telling you everything with Mom, I've done nothing but tell you all the truth. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been talking more.
I know you have.
And stuff like that.
That you just, I mean, do you not care about her?
I do care about her. Let me up here.
What bullshit? You don't care about her? She's been gone for how long? You never picked up the phone. You never called. DCS didn't know. We didn't know. I mean, we're 2 months behind finding her.
You want to be honest about why I didn't call?
Yeah, please.
Okay, after Maddie's mom talked about it, I thought you weren't any good and wouldn't do anything, so I thought I'd do better trying to get on my
So
own.
you're going to blame Maggie. That's not even believable. No. Okay, that's a lie.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, I know Maddie's mom, and she may not like us, but do you, like I said, do you believe everything you told me a minute ago? You didn't believe everything she told me.
Not only she said that, but literally everybody else.
Who's everybody?
Steven, Buck, Lacey, Dana.
Have you ever talked to law enforcement before in your life?
No.
So you're basing everything on what? 3 or 4 people that are always in trouble with the police, dope head, drug dealer, overdose victims. And guess what? Just in a second, I'm gonna walk over and grab my work phone. Christy has been blowing my phone up. She's done more to help Evelyn than you ever did. So if what that excuse you just told us is true, which I don't believe, it's insane. Because Christy's daughter died, and the police investigated it, and for whatever reason weren't able to solve it. She still has hope that the same police, this man right here, can find your daughter. Do you want me to show you all the stuff she's been sending me? You want to see how many times she's called me today? I finally had to tell her quit calling me because I was too busy doing other things. I had to send her to the 1-800 number. Christy believes in us and believes in Evelyn more than you do. How's that going to come out? How's that going to look? Do you believe we can help you find Evelyn?
Yes. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't be up here every day.
Do you believe me about Christy or you want to see that?
I believe you.
I dare say she's called again since I've been sitting over here.
But if you go on Facebook, all she did for like months was trash talk like every
I don't give a damn about Facebook.
Okay.
I think Christy's crazy, okay? But she's trying. In her mind, she is trying. She's trying her damnedest, okay? You know, I don't give a damn about Facebook and what everybody else has to say. I don't give 2 rat asses about it. All I care about right now is finding Evelyn. And the only person that I think can help us do that, I'm sitting 2 feet in front of.
And I am trying to help you all, and I'm giving you every information. Okay.
I mean, listen, you have.
Then I'll put it on right now.
You haven't. I mean, back this stuff up. There's there's nothing more we can do for you. If you're gonna go home while we're looking for your baby and not care, that's all we can do.
No, you're saying I'm not really being here. So
I think you're not being 100% truthful with
I am being 100% truthful with you.
Okay. Do you want to go home or do you want to help us?
I'm trying to help you all, but you all are like,
That wasn't the question. Do you want to go home or do you want to help us?
I'll stay here as long as you're not like, well, you're not doing any good here, because what's the point of me being here if you don't think I'm doing any good?
You're not. Are you going to give us any information other than what you've already told us?
That's the only information I know to give you.
Okay. Do you know why Matt and I are the 2 that keep talking to you?
Because I talk to you all more than anybody else.
Not exactly.
And I talk to you more, and I've told you more than I have anybody else.
Not exactly. We're the only 2 out of 40 damn people that are probably over there right now that have an inkling that you're telling us some truth. Everyone else over there thinks every word coming out of your mouth is a lie. And I can understand how they get that, okay? I think you're still lying to some, but I believe in you enough to think you've told us some truth. You're not telling us all the truth.
I have told you everything that I know.
You loved this kid. You loved this kid. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say this kid's Evelyn. You love Evelyn. You dated every minute and every second of her life. You remember it. You can say that picture. Remember putting that outfit on her this day. She was happy. So on and so forth. And then Hunter comes in the picture. Hunter don't like Evelyn.
It was, don't.
Evelyn is gone.
My mom had already taken her at that point. The 14th through the 16th.
Okay. Look. That's what you started. You started dating Hunter December 2nd or December 1st. Okay. I know that to be a fact. All right.
That's when I started working at Chicken Shack. I didn't start going to his house over a week later.
Okay. So let's say a week later, December 7th. The last credible sighting was not from you because you're not credible anymore. The last credible sighting was around December 7th.
Now finish your story.
Okay.
You start dating Hunter December 7th. You're going over to his house. No one sees Evelyn.
It was after that,
When?
probably around the 9th or 10th.
Okay.
When my mom started coming to help me babysit her.
2 or 3 days later, boom.
That's when my mom started coming to help me babysit. And those days, you can look at the schedule. I was at work from 6 a.m. to like 7. I hit it back. I was there before 5 o'clock when they started opening until they closed.
I don't care if you worked a 24-hour shift. Evelyn is gone. Okay?
Well, she was at the house.
If you cared about this little girl, you wouldn't have allowed us to start with. That's my opinion. I'll give you another opinion of mine. I think everybody that's been in working on this, I can't even count up my hours at this point. I ain't had hardly any sleep. I talked to a lady in Nashville last night. that I thought I had a dream about. I woke up this morning and looked. I'd actually talked to that lady. Okay, that's how long and how hard we've been working on this. Everybody over there, you know what they think? They think that all of them care more about Evelyn than you do. That's how it looks. If I were to write it down on paper, that's how it looks. Your actions make it seem like you don't care. If you do care, if you want me to walk over there and say, guys, guess what she just did? She just helped us out with this. She cares. You all were wrong. Matt and I were right. If you want me to go over there and say that, help me.
I don't know what else to tell you to help you. I have.
Well, I mean, we can't even corroborate that your mom's the last one to see this baby.
Because you can't find her.
What we can prove,
okay,
what we can't let me talk. What we can prove is that we chronologically, you know, specifics about this baby, specifics up until Hunter.
Can I comment now?
I'm telling you.
Why do you think you can't find my mother?
Why?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
You tell us why. We've tried. We've tried our best. We got a freaking plane up in the air trying to find them.
Okay, and I feel like that should tell you all something, because people, if I did something, I would be up here talking to you. I would have been like, I'm a lawyer for come up here. I wouldn't say anything. Tell me God, I would not.
Okay.
That's the reason Mom will not talk to you all.
Why?
Because she knows she took her. You know, when Dad was sitting here and Dad was like, oh, she got told me she's going to have to leave. She can't come back. She's going to have to leave. She can't come back. You remember that? There has to be a reason for that. Do you not agree with me on that?
I agree. Here's where we disagree. I think you know more. I think these guys over at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, they've worked and lived here all their lives. They're familiar with your family, okay? I'm not trying to be derogatory towards you. They're familiar with the Boswells, all right? You know what they told me this morning? The Boswells are a tight-knit family. They won't rat on each other. I think that is where this is coming from. I think you are doing what you were raised to do and not rat on anyone in your family.
If I wasn't going to rat anyone in my family, I wouldn't have told you anything about my mom. And you know what? I did that first. And then I talked to Dad, and I was like, hey, you need to tell him what happened.
Okay.
And then I don't know if you noticed, but literally the second I got off the phone with them, what started happening.
I believe, no.
It was a little bit after I got off the phone.
You continue to lie. You told us your latest version of the truth, and then I got up to take a break, and you said, well, you call my dad, but don't tell him what I told you. You told me that story before you talked to your dad. You didn't want him to know you had told because he raised you.
I called him that morning.
Okay. But you told us, don't tell Daddy what you told us.
And you know why? Because he's went and told everyone in my mom's family, hey, they're looking for Angel.
He's trying to help us.
Right, but he told them why. And I thought nobody was supposed to know.
Did you think we put out an Amber Alert?
No, I mean, he specifically called and said, hey, I know she has the baby. Tell her to come give me the baby or take it to the sheriff's office.
You think people aren't going to figure that out on their own? No, we're not smart enough, remember? I guess. Okay.
Well, no, but I mean, I don't think
That's what she said. We're not smart enough. I can't even fathom that. You didn't come to the police because we're not going to do nothing to help you. That's bullshit.
Christy knows what it's like to have a dead baby.
Okay.
She's trying to help us. She don't want you to feel that. At this point, I can't tell if you know how that feels, because I don't know.
I don't know how it feels, and I hope I never have to know how that feels. The whole time me and her were looking for places, all I talked about was one room for Evelyn.
How did Hunter feel about that?
He just didn't really comment on it, but that's literally like, if you talk to the lady at the apartments we looked at, you can ask her.
You think we ain't already done that?
I talked about my daughter. She knew that. She said she had 2 kids.
Do you remember us showing you that card that
Yeah.
Hunter filled out?
Yeah.
How do you think we got that?
From her. Wolffield.
No extent, we ain't gonna go. And look, we're not trying to be mean, hateful, jackass jerks, but we're getting to the end of the line here.
And I have told you everything that I know,
Listen to
and
me.
I'm trying to help.
Let me talk.
Okay.
We're getting to where there's not much more than you're helping us with.
Because I don't know anything else to tell you all.
That's what you say.
I don't.
Let me ask you, when's your court date?
The 25th or the 26th.
Is that Wednesday? Today?
Yes, it's Wednesday.
What's your plan? What are you gonna tell the judge?
If I don't have her, I can't produce a child, so it's going to be arrested for being contempt of court.
Okay. How does that make you feel?
I mean, not great, but
Have you ever been to jail
whatever.
before?
No.
I mean, it's no place to be. I mean, newsflash.
Okay, well, I want to go to jail, but if I don't have anything else to tell you all, why not? I can't tell you anything else. I really told
I mean,
you
here's what
everything I know.
I think you're at peace. Whatever happened to this little girl, you're at peace with it.
I'm not at peace with it.
Well, you don't act like you're not at peace with it. That's what I think too. I think you. I mean, it's on December 21st. That's when you started crying about it. But there has been 2 months to process it. You're at peace with it.
I'm not at peace with it.
Well, why is it that wherever Evelyn is, whether she's alive or whether she's dead, you're at peace with it.
I'm not at peace with it.
You don't show it.
Just because I'm not crying all the time.
I'm not saying
doesn't mean
crying
I'm-
all the time. It's a little more than just crying all the time. I mean, like I said, I'm a parent. I have 3 kids of my own. If one of them, and they're older, if one of them were gone, you couldn't tie me down anywhere because I would be out if I was on foot in the snowstorm looking for them. But not you. You're out here at Blowing Rock, Ripley's Aquarium, going to pick up Olive Garden. Life is normal for you. She's gone, and you're at peace with it.
I mean, no, it wasn't exactly normal.
You're at peace with it. You're with Hunter. You're with him, doing anything with him, running around here, going places.
That does not mean I was at peace with
And
it.
Evelyn's gone.
That doesn't mean I was at peace with it.
How is it not? Because you were there. Not here with her, not looking for her. You were there with him. Are you at peace with it?
No,
What are you not at peace with?
I don't have my child.
We know that. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what all of this, what looks the worst. I can't tell if it's the fact that you're going to Ripley's a week after your child's been missing 5 days, or the fact that you're picking up food provided for somebody else some random dude, basically?
No, he gave me the money.
Okay, you're going to get it, got it for him.
I was in Kingsport.
Whatever, you ain't got it for him. Because they're looking for Evelyn. You're providing for somebody else. You're covering care for somebody else now. Blowing rock, however long we spent there. You got Hunter's insurance in that box, in your baby box.
I have to keep that in there.
Nobody else knows. Nobody else knows. You're hiding it too. That's the other thing that I can't understand. You're hiding it. You know you don't know where she's at. You're making excuse after excuse after excuse for people that ask you about her. Well, she's here, she's there, she's here, she's there. I know this. Facebook messages. We've been there too. I mean, we're not, you know, we've got all that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And telling everybody in the world lies about where she's at. Lies we can prove they're lies. You know how many, I lost count. Last night, I knew the dates, the days, the reasons, and the number of times you took Evelyn to the doctor. She's a baby, she's got to get sick. You cared for her, you took her to the doctor. Do you remember how many times?
She had an ear infection one time. I think I took her for like just allergies or something else another time and checkups and stuff like that.
She's little. She's got to go all the time. That adds up. I mean, there was quite a few visits, right? Now, I mean, you have a baby, she's your wife.
Well, yeah, they weren't like sick visits, but they were just checkups and stuff like that.
But the point of it is, you did it. We deal with mothers all the time. We don't take them anywhere. Okay? You did it. You took Evelyn to see the doctor. Okay? And then 1 year, Boswell visit rolls around. You start making excuses because Evelyn is. We know you rescheduled it. We know you told them that you switched pediatricians. We lie. Right?
That was during the time that Mom was staying with me. I was working literally from 5 o'clock in the morning to like 7 or later at night. And the only reason I got a job was so I could have the money to take care of Evelyn.
Okay. Where was your mom working?
Nowhere.
There's my point. Your mom's not fit to be having a baby. Okay? You left your mom. You left Evelyn with your mom. Now you're telling me you had to reschedule these appointments because you were at work.
I was at work on those days. You can look.
The point, I believe that part. The point of it is your mom wasn't at work. She was probably doing dope, right? And your child is missing well visits. If, it's a big if in my mind. If Evelyn is still alive, she ain't safe. Your mom wouldn't even take her to a well visit. Okay? So again, we're right back to you're caring for this baby, doing everything that a mom can do. You're getting a job to provide for her because the daddy ain't. Right? And poof. Evelyn vanishes. I mean, really, she vanished. The last credible sighting we had. I mean, basically Thanksgiving. I can't wrap my head around how you go from never did this.
This was after Thanksgiving.
Look.
Maddie's balloon release was after Thanksgiving.
Listen, that's not credible now because it only comes from your mouth. I have no way to verify that. Okay?
Swimming in lots of cameras.
Look, that stuff erases.
Have you talked to Bailey?
Who's Bailey?
She went with me to Evelyn to Speedway Lot.
When's the first time you told me that? Just freaking now. Don't you think that's important? Did we not tell you 1,000 times you got to tell us everything you know? Here's the point.
Bailey Hawkins went to us. She was there in this picture a second. She was, I touch that. Can I touch it?
Look.
She was there at Applebee's.
I guarantee you Bailey will be able to help us find this baby, right? But we're going to track her down.
She can verify that.
Okay,
she can verify most of what I'm telling you.
I can verify that Evelyn's alive in that picture. I ain't doing us no good right now. Okay? Let's go back to what I'm trying to wrap my head around. You do all of this stuff for your baby. You go, above and beyond. You're as good a mother as there ever was, okay? And it stops. Something happened.
I had told you why it stopped, but I'm not repeating that again.
Okay. I would stay in here, right here, sit right here in silence, or talk, or play music, or whatever, for another 24 hours or 24 days, if I thought we were gonna be able to find Evelyn. But I don't think this is gonna be good. You agree with me? Is there anything else you're gonna do to help us?
I told you everything.
If we need you, are you gonna let us, will you answer the phone?
Yeah.
Can we go down with you, get that phone number?
Well, I mean, I couldn't stalk you, but I mean, I'm not gonna say no.
We didn't what?
I couldn't stalk you, I'm not gonna tell you no.
I didn't stop.
Yeah,
You
I'm gonna
don't
go
care.
down there.
Oh, we're on another, just, we need to get hold of you, can we call you?
Yes.
Okay, you gonna call us? I mean, if you
Yeah.
need something, you
I
know,
need her card to call you all, because I don't have one, without a shelter.
I'll get you one. Actually, you're gonna program it into that phone, where's that?
Detective Price, no, earlier I had you identify various items that you all collected the night that Evelyn's body was recovered there from the scene. Got a few additional things. It's part of your duties and it's part of your role in the investigation. You were aware that other items were collected as part of this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you one of those items, ask you if you can identify what's contained there.
Yes, I can.
You recognize it. What is it?
It's a pillow.
All right. And is there any identification or any writing on there that tells you where that was collected from?
Yes, it was recovered from 976 Sugar Hall Road, lot number 4.
All right. And did you all secure that in an evidence bag so that you could send it off to the TBI lab?
Correct, we did.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 222.
Yes.
I'll hand you another item, ask you if you can identify that. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's another pillow.
All right. And was that pillow one that was collected from the shed on the Boswell property?
Correct, yes.
All right. And again, did you all secure that in an evidence bag so that it could be sent off to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, we did.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 223.
No objection. fully good at 2.2.
I got one more to take, Lieutenant Price, if you would take a look at that and see if you can identify it.
Yes, I can.
And what is it?
It's another pillow.
All right. And was that pillow also collected from the Boswell property in the shed?
Yes, it was.
And again, did you secure that in an evidence bank so that it could be sent to the TBI lab?
Yes, we did.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 224 at this time.
Any addition? Those are
Thank you, Lieutenant Price. If you would answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you.
Lieutenant Price, my cross-examination will seem brief following these videos. I want to ask you first about the interviews you took with Megan. What date did those begin?
I think it was the 20th of February.
And on the 20th of February, how many times did you talk to her?
Twice.
How far apart were those interviews?
There was probably, from the time we left the room and came back, there was 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say the second interview is a continuation of the first interview?
It was another interview. We were still trying to find.
Continuing the interview about the same subject matter.
Correct. I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay. Are you sure it was only 2 times you talked to her, or was it 3 that day?
Without looking at my notes, I think it's just twice that day. And the last interview we just did was the following day.
I noticed in one of those interviews you all Mirandized her.
I think we Mirandized her every time we talked to her.
Okay. Do you think that, or you know that?
I have it all written out on my notes. Yes.
Okay,
She was Miranda. I don't have it up here, but yes, she was Mirandized every time that Agent Gratz and I spoke with her. Yes.
Okay, it wasn't on the videos. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. It was probably before she came in there.
Before she came in there.
Could have been in the lobby. Could have been in another office.
Would it have been done in writing?
Yes.
You think you have those forms somewhere?
I believe they are here somewhere. Yes.
Now, the interview on the 21st, you're still talking to her about the same thing.
We are.
Another interview continuing the interviews you've been having for several days.
Again, we're looking for Evelyn, trying to get any information whatsoever to help us find that child.
Okay. How many times have you been to the Boswell property? Let me clarify that. There's a Boswell trailer park, and it's on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes.
And then there is, for lack of better words, Tommy Boswell's compound at
Muddy Creek.
On Muddy Creek.
I don't ever recall being on the property at Sugar Hollow during this investigation.
Okay.
I don't think I went there. I have been to the Boswell property on Muddy Creek several times, but I think the only time I was ever there during this investigation was the night the body was recovered. I did go back after that, and I helped do the drone video that was shown.
Okay. That drone video provides an overhead view. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that from a different perspective, that stuff may look just a little bit closer together if you say standing looking flat as opposed to looking down from the drone, the buildings?
I think that'd be a open to interpretation. I think the drone video is an accurate representation of what we saw that night, or what that property is.
From a bird's eye perspective.
Well, even, the drone flew low. We flew the drone low. I tried to make it walking height.
Did you take measurements at any point of the various buildings? For instance, the dollhouse where Evelyn was found to what's been described as Mommy's house. Did you take a measurement for that?
I personally did not.
Do you know of anyone taking?
I'm not aware if anybody did, but I did not.
Do you know what the distance is approximately?
I do not.
Did you take any other measurements there?
I did not.
I would like to go back to those statements a little bit. I assume it would be fair to say that you and Agent Gratz were honest with her the entire time?
Yes.
Did you have some inkling she was telling you the truth?
No.
Well, Agent Gratz said that in the video, so I was asking that you and he were the only two.
I think what he said was she told us pieces of the truth or parts of the truth or something like that. But as far as being 100% honest with us, no, I did not think that.
No, but he indicated that you all were the only two that believed that she might be telling you some of the truth. Was that a true statement?
He did say that, yes.
Was it true?
I do think that she was telling us pieces of the truth, yes. Some truth.
As part of this investigation, did you have any interaction with Hunter Wood, Preston Hunter Wood?
Very little. I know he was in our office a few times.
Did you talk to him?
I don't think I took a formal statement from him. I can't remember. I spoke to him. I don't remember taking a statement or anything from him, no.
When you say spoke to him, do you mean like if I see you out in the hall and I say, "Hey Matt, how are you?" Or
correct.
That's what you're saying about speaking.
Yes, I've known Hunter before, and so I did speak to him. Yes, but I don't think that I may have been in one of the interviews with him, but I just don't remember for sure.
You got him on a professional or a personal basis?
A professional.
Did you or you didn't attempt to ask him for his DNA?
I don't remember.
Okay, if you
I don't remember if I did that or if anybody did that.
You're aware that he declined that?
I heard that said today, but I can't remember without looking, but it's been 5 years ago. I have to look at the file.
I understand. What about Hunter's palm prints? You heard Agent Gratz talk about how he got those here to Sullivan County Jail. Were you getting fingerprints? Are you aware of whether the Sullivan County Jail, when someone's booked in, do they take fingerprints or palm prints, or is there a difference?
I don't know how that works. I worked in the jail in 2003, so I don't know how they do it now.
Okay, so that would be something
somebody from the jail
a detective would not be familiar with.
Correct.
At some point, did you, in this investigation, you were active in this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yes.
At some point, did you become aware of Hunter Wood's mental health problems?
I don't know if it was actually during the investigation or after, later, at a later time.
Okay, well, whether it was actually what you call the actual investigation or later, if you did become aware of those mental health problems, did you do anything to look to see if that would have affected your investigation into this case?
I spoke with our district attorney's office in reference to it. They were aware of what was going on, and that was pretty much the extent of it.
But you made no independent investigation other than speaking with the district attorney's office?
No, I did not.
When did this investigation begin?
It was in the evening. I think it was February the 18th. 2019.
So it did not, the investigation in this case did not begin until February of
2019. 2020.
2020?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
So prior to that, there was no pending investigation.
About a missing child?
Yeah.
No.
There's no investigation whatsoever.
No, as soon as the DCS referral came in, that was our first knowledge of it. Or my first knowledge of it.
Judge, if I could have one more. Lieutenant Price, were you there on February the 23rd when Mr. Boswell's property was searched with cadaver dogs?
I was not.
Thank you. Lieutenant Price, I know there were a number of investigators within your department with other agencies that were working on this case. Mr. Scott asked you about the distances that between different buildings on the Boswell property.
Yes.
One of your specialties, one of your areas of expertise is in computers, use of computer sciences. You also work, I believe you mentioned, with the drones at the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Is that correct? As part of your all's investigation out there, did you all measure the distances between the various buildings?
I don't remember if we did.
All right. Let me pass you a document, see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's a Google Map photograph of the Boswell property, measuring distances, showing distances displayed between buildings.
So it is a Google map looking straight down over it. And you all have, is that something that you all have overlaid the distances between the properties on top of that?
Correct.
Okay. And does it show the distance, I believe, I'm not looking at it right now, but between the trailer and the playhouse where y'all recovered the body?
It does.
And what does it indicate the distance is?
$50.34 feet, I believe.
All right. And in your work, have you found the information that's contained within Google Maps to be accurate?
Correct. It's very accurate.
All right. I don't have any objection to it. It's just hard to read. I would, Judge. I need to make that exhibit 225.
Before exhibit 225.
I asked to publish that to the jury if I could. You have the laser pointer, Lieutenant Price.
I do.
All right. If you could, I know that's kind of tough to see, but if you would point out where the trailer is, I believe that's where Mary Boswell lived.
Correct, right here.
Okay.
And then
if you would.
Playhouse is over here.
All right. And there's a distance there of 50.34 feet. Is that between the corner of the
Mary Boswell's trailer and the playhouse. Is that what we're? the
Yes, that's
distance
correct.
measured there? Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'd like to ask him a couple more questions if I can. Agent Price, I saw in the video at some point though, y'all were giving Megan a cell phone. Is that right?
We did at one point in the investigation, gave her a phone so we can communicate with her.
Okay. Well, that phone could also be used to track her too, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. Did you track her with it? You remember the question?
Go ahead.
We ask it again.
Yes, I'll try to ask it the same way. You all gave her a cell phone that she could be tracked with, did you not?
It had the possibility of we could track her. Yes.
Did you all do that?
I personally did not.
Do you know if anyone did that?
During that whole investigation, all the cell phone stuff, the technology stuff was being handled through technical services unit out of Nashville, Tennessee. They were assisting with that. I don't know if they did or didn't.
So I think that answers my question, actually. Thank you.
Nothing further to it.
We're ready, Judge. State would call Jay Quaintance.
Make sure you have him spell his last name.
I will.
State your name.
Jay Quaintance.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Quaintance, if you would scoot up real close to that mic there, and if you would say and spell your full name for us.
It's J-A-Y, Quaintance, Quaintance.
Thank you, sir. And where are you employed?
WJHL.
All right. And is that one of the local news stations here in the Tri-Cities area?
It is.
All right. And you, of course, are familiar with the story and the investigation into the disappearance and the subsequent recovery of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this occurred back in February of 2020. Did your news station cover that story as it was happening?
We did.
All right. And on February the 24th of 2020, did one of your reporters interview the defendant, Megan Boswell?
We interviewed her. I don't recall the exact date, but we interviewed her.
All right. And does the news station maintain a copy of the raw footage of that interview?
We do maintain a copy for a time being.
All right. And at some point in time, at the request of law enforcement, did you turn over a copy of that video to law enforcement?
We did.
All right. And would that have been a true and accurate copy of the interview that you all recorded with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit number 226.
Objection. Full exhibit 226.
And I would ask that I be allowed to play that for the jury.
Go ahead.
If somebody comes up, we'll hand. You don't worry.
Okay, we'll just see.
Yeah, you guys just.
You're on.
Relax. All right.
We're on, honey.
So,
We're on.
I guess.
Whoops.
For the bikes.
I'm looking at, I looked at yours, I'm looking at yours, just say hi.
All right.
Hello. Hello.
All right, perfect. So, please say and spell your first and last name for us and tell us your religion.
It's Maggie Boswell, and I'm her mother.
I mean, Megan May.
So we're gonna take a photo really quick. They want us to send this back to the station, and then we will start immediately.
Well, legally, my first name is Megan. I go by Maggie. Does that matter?
Her middle name's Meg.
Would you want us to put you super? So we have supers, and would you want us to put it as Megan or Maggie?
It doesn't matter
Okay.
either
Well,
one.
we'll go with I'll put Megan and then do Maggie in parentheses and then Boswell. So this your last name is Boswell, right?
Mhm.
And it's Boswell.
WELL.
Perfect. All right. All right. So obviously today we are seeing videos of Evelyn.
Mhm.
First off, tell me what kind of little girl she is.
She's very sweet. She loves everybody. She's never been mean ever, which I'm very thankful for. She's just a really good-hearted baby in general. Like textbook, how you want a baby to be, like, has every milestone early, you know what I mean?
And speaking of that, tell me what kind of things does she like? What kind of milestones has she been hitting recently?
Well, when she was 6 months old, she actually put a bottle on her own and went straight to a sippy cup. She started walking probably around like 10 months. That was kind of hard though, because she's like not like small as in like underfed, you know what I'm saying? But like she was a preemie when she was born. She's like a smaller baby and she kind of had trouble like balancing her weight, but she finally got the hold of it. She's starting to say a lot of words and, you know.
Tell me what kind of things she likes to do. What kind of, is she into any sort of TV shows?
Only Baby Shark.
And riding in a car.
Yeah.
She loves to be in a car.
We went to Texas to see her dad, Ethan, and she slept the whole way there. Like I had to make her wake up to eat and stuff like that. And that's like a 24-hour drive there.
So let's get into the last time you saw her. Tell me what that time was like and when that was.
Well, actually, I want to talk about that. I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself. Because I've told them, and they're not really, like, taking it seriously, and if they don't go tonight, like, I will go myself and go get her.
Tell them why. They're not.
Don't get into
It's
that.
cut.
Stop.
They can edit
Stop.
it.
Stop.
No, you need to defend yourself.
That's all they need to know. Quit. Quit.
They already know, Megan.
So let's kind of go back into.
Sorry,
No, it's
sorry.
okay.
Can you edit that?
Yeah,
will.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
So tell me about the last time though that you saw Evelyn. Tell me what you guys did and when that was.
We went to go out to eat, and then my mom came and got her. She was wearing a little hot pink tracksuit with the matching bow, little matching shoes.
And was this December 20, like right after Christmas?
A little bit before Christmas.
So this was before Christmas. Okay. So tell me what you know about her situation. Obviously, you just revealed that you know she's where your mom took her. So tell me what all you know about that situation.
That's really all I know. My mom, like you can ask her, is a very vindictive, manipulating person, and she basically like threatened me the whole time that she was gone.
She's like, seriously, I don't care to say it. She's like the biggest sociopath I've ever seen in my life.
So, all right, so she was with your mom, but obviously your mom is being at the moment extradited back to Tennessee right now. Do you know who has Evelyn right now?
She dropped her off somewhere in Mendota at a silver camper.
That's what her mom told me.
So that's all you know. You don't know who she's with.
But my mom would always say the person, not like people, plural.
So there is a person that has her in Mendota. Tell me, obviously you said you just know that she's just been naming them as the persons that you have. Do you know what their name is? Not at all.
Can I say something about that? Can I say something real quick? Off the record. If you don't tell them.
I don't know.
Listen to me, sweetie. You want the baby found? Then you need to be honest with them. They're not taking you seriously because you've been trying to protect them.
They're not taking me seriously, TBI isn't, because I've not fully told them. I've been like, hey, like my mom camped out at Mendota, you want to go check them out, but I've never been like specifically, hey, she's like your silver camper, because my mom did threaten me, like, you know, if I told anybody. I'm not going to get that, but she did.
So your mom has had Evelyn the whole time? Or the whole time?
Or the person that is in Mendota has had her the whole time.
So you believe that your mom took her to Mendota? Tell me why you let your mom take care of her? Did she take her from you that night? And
Well, she was just supposed to babysit her because I was going to work.
And then when did you know that something was wrong?
Well, whenever, like, she picked me up Wednesday, and I told her, like, hey, they're doing a press release about the Ambler thing, and then she freaked out. That's why they couldn't find her. Like, nobody talked to her for days until they arrested her. She just kind of poof, gone. But she kept trying to take me to Mendota, and I kept asking. I was like, are you taking me to Evelyn? And she would never tell me yes or no. And I was like, well, if you're not, I'm just calling my police station, come and get me. Like, I'm not playing these games with you.
And so tell me, the day that you dropped her off with your mom to let her babysit,
that's what she's asking.
tell me what, was there anything off about your mom that day? Did you have any suspicion that she was going to take your child?
No.
So what they're wanting to know is, and this is where the confusion comes in, is when you came home from work, sweetie, and the baby was gone, like, what did you do and what was your reaction?
Well, I called her, and she was just like, oh, she's safe, like, you know, that kind of thing. And then she started threatening me, which, like I said, I'm not going to get into, like, everything she threatened me with, you know, because I'm just not, but
she has made very bad threats in the past that I can validate.
So when you went to go, were you going to pick Evelyn up that night after work?
yeah,
So when you went to pick her up, was your mom gone?
she wouldn't answer.
And you just couldn't get into the house to get to Evelyn? And so, obviously now that you believe you know who has her, what do you have to say to them?
To just bring her back. I just want her back. That's all I want. I've been so long without her, and I know lots of people are like, oh, why didn't you miss it earlier? Because my mom threatened me, and I just want her back. That's all I can think about is how much I just want her back.
I can say watching her grow up, Megan has tried repeatedly to have a relationship and trust her mom. And her mom, every time, let her down. This girl's been raised to be like a maid, a cleaner. She was a babysitter for her younger siblings. And Angela is only out for Angela, not the grandchild.
And talk to me about when you had the indication that she was missing and something was seriously wrong.
Just when she left and took off and just didn't answer her phone.
And obviously your dad is the one that made the report. Talk to me about why your dad made that report.
Because he was talking to my mom the night before, and he was like, oh, well, if she doesn't come home, I'm going to call. And she was going on, well, you're going to regret this. Like, I'm going to have to leave and never be able to come back. You will regret this.
And so, obviously, you know, was there a reason that, you know, that you didn't make the call and it was your dad?
Because mom kept threatening me if I made the call.
And when did you realize that there was going to be an issue with her care with your mom? Did, you know, obviously you said that you've had some issues with your mom in the past. Was there a reason you decided to let her babysit her that night? I know that, you know, you said that you had
Well, she's my mom. I wanted to trust her.
Sad.
And Sheriff Cassie told the media on Friday, I was there, that you were giving conflicting statements.
Because I wouldn't necessarily, I was trying to protect my mom, maybe in hopes, oh, well, she'd just tell them where Evelyn was, but obviously she's not going to.
So now you're coming out and you're saying this is the honest truth, that you know where she is.
I know she has to be in a campground in Mendota with somebody. And mom told me that they had a silver camper, and that's all she would tell me.
Are you cooperating as much as you can with TBI and the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department?
I am.
We were there till 1 a.m. last night.
Can you tell me, you know, maybe how so? Just, you don't have to go into deep detail, but just tell me, you know, how so are you, you know, constantly on the phone with them, talking, you know, about the tips, anything like that?
Yeah, and I've looked into stuff online myself. Like, you know, people are like circulating pictures around me, like, oh, this is Evelyn, you know what I'm saying, and like that kind of thing. But no. And like Saturday, nobody would answer me, and I blew all their phones up. And every chance they've let me be up there, I have been up there.
And so, as of tomorrow, tomorrow will be a week since Evelyn was reported missing, and Wednesday will be a week since the Amber Alert went out. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
I just don't know if the person who has her is like maybe scared that they're going to get in trouble, but they won't. They just bring her back.
What are you thinking about her current status right now? Do you think she is okay? Do you think she's being taken care of? And what is your message to authorities right now? To the TBI, Sullivan County, and all of the sheriff's departments and any authority that's working on this case?
Just that if they don't take it seriously, what I just said, I will go find her myself.
They need to.
They've told me before they'll arrest me for tampering with evidence, and I told them on my phone, I was like, I don't care if you arrest me for tampering with evidence. You can go up there. I'm going to tonight.
Also, I got and was ready to organize a search party, as a community does when a child, right? And I called CBI because, well, where do we search? And they were like, no, they did not want any search parties at all, period. I don't know what the reason was, but they didn't.
And can you tell me, do you have a message to the public? Obviously, so many people are, you know, sharing photos, sharing these videos of your daughter trying to bring her home. What is your message to those people?
Don't stop until she's back.
Please. There's a reward out there.
That's over $50,000.
But this false
information, yeah, like, you know, like, they need to stop reporting like psychics for one, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Because that just wastes the TBI's time, and they could be actually trying to find my daughter. Instead, people are like, oh, well, this lady did tarot card reading, like, you know what I mean? I feel like that just takes away from the time of like them actually searching for my daughter.
But let's also turn the table on the other side. You know, there's a large amount of money that you just mentioned that's being donated as a reward in efforts of finding Evelyn. There's also been a huge outpouring of support from the community. We've seen several prayer vigils and things like that. Talk to me about how this makes you feel.
I'm just happy that people are coming together to try to find her. Because the main important thing right now is the baby.
And people across the nation are talking about the story and looking for your daughter. How does that national attention make you feel?
I'm just happy that people are trying to find her.
Also, we did want to attend the
prayer vigils. We just didn't have a ride.
We did not have.
And I didn't know about the one in Bristol because, you know.
We did not have transportation.
Yeah.
People did offer my daughter tried to Uber for us, but we were told that her safety would be at risk if she attended a prayer vigil or any type of thing, because there's so many people that are against her. So she didn't go.
And let's talk a little bit more about Evelyn and your relationship with her father. Have you been in contact with your father?
Yeah, he's actually trying to get leave approved right now to come up here and try to, help find her.
What is her relationship like with him?
She's only been around him a couple times because Ray was in the army.
And what is your relationship like with him? Do you keep in contact with him?
Well, yeah, we have a kid together. What I mean? Yeah.
Right.
So he, did you notify him when you knew something was wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And just to kind of help you clear out your name, we're going to go through a couple of other questions. And if you don't feel comfortable, let me know. But the first one is, why do you have multiple social media profiles? Is one that we begin.
Because I break phones a lot and I forget the password. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really bad about remembering passwords. Now I have them all set to one, but, up until that point, I just, I just couldn't remember the password to them. So I'll just make a new one when I got a new phone.
And talk to me about what your relationship with Hunter Wood was.
I don't want to get into that.
Brief. I
agree.
think it's fair to say brief.
And a couple of people have asked if you aren't expecting again.
I'm not getting into that one either.
And let's talk about why we're here at East Lawn Cemetery.
My best friend is buried here.
And so,
Do you want to talk about that?
So is there a reason that you wanted to be sure that we did this interview here?
I just feel better because I feel closer to her here. It's just comforting to know that, even though she's not here, she's here.
And I'm her mother. I'm Madison's mother, so that's why she came to me, I think.
She's always been like a mom to me.
A real mom. One that's not.
And especially in this time.
Always kind, one that will tell you that you need to hear,
Especially in this time, my second family, them, has been way more supportive of me than my real family has.
And let's, one more thing is obviously I've seen you once before. I know that you spoke with Kelly. Tell me why you wanted to come out today and speak with us.
Just to talk about Evelyn, if TBI doesn't go find her or not, I'm hell bent on going myself. And that's the truth, one way or another.
And obviously this is a really big case, and a lot of people have a lot of questions surrounding this. I know there's several Facebook groups that are out there and things like that. Is there any other message that you want to send to anyone besides what I've already asked you, what we talked about?
Well, if you don't have tips for sure, because over 370 some tips have been called in and they've not panned out. I appreciate people trying to help, but also that's wasting TBI's time because they have to check out every single lead that's called in.
And would you say that? How would you say that you feel with the way authorities are handling this case? Do you feel like they have? Obviously, they've lost a lot of time. Do you feel like they're handling this to the best of their ability?
I do.
And is there anything else about the time frame that you wanted to talk about? Obviously, it's been a long time since you've seen your daughter. Are you worried that you've missed out on anything with her? Are you worried that that could hinder the case at all?
A little bit.
Do you think you've missed out on anything with her because she's been gone for so long?
I mean, I'm sure I have. Yeah, stuff like that. Have you all seen the video for walking? I think I sent it to you all. She doesn't want to pick her feet up. So what if she's learned to pick her feet up? And I miss that. You know what I mean? That just sucks because she is my child. I love her. I don't want to miss stuff like that.
And, obviously it's been a long time since you've seen her. Are you worried about that, about reuniting with her?
No, because I love her. I know she loves me.
And do you think she's been taken care of well in the time that you've missed with her?
I hope she has been.
And tell me when you do get to see her, tell me what the first things you want to do.
I'm just going to hug her and not let her go.
Wow.
They'll have to pry her from my arms. Literally, because I'm just not going to let her go.
What else are you guys going to do? Are you guys going to go eat somewhere? Are you guys going to go play?
I'm going to sing. Yeah. Probably going to sing the shark to her. and just hug her, not let her go. My favorite thing is the first time she kissed me, Lord, I cried for over a week because she would pull my hair and I would just let her do it, because I love her. Like I didn't want to make her cry or be upset in any way. And she would pull chunks of my hair out. And she was in her walker one night and she dropped her sippy cup and I bent down to pick it up and I thought, oh, she's going to pull my hair. She brought my face close to her and she kissed my cheek and I just cried about it for over a week. So I was like, oh my God, I'm the first person that she's kissed. You know what I'm saying? Just little stuff like that. I love her to death and I would hate to have missed out on anything, especially because of my mom.
And obviously, you told me you talked to your mom a couple of times throughout this. And each time, did she give you any update on that?
Just tell me that she was safe.
So when was the last time you talked to your mom? Physically just the two of you on the phone or?
Wednesday, the 19th. Yeah, whenever the Amber Alert went out. I think that was Wednesday. I'm sorry, my days are running together.
Tuesday, wasn't it?
So Tuesday was when she reported missing, but Wednesday was when the Amber Alert.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, it was Wednesday.
So Wednesday was the last time you talked to your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to, you don't have to, but can you tell me any details about that conversation?
I mean, she was just going off on me. And Mendota, and I kept telling her, I was like, if Evelyn's in Mendota, just take me to her. I will take her up there. We can just end this right now. Let's make this simple. Just give me my child back right now before this gets blown out of proportion. And she would never be like, oh yeah, I'm taking you. She'd just be like, you don't need to talk to them. I don't want you going up there and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, if you're not going to take me to her, pull over and I will have somebody on Sullivan County's end come get me to go up there and talk to them.
What is your biggest fear right now?
I have a lot of them. Just that I don't know that maybe they won't find her tonight or, maybe they don't find her tomorrow. Maybe it's weeks from now before they find her. People aren't going to be like, oh, well, I'm not giving her back because I kept her for 2 months. This is my child now.
They can't do that.
Well, still, I'm just worried they're going to be angry about that. You know what I mean?
As long as the baby is okay.
That's all that matters.
Sorry they're mad, but it's not their child, right?
She just needs to come home.
Exactly.
She's been away from her mom for long enough.
Thank you, Mr. Quaid.
No questions. I see free to go. Yes.
He is, Judge.
Mr. Quaid, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, so you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, next.
Statement called Keith Weiss.
Spell the last name.
Weiss.
Raise your right hand. State your name, please.
Keith Weiss.
Mr. Weiss, you solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You're Keith Weiss, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Weiss, where are you employed?
WCYB TV.
All right. And that's one of the other news stations here in the Tri-Cities, is that correct?
Correct. We provide news for the NBC affiliate. We're the NBC affiliate for the Tri-Cities region and also produce news for the Fox affiliate here.
All right. You are familiar with the story regarding the disappearance and subsequent recovery of Evelyn Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that a news story that your TV station covered back in February of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your news coverage, did one of the reporters there for WCYB interview Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
And that was an interview that took place over here outside the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, it did. Yes.
And Do you at WCYB maintain copies of the news footage that you all record?
Yes, we do.
And did you provide a copy of that footage to law enforcement at their request?
Yes, we did.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit number 227.
The objection.
No, sir.
Full exhibit 227.
Judge, that is all the questions that I have for Mr. Weiss. I don't know if Mr. Scott has any. And only other thing I have to do is play the video.
No questions, Judge.
So I don't know if you want to excuse him or if you want him to sit in.
No, he should sit here while you're.
Okay.
Since the exhibit came in through.
That's fine.
I just want to tell you about like her favorite things and personality wise. I know like looking on TV and just kind of seeing a picture, it's a lot harder to, envision a baby. Like her favorite food is like sweet potatoes. She's really sweet. She loves to give people kisses. Favorite song is Baby Shark. Just like that kind of stuff.
Can you tell me what's your favorite toy?
She has a little Baby Shark puppet.
What would y'all do together?
Well, she loves to take baths. That was her favorite thing. She had little shark toys that swim in the bath and stuff like that.
How old is she now?
She's 15 months today, actually.
Can you tell me a little bit? Like, so you said she's very sweet. Is she sweet with everybody, or just
She is. She loves everybody.
Can you tell me a little bit about like how you're feeling? Do you miss her? Are you worried?
Of course, I miss her, and like, I can't tell anything about the ongoing investigation, but they are. I'm sure you all have released an article about the car and stuff like that, so they have a pretty good idea of who has her. I mean, if they're watching, I just want you to bring her back.
Is there anything you'd like to say to them if they're watching?
I just want her back. Yeah, that's my child.
I'm sorry. I know this must be hard. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about her? Do you have any pictures of her? Have you been looking?
Not on me, no.
Not on you. Have you been looking at photos and stuff of her while you're? How are you coping with all of this?
I just want her back.
If you could tell her anything now, what would you say to her?
I love her and I miss her, and I'll be with her as soon as I can get to her as much as I can.
Is there anything that you can tell us about, like, what kind of baby she is? I know you said that it's hard to see.
She's a happy baby. She hardly ever cries. She wants to wave and talk to everybody. She walks funny. She doesn't know how to pick her feet up, so she kind of wobbles.
Is she talkative?
She is.
What,
she giggles a lot. You'll smile at her, she'll just start giggling. She's very happy.
And so you said she is talkative. Is full sentences? Like, what milestone did she met? Like, is she a smart little girl?
She is. She hit every milestone early. She's not. She can almost say "I love you." She's not fully got to sentences yet, but she does say a lot of words.
You must be so proud of her.
I am. When Baby Shark plays, she tries to like dance with them and sing it.
You said that's her favorite song. Do you do the puppet with her a lot? Mm-hmm. And I know all of this is very hard. Can you tell me like how you're feeling?
I just want her back. That's all I want.
Are you feeling worried or anything along those lines?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that at all?
Well, the reason I didn't report it or anything is because I knew the person who had her, and I didn't want them to run away with her. And as soon as they thought anything was going on, they just kind of vanished. Mm-hmm. So I'm just worried about, like where they're at, what they're doing with her at this point in time.
So you do know who has her? Can you tell us who that is? Or you don't?
I can't release anything further about that. I'm sure they will add to on the press conference, but further than that, I can't say anything.
And so you do know who has her. Are you worried about her safety?
Well, now I am, because they won't answer phone calls. They've just kind of disappeared.
What is it like to, I'm assuming you trusted this person. How has his trust been broken? What's been going on with that?
It has definitely been broken after this.
Have you spoken to her father at all during this process? Are you having any support from
No.
him or from your family?
Yeah, my grandma's very supportive. She always is.
That's good. But you haven't spoken to him at all.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you saw her?
In December.
In December. And what was that last day like? Was it a good day? I think it was about around Christmas, right? Can you tell me about that?
It was a good day. She had a little pink bow in her hair, a little boomer tracksuit on, it was hot pink.
And what, like, I know that you're hoping that she'll be returning shortly. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the person or people that have her that you think they should hear from you?
They should just bring her back. They obviously know like what's going on, and like, you know, they need to bring her back home.
Mm-hmm. And you said that you trusted this person. So when did you realize that trust might have been broken?
Well, when they just kind of took off and wouldn't answer anybody.
Around when was that?
Whenever this whole thing started.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit more about like how you're feeling? I know all of this is scary and everything.
It is. I just want her back.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can think about. Is just get her back.
Anything the community can do to help you?
No. I let him look for her. I know they released the car information and the tag number and stuff like that. Just any leads at all, they need to like call so we can go check them out.
Has anyone like have you gotten any information from me that's been helpful, or you just kind of?
I don't really know. They've all been looking at leads and stuff like that. I mean, they are working their butts off.
Has the police department and everything, the sheriff's office, been keeping you in the loop for this?
They have been.
How's that been going? Has that been good?
It is good.
Good. And I know that you said that you're getting a lot of support from your family. Are they like helping you going to court meetings and stuff with you? I know you've had a lot of.
Yeah, they didn't know I had court today. Or I'm sure my grandma would have been there.
Did you keep it from them? Or?
I mean, I've just not really talked to them that much today, to be honest. And like I said, stuff was going on like while we were sitting in the courtroom, and I couldn't, well, not while, but like, you know, waiting to go to court, and like I just couldn't tell her exactly what was going on.
So you said like obviously you can't share anything about the case, so you haven't been sharing with like your family or anything either.
No.
How's that? Not being able to confide in anyone?
I mean, the police officers are very nice, especially like Sergeant Matt Price and stuff like that. I can talk to him or like them, and they've been like really helpful this whole time. They really have been.
And anything else that you think that people should know about Evelyn, about like what makes her so special?
She's just a very sweet baby. She's got, you know, the little dimples on her face.
Do you think she looks like you?
No, she definitely looks like her dad, but she does have my eyes.
That's good. You have very pretty eyes.
She's the cutest baby ever. So you'll know it's her when you see her. She loves everybody. She tries to kiss everybody on the cheek. She tries to wave to everybody. She's very friendly. She's very friendly and sweet. So
when hopefully you're reunited with her, what will be the first thing that you do?
just hug her. I know it sounds weird, like I miss how she smells and like her laugh and like everything. I just want to hold her.
So I know that this must be, you're missing your baby. And then there's been trust broken, right, as well. Are you worried about her safety?
I mean, in a way, yes, just because we can't find, the car or nothing like that. But they have exhausted almost every option, you know what I'm saying? They're working around the clock. They have a whole room of people that are like dedicated just finding her, and I appreciate that.
Do you think that they are going to find her?
I do. I have full confidence.
You do. Are you feeling hopeful?
I am.
Can you tell me about that? Like, what keeps you going? What's giving you hope? And
the team of theirs is honestly really good. They're all really good, and I can like confidently say that, like when I'm not up here, I know that they're doing their best to find her. I'm not worried that when I was up here, they're not like, just sitting around and twiddling their thumbs. I know that they are trying genuinely.
Do you have any regrets about not involving police sooner? I know that.
Well, sort of, but also in a way, I knew that as soon as anything went down, the person was going to just disappear, and they have, and they've tried to find them. They are going to find them, and I know they'll bring her back to me.
You feel fully confident. But if you could do this all over again, is there anything you would do different?
Yeah, I probably called the first day. I should have, but I just didn't want them to run with her. Like they have now.
Did you ever expect them to run with her?
I knew that if anything really happened and anybody got involved, they probably would.
Can you tell me why she was with them if you were worried about this?
They were watching her for me while I went to work.
So it was like a babysitting kind of childcare situation?
Yeah.
But you thought they might run with her?
No, until they took her, no. Then after that, I was like, well, if anything happens, I'm worried they will run with her. And to be honest with you, I won't lie, I didn't know how good the team was up here. And if I did, I would have called the second that I realized. They are very good. Like I said, they are doing everything they can. I'm very confident in that. And that makes the situation a lot easier.
And so you said that, when did you realize that they had completely disappeared?
Like I said, I can't release anything like specific. I'm sure they will at the press conference, but.
So anything else you'd like to add? Anything that you want to tell me about Evelyn?
Her favorite food is sweet potatoes. She's allergic to carrots.
She's allergic to carrots? What else does she like?
She loves those little applesauce pouches.
Yeah.
She's very smart. Like, even she quit her own sippy cup at 6 months old. Or not a sippy cup, but she won't quit a bottle, I'm sorry. And went straight to a sippy cup. And like, I would leave her snacks in the floor, like in the little containers, and she'd open them up herself and like get one out at a time. Like, she's a very smart, very good baby. And I just want her back.
You just must be so proud of her.
I am.
Is there anything that you would like to say to her?
That I love her and that I will find her. She'll be back as soon as humanly possible.
Mr. Weiss, I think I forgot to ask you this on the front end. The date of that interview is February 21st, 2020. Is that correct?
To my best knowledge, that would be around the time frame of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you would answer any questions, I don't think Scott had any. So that's all I have for this witness.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mr. Weiss, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are released from your suspended service for today.
Thank you.
We approached it.
Megan was arrested on the 25th of February. I don't know how she thought she was going to get away with it. I don't think she thought it through at all. Did she finish high school? I don't know. No, I don't think she thought it through. She thought that because she's got away with lying to family and friends, she could just keep doing it. I don't think she realised how intense it was going to be once the cops got involved.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this seems to be a good natural place for us to stop for today. I'm going to give you these admonitions. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected to this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury or any juror's violation of any of the court's admonitions. You are not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. We'll go with y'all.
Everyone said. Court TV's shutting down quickly today. Exactly on the dot, yeah. I don't think drugs was a problem, Mike. Certainly no one's mentioned drugs. There's been no mention of drugs or mental health problems or anything like that. So, not that we know about. Did she keep everybody separate? Yeah. Well, she told the same story at first. So she was telling her friends that Ethan had got her. And she was probably saying the same thing to her family. And she also told Randy Wood that Ethan had got her. Even before Evelyn was dead, that's what she told him when she started the new job. So I think initially she was telling everybody the same story, and it only started to fall apart once the police got involved. And they actually spoke to Ethan, and he was very adamant that he couldn't have her. He was in the military. He didn't have her. His grandparents didn't have her. So then she had to change her story. As simple as that. Yeah, Susan Smith. I'm going to dig out one of the old Susan Smith interviews and we'll listen to it one lunchtime. Because it's crazily, it's eerily similar. Like the way that she holds herself, everything. It's eerily similar. But anyway, I do think we've come to the end of another very long day. So same time tomorrow, folks. I'll be live from 8:30 a.m. Eastern, which is 1:30 p.m. my time, or whatever that is in your local time. Work it out. The scheduler, once I put it up, I'll put it up in the morning. It will tell you what time it is in your local time. So, yeah. Good night to you all. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks as always, mods. Welcome to the new members. And yeah, bye guys.